If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
We ain't wasting no sun around here because this is Road Gang Radio. We are live on this beautiful hump day, and this is also where we do it at the Fastport Studios with your host, Jimmy Mack.
Battling loneliness one show at a time, by the way. Don Martin's going to be here later about his new book about combating loneliness. There is supposedly a male epidemic of loneliness. We're not having it here. We have heard there was an epidemic of loneliness in the country, and we have decided not to participate.
Nope.
By the way, not only do we not participate in that, but we don't accept the fact that traffic cones can only be used for evil. It turns out they can be used for good. A couple taking a sunrise walk along the shores of the Atlantic Ocean in South Carolina ended up using a traffic cone to rescue a raccoon struggling to swim. So Will DeLeo and Elizabeth Heffron were walking along the shore. I mean, you know, they don't have the same last name, so maybe they're not married. Maybe they're just figuring out their way too. Maybe this is the moment where Will rose to the occasion and impressed the lady. They were in Charleston recently. They spotted a raccoon struggling in the water below. They watched as the exhausted animal tried without success to find an exit from the water. You ever seen that happening? Like they can't figure out a way out.
Yeah.
You see them in dumpsters too, man. A lot of those, trash diving pandas. They watched as the exhausted animal tried without success to find an exit. What happens next was posted on video on Instagram. It shows DeLeo bringing a nearby traffic cone to the ledge and lower it into the water, allowing the raccoon to grab hold. DeLeo was finally able to lift the raccoon back onto dry land after it slipped off the cone multiple times. He was immediately arrested, by the way, for having moved city property. I'm kidding about that. The raccoon takes a moment to rest on the ledge. You can watch the whole video over on Instagram before running away from the scene.
That's how you get out of the friend zone, Will.
That's exactly how you get out of the friend zone, by the way.
Lives.
Barricade, by the way. Barricade. Sheriff's deputies in Colorado said they resolved a barricade situation involving a large Bruin that had found its way into a resident's vehicle. It got trapped inside. Didn't know how to work those locks. The Laramie County Sheriff's Office said in a terrible social media post, get ready, it's dreadful, the deputies first responded to a reported vehicle trespass in the Foothill area. The first arriving deputy confirmed the clause for concern. Told you, it gets worse. A bear was indeed inside the vehicle, wasn't thrilled about the situation either. That's what the post said. Deputies rigged up a handle release mechanism, opened the vehicle from a safe distance, releasing the bear. This is what they had to say on their post. Told you it's bad. Brace up. The owners were very appreciative, despite the damage inflicted by their claustrophobic visitor. It's unclear what exactly motivated this late-night visit. There wasn't any food in the car. Either way, it serves as an unfortunate reminder. Always lock your vehicle to keep the bad guys and bad bears out alike.
Saving lives and barricades. This is a beautiful hump day.
Hump day. And by the way, after you get over that hump, please lose your heart on iHeart.
Hump day.
Have the audacity to listen on Odyssey.
Day of hump.
Yak it up on the tube of you.
Hump dizzle.
Yeah, make some FaceTime on Facebook. Live your best life on Live 365.
Live your best life.
Be a free-floating radical at RadioNemo.com. Or perhaps it's already all happened, and you're listening later and pondering all the possibilities on your favorite podcast platform, because this, my friends, as our good friend, the phone maestro of mayhem, has pointed out, forget the lies of Zebulon 5. This is Road Gang Radio. We don't need no bumbling bloviators like Dr. Philostratus, the proctologist of space trucking. Have you gotten that examination yet? Happens every day on another platform from 3 to 6. You can be a part of the action here. You can mix it up in the thick, and you can join this gang at 615-292-6366.
615-292 Dave Nemo. Oh, take the Dave out, just the Nemo.
No, leave the Dave.
Okay.
Leave the Dave. Just don't dial it. Leave the Dave, but don't dial it. Dial the Nemo, leave the Dave, take the cannoli. You get the idea.
Nicely
Hey,
done.
listen, guys. I'm going to make a little request of you today. So many of you, by the way, don't need this request. You're out there. You're posting a lot of our social media, which is designed for you to repost. Well done. But hey, every once in a while, just, post the show information and let people know you're missing something here. Because we're going to get to a phone call in a second of a guy who's been missing us. A lot of people, here's the deal. Once they find us, they never leave. Earl and Joe Noble, every morning, show up and say, good morning, family. Always glad to have the 504 folks showing up over here. Our good friends are beginning to roll on into the scene over on the tube of you. Jody Val says, good morning, everyone. Let the good times roll. The paranormal pie man is trying to start a pie fight. Yo. He had this shipping clerk earlier doubled over in laughter at my hat today. It's got an emblem of an angry cow, and it says, utter tuggers on the back. Nicely done. I had to keep my head straight on that one. Joe Jandora. Joe J gives a double wave. Marshall Platter is here with a hashtag of an RGR and a good morning. And Touchdown Turtle. Touchdown Turtle is here. Good morning, all.
Oh, man, can I add in one thing before we get rumbling, bumbling, and stumbling through this day?
I would like to hear it.
Look, man, and this is a shout-out to Marshall. Happy Eating Healthy Gay. Well, not gay. Day, guys.
Yeah, what are you, gay?
But if you're gay, you're eating healthy, too.
That's okay,
you know what
man.
I mean? Be happy.
By the way, a lot of people out there who are gay are eating healthy, and that's where we get a lot of our healthy eating habits from.
Exactly, man. Hey, I was helped being raised by a gay guy, and that guy, he knows how to cook. He knows how to cook healthy. But happy... Man, I'm having a hard time with words. Happy eating healthy day there, fellas.
It is a happy
ladies.
eating day. We'll get to that. We'll get to the National Days of in a second, though, and a chance to kind of unpack that as well. But by the way, it is Movember.
Yep.
It is a chance to grow that mustache. Maybe at some point, and we'll have to do it quickly, dude. Maybe we shave and maybe we get rid of it and just keep our stashes for one day.
Oh,
one
God.
day, dude. I don't have the chin for a mustache. My face has got a good shape. If I don't have a beard, it looks fine. If I do have a beard, I like the way it looks. But me with a stash ain't like Edward Carter Simon. That dude had a stash. Looked like Hemingway, man. By the way, built like Hemingway. He took off his jacket during the tour of the quarter, and you could hear women in the tour go, oh.
I just look like the guy you don't want to hear license and registrations from. I look like that cop that you just don't want to get pulled over by because he's going to be some type of way. He might do things at home that you don't agree of. He's not a nice guy. I don't look good with a mustache.
Yeah, I got to tell you, man, me as Baron von Staschenstein, maybe if I did a handlebar, maybe I could make it work. But the thing about Movember is this is important. It really focuses on a lot of men's health issues, by the way.
Yeah.
And Don Martin is going to be here later on talking about loneliness. There really is the belief that the whole country's gone lonely. The numbers do suggest that it's men more than women. It's very, very difficult for dudes in Dude Town to make friends over 50. I should write a book called Making Dude Friends Over 50 because I got plenty of dude friends I made over 50.
Yeah.
And by the way, some of them are here. Some of them are actually on this chat space, by the way. Brad Bentley says, good morning, gang. That's the truth, Ruth.
Did you make friends with Brad over 50 when you were over 50?
Yeah. Well, no, actually, I met him before I was 50, but I really became his friend after 50.
Nice.
I've known Brad for closing in on a decade now, but I'd say the last 5 years really kind of kicked in.
Because Brad's closer to my age, so he's about like 38, 42.
Brad Bentley?
Yeah, right?
Right, yeah, of course.
Yeah, 100%.
Absolutely.
He looks like it.
Yeah, we'll go with that, man. We'll go with that, dude.
That's a touch of gray he got from Walgreens.
By the way, I shaved my beard. I'm going to lose at least 6 months.
I was going to say 6 years, but that sounds right.
No, 6 months is about right. 6 months is too long to wait for a phone call. We've been waiting for one for 6 months, and it is now here. Nutty Buddy is on the scene. What do you say, brother? What's going on?
Butter!
Nutty Buddy.
Nutter butter.
Greetings and salutations. Thank you, Jimmy.
God, I've been waiting to hear that.
Thank you, brother.
I'm home. My brother's I'm home.
Explain that, Nutty Buddy.
I couldn't find you. I found you on YouTube, and it was like, God, what's the phone number? I tried the number, and it's like, didn't work.
Did you know they tried to steal our phone number? Did you know the previous platform tried to take our phone number? Did you know that?
Cold-blooded.
Cold-blooded stuff going on there, man.
I tried to dial it, and it says, you're not authorized to use it. It said, also, it's a non-working number. It was a whole bunch of things. But I'm here.
Kingdom, you got the number. You got our number, brother, and that's all that matters.
Thank you for finding us, buddy.
Thank you for your service.
All I can tell you is, it's great, man. Put the stuff on YouTube and stuff like that. It's fantastic, man. It's like,
And it's only
You know?
going to get better because we're going to have video sooner rather than later, so you'll be able to see what handsome dudes Dre and I are and how ancient Dave, in fact.
Don't do it during November. We're not shaving right now.
We're not shaving. It's Movember, man. We got to keep the lawn in shape.
I just got my beard trimmed and got my ears lowered.
Nice.
I got peach fuzz for a head.
Hey, brother, I got to tell you, I'm not bald. I have a solar panel for a Genius machine. It's terrific, man. I'm keeping it charged up. A Genius
good.
machine.
I like
That's
that.
bad English, dude.
I'm putting that down.
Genius right there. What is going on, brother? What's the good word?
You need to call Dave and say, "Hey, I'm back."
By the way,
I missed him. I missed him the whole time. It's like I want to hear the national anthem. It's like I'm waiting to say, "Play ball, let's go."
Well, I'm gonna give you some good news. By the way, I'm gonna keep you on the phone long enough to get to this point because we will actually do the pledge and national anthem here in just a moment. Our good friend Steve asks if we're going to be going to Columbia Falls again this year. We are, in fact, Steve. I'm so glad you asked. Dean Croak and I are going to be there over the Drivers' Weekend at the Drivers' Lounge before we head on over to Arlington and Washington D.C. for the Transition Trucking Vet Ready Summit. All that kind of groovy stuff happening there. Nutty Buddy, where are you working now? Who you driving for, and who you bothering?
I'm working for a company out of Baltimore, Maryland.
You having to deal with the bridge a lot? You having to do a lot of
Oh man, I want to find that captain. I want to strangle him because I go right. I can look where it was, where I pick up. 2 places I pick up. It's like, God, man, come on. And it's like, just give me 2 minutes with him. That's all I want.
Just 2 minutes.
This is what you caused me.
Just you know,
Because
it's like
you
want to cure his male loneliness. By the way, with an up close and personal encounter of what is it? The 4 Sisters on Thumb Street. One of my favorite. I used to love that growing up. I used to love that, dude. You about to meet the 4 Sisters on Thumb Street? Go ahead.
I got my wife would turn around and tell you, now listen. Don't you push him into turn around and trying to play with others. He does not play well with others. Leave him off in the corner. Give him some electronics. Give him something gas, diesel, 2-cycle mix, and say, hey, we got a problem with it. Can you figure this out? And just leave him off in the corner. That would be for me.
Nicely done.
I don't play well with others.
Oh, and by the way, that's going to go. We were talking about what is ever going to go on our tombstone. I swear to God, this is what is going to go on my tombstone. And Lindsay Lawler, who is in the chat, by the way, will back me up on this. Dig this. On my tombstone, it has been decided that it will be written the following: did not play well with others when others were in charge. Did not play well with others when he was in charge. In other words, let's just all go out there and have a blast and a half, dude.
Nice.
That's what I'm talking about.
Mine's just going to say, yeah, I did it.
Yeah, I did it. Yeah. 50,000, what is it? 100,000, $1 million in gold bullion buried in the backyard right next to the
Exactly.
Full stop.
And it can also be something positive. Be like, yeah, I did it. I cured cancer. I don't know.
Yeah, saved his family from a burning battleship.
Exactly.
Got veins in your neck, brother. All right, Nutty buddy, you got to do me a solid here. We got to take a break. But what you're going to do is you're going to say, I am back with the Road Gang, and here's your pledge and national anthem. Can you do it? Can you make this happen for us?
Yes, I can.
Take it away.
I am back with the Road Gang. And now for our national anthem. Everybody rise and let's turn it up.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
It's a good time for a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Wednesday. Good morning. I hope you're enjoying this great day that the God of the universe has created for us to rejoice in and be glad in it. Hey, Romans chapter 6, verse 13 has a very, very powerful statement in it, and I want to share it with you since we're in the middle of the week. He says Paul tells the Romans this, in Romans 6:13, he says, do not present your bodies to sin as instruments for unrighteousness, but present yourselves to God as those who have been bought from death to light. Now watch this. Those that have been brought from death to light. And your members, watch this, and you and I are members to God as instruments of righteousness. Now, I want you to check out what God is telling Paul to tell the Romans. He said, I paid a great price for you. I made a great sacrifice for you to bring you out of darkness and to bring you into the marvelous light. So, brothers and sisters, the challenge that we need to be looking at today is, how good are we allowing God to use us? Remember, he says that we are an instrument. So therefore, how we allow God to play us, to use us, and to put us on display will determine how much we trust him, as he has bought us and he owns us. God bless you, brothers and sisters. Trust God. He may have you in a tight situation, but he can get you out of it.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, where strong freight and faith create lasting success. Visit drive4bme.com. drive4bme.com.
Amen, Pastor. Watch this. I'm glad you brought yourself to our show today. Ain't that right, Jimmy?
I am so glad people have brought their way over. Our, by the way, our deep concerns and our ongoing thoughts and prayers go out to all the folks involved in the UPS accident, the airplane accident. I don't just mean the families of the victims, but all of the men and women who had to respond. I can tell you that responding to any sort of disaster on the highway, on the tarmac, after a natural disaster is incredibly heavy. Weighs incredibly heavy on our minds, weighs incredibly heavy on the people in the aftermath of that. So one of the things you can do is make sure you reach out to all the first responders that you know. Many of you are first responders yourself, and thank you for that service, by the way, to your country and your communities. We're thinking about all those folks, by the way, so, take a moment to kind of reflect on what you can do. Sometimes it's just a matter of giving a little something. Speaking of giving a little something, I want to give another shout out to Steve again for that lovely gift that he gave on chat. We don't expect that from anybody. When it does get given, we are absolutely thrilled. I can tell you that for the time being, most of that money is going out to promoting the show and making sure that more people know about it and more people can drop in like Nutty Buddy and find out where we are, what we're doing, and where we're going. I mentioned Movember. And of course, one of our favorite recoveries, I'm going to call him DROP, D-R-O-P, Dramatic Renewal of Purpose. And of course, I'm talking about 3.5 out of California, wants to talk about Movember.
Sultry.
What's going on, brother?
My brother.
Hey, man. I hear you talking about Movember, but have you mentioned the cause?
There's a whole bunch of actually, it's a lot of causes involved and kind of wrapped up in Movember. There's a lot of stuff that's going on there. A lot of it's cancer awareness, which you went through to a large degree.
I'm the recipient of all these mustache-wearing guys, and I can't thank them all enough for just taking the time to do that.
Yeah.
I'm still on driving restrictions, so I'm at home going crazy. but but we're coming out the other side of it, so that's a good thing.
Very nicely done. If you can't put your meat in the seat, it's going to make you kind of scramble a little bit, if you know what I'm saying. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, brother. I am so glad you got to the other side of it. By the way, you're a guy who in many ways is, we talked about the epidemic of loneliness. We talked about a lot of guys. I think a lot of people, by the way, and I'd love your thoughts on this, I think a lot of people often get lonely, get isolated, feel like nobody cares about them, and I feel like they don't go to the doctor because of that, because they feel like, what's it matter? I really believe that. And one of the things that I think a lot of these guys don't do is go get themselves checked out because they're like, well, why bother? Who cares? And that's disturbing to me. I mean, do you feel that way sometimes about some of these guys?
Yeah, and it's hard to break out of that spiral, and I know personally, not only me, but a couple of other people have reached out to the wrong people, which causes you to spiral faster the other direction. It's like, oh, well, I'm never going to do that again. I'm better off, isolating myself than to putting myself through that.
Oh, yeah.
But you really gotta, like look over some, and a friend will come,
Listen, guys, our good friend 3.5 and I are talking about Movember. Is an annual event in November where men grow mustaches simply to raise awareness and funds for men's health issues such as prostate cancer, testicular cancer, and mental health. The name is a combination, of course, of mustache and November. They're known as the Mo Bros. They start the month clean-shaven and grow their stashes to spark conversations and support the Movember Foundation. It was started in Melbourne, Australia in 2003 and has turned into, as you guys hear right now, a global movement and is something well worth getting behind. And by the way, our friend over there is a great example of the power of doing everything that you should be doing during Movember, both as friends and colleagues, and all kinds of people will rally around you. You've just got to get out there and let people know what's going on, as he did. And by the way, I really appreciate the conversation we've been having the last couple of weeks, because we talked about this with the testicular cancer conversation we had a couple of weeks back. There's no shame in any of this, man. As a matter of fact, the more of us get talking about it. I told you about my dad. I walked in, I'd been working out. I was scratching my junk, and he goes, hey, what are you doing that for? I'm like, well, I just worked out. He goes, that's not bothering you, though, is it? I went, no. He said, if that's bothering you, man, let's get that taken care of right now. He said, I'm like, no, I'm good, Dad. I said, it's just today. I've been out in the heat too long. But I was so proud of him. He's like, we're going to get that taken care of right now. And he's absolutely right, dude. I mean, that's what it comes down to. I mean, we need to make sure our friends know that we talk about what's wrong with us so that they can talk about what's wrong with them.
Jimmy Mack, a couple of examples. I belonged to a Model A club. We went have a breakfast. 3 guys out of the 10 at the table had been through what I was about to go through. And so we talked. So in the next episode was being in line to get a blood test. And the guy behind me and the guy in front of me had already been through what I was going through and filled me in on, their take. But without talking, without, just mentioning, hey, has anybody ever done this? Or, hey, here's what I'm going through. It creates a conversation, makes a network of strangers or comrades in the Model A group talk. And you realize, you're not the only one out there.
No, you're not. And that's a thing, too. And, I'm a big proponent of this. I talked to Dre about this off the air as well, too. Guys, I can't stress this enough. Make friends after you're 50. It is one of the great rewards of your life. Don't hold your hand. Turn in some cards, maybe get rid of some of those toxic friends or friends that are bringing you down. Turn in your cards to the dealer and see what else you can draw, because you will be amazed at who's waiting out there for you. There's some great folks strangers that are simply people who have not yet become your friends, who are out there waiting for your company. And you're a guy who's done this because you stay so involved with the ATHS and just sitting down and having a cup of coffee and breakfast and all that kind of stuff. Do you have any tips for people who may find themselves a little isolated and are looking to make friends later in life? Anything in particular?
Don't be shy. It's just that simple. Say hi. you know. I mean, it has to start somewhere. And, you know, just looking across the room kind of isn't going to do it, you know. So say hi. You see a couple of guys sitting together and having a good time. Say hi, you know, as you walk by.
Yeah, I have to tell you. And by the way, I will say, for all the loneliness, there is a movement. Dre and I can tell you, there's 5 coffee houses around here, 3.5. One of them way down the block at the community coffee house. There is a bunch of old African-American dudes hang out there every morning. If you go there at 6:30 in the morning, they're sitting out there. There's a couple of guys roll up their motorcycles, and they're all just shooting the breeze. And I said, how long have you guys known each other? They said, since we all met at this coffee house. I mean, they've been doing it for a while, but they weren't friends who met at a coffee house. They were friends. They were people who became friends because they met at a coffee house. And it's a great reminder, as you said. Go out there, don't be shy, offer a hand, offer some friendship. My brother, I got to go to introduce this show, but thank you so much. Thank you. And by the way, I'm so glad you're still with us in the land of the living. Thanks for sticking around.
You bet.
All righty. Our good friend 3.5, you too can join the conversation, even during Mike Roth, who's going to be up here next. You can join us at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO.
I do have some news for you guys, but I'll save that till after Mike shuffles off his radio coil. I mean, you know Mike. He's part of the messy middle.
Yeah.
You know, he's going to run on less, by the way. NACFE. Couldn't make it here on Monday. Had some scheduling stuff going on, but he hates missing. I know you guys hate missing. So why don't you get in on the action and be a part of the conversation? We actually have a Terrifimundo show. Not a good show, not a great show, a Terrifimundo show on the, terrific. Just absolutely terrific. By the way, all of this that you're hearing right now, a big shout out to our good friends out at Fastport who are solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges. How they do it, research, technology, and people, especially Mr. Roll Tide himself, Brad Bentley, good morning to you, and Dave Harrison, who will be joining us on Education Station. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. Big shout out to our friends at Truck Down. Go to truckdown.com. Get that truck out of the ditch. Get back on the road. They've been doing it since '97, man. All 50 states and 8 provinces. Don't be surprised if I say 9 soon. They're coming, man. They're coming for you. And so is Road Gang Radio.
Hide your raccoons.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home.
As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/Radio Nemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
Hey, by the way, how do you get over Hump Day?
Ooh, tell me.
Well, you make your way over to NACFE.org and you make your way through the messy middle and you run on last, dude. You do all that kind of groovy stuff. We are absolutely thrilled to have the return of Mike Roth. He's the executive director over at NACFE, and we're glad to have him back. Hey, man, how you doing? Where are you right now? Where are the adventures taking you?
What are you wearing?
Well, first of all, I love starting my day with somebody calling me groovy. How about that?
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Because you are, man. Because you get.
I'm settled. Yeah, every week when we talk, I'm somewhere else. But the next 3 weeks, I'm settled into Gulf Shores, Alabama, and basically I'm sitting and doing meetings on the beach with my team and the industry and figuring out what we learned with the run and all that. But I'm kind of settled in, eating Gulf shrimp and grouper and relaxing a little, but keeping after it. So that's where I'm at for a while.
Well, and that's really kind of a great thing, too. It's a great reminder that when we go out on the road and kind of, and get a chance to kind of look close up and personal at what's going on with the different folks that we're kind of talking with and that you're kind of digging in with, is to take a moment, and a beach space seems like a great place to kind of reflect and kind of get your thoughts straight. As you get a little bit of time, and we're not going to call it R&R, we're going to call it work and relaxation, W&R, not rest and relaxation, because there's no rest for the wicked, especially when they're trying to figure out ways to better fuel the country's supply chain. But tell us a little bit about what you're seeing so far and where things look like they're headed based on the way this last round of runs went.
Right. So, we call it the messy middle, and, it is messy. And the good news is it's messy because a lot of these solutions are getting better and better. So we're seeing better availability of some of the fuels and the technologies to have diesel trucks operate more efficiently and maybe use renewable diesel or biodiesel and then natural gas. And then the battery trucks are doing better. So things are getting better, which means that, that they're more applicable to the, financial needs of trucking. So we're seeing some of these get closer to, being profitable to consider them. And that's where it's going to end up pulling these things through. But guys, today's a big day because we're releasing a very detailed data set of the 14 trucks from the run. So later today online will be a data set. Now, we guys, we have, this is of no use to us because if we opened that file, it would look like, gibberish. There's 2.1 million lines of data. We had 14 trucks in the run, 18 days, and we took measurements every 10 seconds. So that means that, there's fuel economy and truck speed and, weather information, all kinds of things from the truck that ends up being 2 million lines. Now, we don't have a lot of use for it, but there's a whole bunch of data scientists and data geeks out there that are chomping at the bit to grab this and then go, help the industry figure out what it all means to us. Exciting day for us.
It's a big day, by the way. And if you guys don't know, the North American Council for Freight Efficiency is a nonpartisan, agnostic nonprofit that basically helps the country figure out what is next in regards to what is going to fuel the supply chain, what is going to fuel how we receive our goods and services across the country. I wanted to ask you in a retrospective sort of way, having gone through your biannual run on less, going through that messy middle. I wanted to ask you, was there anything now that you've had time to reflect where you were really encouraged, where you felt, man, that was a leap forward, this was a big deal, this feels like it's headed in the right direction?
Yeah, I think it's that more of the market, more of the duty cycles, this is looking at Class 8 heavy-duty tractors and, medium and long distance. And so when you get down into the medium and long return to base, where a lot of trucks are in that space. Now we tend to jump to sleeper trucks and drivers at truck stops, and that's trucking. Well, there's a whole lot of trucking where it goes out in the day cab, comes back. It's just we don't see it quite as much. LTL, private carriers, and those sort of things. So the technologies are covered. I'd say two things: the technologies across the board are covering all of the duty cycles better. So natural gas trucks that can now haul, we had 3 natural gas trucks hauling double and triple trailers at 120,000 pounds. Natural gas truck was doing that work extremely well with the new 15-liter and so forth. But the other one that surprised me, and it probably shouldn't because we've done so much work on it, is the battery electric trucks. So these keep performing, whether they're from the new players that are designing specific battery electric trucks, Tesla and Windrose we had in the run. I mean, they did extremely well, nearly meeting diesel performance in a lot of the duty cycles. And, I see that as a good thing, guys, because we see so many benefits of the battery truck. No after treatment, much fewer moving parts. Drivers love them because of the regen braking, and it's basically, single pedal. Well, not only have we gotten rid of the clutch, but you kind of get rid of the brake with these trucks because you can use the foot off the accelerator to basically brake the truck. So, and they're just smooth operation, no gear shifts, that sort of thing. So we see a lot of benefits to the battery electric trucks. Just they've been too damned expensive and they haven't done the job. And now those seem to be mitigating, and they might be able to, well, we know they can do most of the jobs, but we still need to work on cost and weight, but it's not that far away. So those would be the 2 things, that all the technologies cover the industry better, and look out, world, battery electric trucks are coming whether you like it or not. And of course we can start the discussion about where we're going to charge them and can grid handle it. I get all that, and I get that, I even just threw that in before I took a breath because that's the next big challenge for them. But a lot of smart people are working on that, and a lot of money's coming in to do that. And we'll see how it transpires.
Well, it's, and you mentioned cost, weight, and recharge. That's the big 3. But we can have that conversation now. That's the really good news here. Of course, we talk about the idea: is it cost effective? How much, in fact, can it pull? How much does it weigh? And then, of course, how do we make sure that there's an infrastructure in place? But you can't even have that conversation until you know the stuff actually can do the job that diesel has been doing for well over a century. And this is a big breakthrough because it's always a matter, one of the things that you guys work incrementally, which is why you do these, why you have these events, it is to see the progress, to give people enough time to make that progress, but then see where they're at. Because there's a lot of people who came in regards to private equity and a lot of investment capital who wanted results, who were telling people a decade ago, you're all out of a job in 5 minutes. Well, the truth of the matter is that's not the case at all. As a matter of fact, we're learning there might be more jobs wrapped up in all of this. But what you guys are kind of doing is now we're at the point where they finally understand when it comes to electric, they can make this work. That's the big thing. And now it's a matter, can we make it cost effective, and can we find the charging stations, right?
That's right. And, I hear all the time that it takes 6 hours to charge an electric truck to get 120 or 150 miles of range on the Tesla Semi and the Windrose tractor. And I get it. They're not totally in production yet. Who knows if they're going to actually survive and make it. But we proved that for those trucks, you can get 400 miles of range in an hour and a half charging. And if you're in the middle of the battery, you can get 200 miles in like 45 minutes. So, let's say you've got a truck and a driver and they do 400 miles, but you still have 3 hours or 2 hours of service or hours of service left in the day. If you can find that charger in that right spot and get another 20, 30 minutes to charge, add 200 miles to the battery pack, get off the charger, it'd be like adding, 20 or 30 gallons of fuel to a 100-gallon tank. No one wants to do that because you can fuel it pretty quick and go ahead and get it up to full. But on a charger, it's different. So things like that are emerging is supports your point around now we have something that we can make work. Now it may have to make it work a little differently than we did diesel, and then it comes down to the availability of the chargers when we need them, where we need them, and the cost. That's exactly where we're at with battery electric heavy duty trucks. We're really not talking here about city trucks or local deliveries like we're seeing Amazon and the Rivians and so forth. Those are a different sort of situation, and probably going to be electric quicker.
Yeah, I mean that's gonna make a leap real fast, because that often falls to the people who actually own the vans and own the trucks. They should be able to kind of build their own centers for recharge, and that's their specialty. All that local delivery, all that final mile stuff. I wanted to share with you, our good friend Marshall is on the chat right now, Mike, and he says, love hearing the traffic sounds in the background. I have my ideal time down to 4%, and my current miles per gallon is 9.4. Lifetime 200,000 miles is 8.9. He just wanted to share that info with you. I think that's really
that's great.
That's some cool stuff going on.
And you know what's great about that is that he knows those numbers right in his head right away. And you really need to measure to something to improve it. So absolutely, those are really good, strong numbers. Now the skeptics will say, okay, well, how much, are you heavy? Are you light? Are you this? You're that? But that's good work.
Yeah, and the other thing is too is like that kind of talks about what you guys do. I mean, we're not talking about dealing with commuters and four wheels either. You actually have to assemble data. You have to assemble data and information for people like Marshall, for people like Trucker Bosun, for Bruce Almighty, for a lot of these people who are chatting here who are literally experts on this stuff. That you are actually compiling data for many people who know their numbers reflexively, and if you spit those numbers at them, they can tell you exactly how the truck's being handled, if the driver's doing a good job, if they're actually looking out for it. So you are actually experts serving experts is a fair way of kind of summing up what NACFE actually does, right?
Well, thanks for the compliment. I mean, one of the people we interviewed this summer out with these trucks, he said, the industry's tired of what the paper says the truck will do or what the computer says the truck will do, and it's time to really see what it'll do with the data. And through, I guess, organizations like ours that, you can trust that we're not making stuff up. We're not, we're not testing for 10 days and then cherry picking the best performance and sharing only that one. We're pretty thorough in that work. So thanks for that.
Really quickly, I'm going to give Mike the last word here before we end the segment. As you guys know, NACFE, the North American Council for Freight Efficiency, NACFE, is an unbiased and fuel-agnostic organization. They research the benefits and challenges of existing fuel efficiency technology and practices to help fleets and often owner-operators make informed decisions upon which options improve freight efficiency and are cost-effective. Mike, I want to give you the last word. And by the way, I appreciate you making time for us. I wanted to ask you one question before I give you the last word, which is, do you ever do any cold weather grilling or any grilling on the beach?
Yeah, so I set up the Blackstone last night. I mean, there'll be some, and you can along the whole coast here. I like the Florida, Alabama, Mississippi coast a lot. And you can find, fishermen who are been out. You can grab their catches at their either a tent or their business and take it home and cook it yourself. Or there's tons of restaurants. This time of year is good because you don't have the spring breakers and the huge audiences. So I take my own. I'll do my own cooking every once in a while.
So yeah, we had 48 degrees last night, Mike, and my dad said, "Get your butt out there and go make those marbled pork chops right now on that grill." I totally get it. I totally get it. Go ahead. I'm sorry about that.
No. It's also the time of year for football, so I'm a Buckeye. If you guys don't know, so. I'm kind of riding the college football season well, but I just like to close this by saying, it takes all of us to do this. So, when you were talking about our mission about helping fleets, very quickly we also include just anybody else. So we really, whether it's the suppliers, the truck builders, dealers, financing organizations, other NGOs like us, and we consider our audience really, really broad because so many people have to do something to oftentimes make these solutions work in the market. So thanks to everybody that pays attention to what we do. It's pretty simple. We do a monthly newsletter that you can sign up for, and that helps you get the latest and greatest from us and get informed on what we're doing. But thanks for having me this morning. I enjoyed this.
I did too, Mike. And really quickly to remind people, if you go to Spotify and type in Road Gang Radio or Nemo Nation and type in Mike Roeth, Roethe, type that in. And by the way, you will find every single guest episode and appearance he has ever made. Thank you so much. And it's on all the other platforms too. Thank you, Mike. I think Mike has left the building, by the way, and I think we will a little pivot here, a little shift going on, Dre.
Oh, yeah. Here we go.
Oh, that one fades out?
Yeah.
Very cool.
Nice, right?
I know that's nice one, the one that ends with that nice, but I didn't know there was a fade out one. There's a whole bunch of ones that Claire has unleashed upon us, all kinds of groovy stuff. You learn something new every day. Having enjoyed and then agonized over the Cincinnati Bengals making the Super Bowl in the 2021 season, only to lose to the Rams in February of 22, Mike Schroeder was a little lost the following year when his favorite NFL team made another playoff run. His wife was pregnant with the couple's third child, and he wanted to get his then 5-year-old daughter Ella into it with him. So I'm watching what are life-changing games for me, but no one to share them with, Schroeder said. My big takeaway was like, she's not interested because she doesn't understand what's happening, and I'm totally ineffective and have been ineffective at teaching her the rules of how the sport works. Hey, Mike, she's 5. Take it easy, pal. Give yourself a break. Schroeder recalled the story about chess he and Ella had done to learn about that game and decided to try the same concept with football and his daughter the guinea pig in the process. Over a matter of months, he and a friend and fellow father, Michael Gold, who lives in Central Ohio, speaking of Ohio and Buckeyes, developed a storybook approach to the sport with a beanbag toss game to represent the concept of 4 downs, and it stuck. There's a great story over in the AP as the NFL seeks to grow its audience internationally and among younger fans everywhere. Schroeder and Gold have worked with the Bengals domestically and the Indianapolis Colts in Germany to use future fans as a way of teaching football. And by the way, happy American Football Day. There's plenty to talk about this morning, but I thought we'd take a moment just to say happy American football. It's a Wednesday, so there aren't any games going on, but it is a chance to maybe, break a little bit of that loneliness spell and go with friends to the park and just throw around a pigskin. What you got, Dre?
Well, no, I was gonna say, I was just curious why it would be on a Wednesday and not a day with
It's
football.
It's the first Wednesday of November.
Ah, perfect.
That's what I found out. And
Love
they do it. I actually had to do some research on that. 'Cause I'm like, why the 5th? I mean, and I kept looking up any important games that were played, or maybe it was the fiction. The day football was invented or something like that, which, by the way, that's complete nonsense. There is no day football was invented. Or maybe the day the NCAA met when Teddy Roosevelt actually helped organize the NCAA because football had gotten so violent, they almost banned the sport. But Roosevelt loved it so much, he realized there had to be better rules and better safety approaches. And in some ways, Teddy Roosevelt is the reason why we have college and professional football to this day. None of that was there. It's just as... What is November 5th? There has never been a World Series game after November the 1st.
Ah, okay.
And so it is a moment when football has the complete attention of everybody, although the NBA has made an effort to kind of make inroads. Yeah, guys, thanks for playing. That's literally a sleeper going on as football. Football has the stage to itself. First week in November, they also know that it means no Monday Night Football. It means no Thursday Night Football. So there on Wednesday, it sits. That's it. That's why. And it's not the 5th. It's the first Wednesday of November is where it falls. And you go, oh, I get it now. It could be November the 1st.
Yeah.
That's a possibility too. But yeah, it means it doesn't either. It is the last day of baseball or it is the end of baseball.
Thank you, Jimmy.
There you go. There is information you've been dying to hear. Guys, welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Don't forget our good friend Lindsay Lawler will be joining us she's coming at the top of the second hour. She'll be dropping on into the show to do her co-hosting duties before giving way for a replay of last week's amazing and deeply moving. And by the way, since we're talking about Movember and loneliness and all of that kind of stuff, if you're struggling with loneliness, if you are in a very bad place, the interview with Teresa Russo is so worth listening to. We're going to be playing that first, right?
Absolutely.
So we play that, and then we have another edition of We Should Write immediately after that. And by the way, I'll let Lindsay kind of spill the beans on this, but let us just simply say it's about writing letters to people you care about. It's a book that is completely about sitting down and taking the time to write 500 letters.
So excited for Amy.
And sometimes to strangers, or people who you only tangentially know is a better way of putting it. Most of them, this person knew, but it's kind of amazing what she did. I'm going to let Lindsay unpack all of that kind of stuff. Let me just say this, 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO. Get in here, bro, or woman.
And voting has already begun, by the way, for the Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence Awards, which will actually happen in the second week of December. After Dean Croak and I arrive at the Columbia Falls Drivers Lounge for Rees Across America, we'll all make our way over to Washington, D.C., where Tara and Lindsay and Dave will join us for the Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence Awards. One lucky driver, he or she, will receive a T680 next-gen truck from our friends at Kenworth. It'll all be under the auspices of the Chamber of Commerce, which, of course, it is a partnership between Kenworth, the Chamber of Commerce, and, of course, Fastport, who are out there looking out for us all. And speaking of Fastport, our good friend Dave Harrison is going to be joining us at 8:30 in the center, 9:30 in the east for another edition of Edumacation Station.
Yeah.
So we can't wait to hear from him. And along with being National Football Day, American Football Day, that is, it's also Guy Fawkes Day.
Okay.
Bonfire Day. Great day to get a bonfire going. Some cool weather still happening down here and all over the country. How about this, though? Chinese Takeout Day.
Oh, dude, all day, every day.
All day, every day. What's your favorite Chinese takeout?
Ooh, it's between yakisoba, yakimisi, or just some good old Kung Pao chicken, baby.
How about some short ribs?
Oh, okay.
I like me some short ribs.
Eat this
by
burrito.
the way, how about when you just get short ribs, combination fried rice, and some egg rolls, man, and a lot of hot mustard and a lot of sweet and sour sauce.
And you're in two places like L.A. and here where, dude, takeout there is on a whole nother world compared to anywhere else there's takeout.
Yeah, and by the way, Chinese food in this town it's okay. There's like one or two places that are solid, but solid is as good as it gets. You know what's great here? The Vietnamese food.
Oh, dude. Oh, and listen, yes, but at the same time, also in Biloxi because, man, they have a lot over there because they have the shrimp boats and they do all the other stuff there. But, dude, it's a huge population over there. And there's a couple of a lot Vietnamese restaurants. I'm spoiled.
By the way, the first Wednesday in November also is National Stress Awareness Day. And given all the national days we've got to celebrate, I am acutely aware of my stress. Speaking of acutely aware of stress, I got some bad news. A couple of days ago, our friends at CDL Life reported that a truck driver lost his life in a crash that was caused by a suspected brake failure on Wolf Creek Pass on last Monday, according to the Colorado State Patrol. Troopers responded to the crash at 8:21 a.m. on November the 3rd on Highway 160, Wolf Creek Pass at approximately mile marker 161 north of Pagosa Springs, Colorado. He was 23 years old. He was a New York resident, and he was operating a 2020 Freightliner hauling a load of canned drinks south on Highway 160 when the truck hit the barrier on the right side of the wall and glanced off. The Freightliner crashed through the guardrail on the left side of the highway and fell down a steep embankment. Troopers said the truck and trailer were destroyed in the fall down the embankment. He was ejected and died at the scene. The initial investigation revealed that the semi was traveling at an excessive speed with smoke coming from the brakes and that the driver failed to take the runway ramp 1.5 miles before the crash, CSP said. I'm willing to bet he panicked.
Yeah.
I'm willing to bet that maintenance hadn't been performed on the Freightliner. I would not be surprised if when the investigation happens, and those investigations take a long time, not because they're incompetent, but because they don't want to jump to conclusions. But it sounds like there were a lot of things at play there that kind of suggested that either the equipment was faulty from a lack of maintenance or the driver failed to do his due diligence. It's tragic. Please be careful. 23 years old. And so far from home when he left the world. So our thoughts go out to him. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, which has long criticized the National Consumer Complaint Database for being ineffective and poorly named, is mostly supportive of the work done by the DOT and the FMCSA to improve the system. OOIDA members have already noticed a significant improvement in the general display, user interface, and structure of the NCC DB website since the initial changes were announced. The association wrote in comments signed by President Todd Spencer. These overdue updates will assist drivers navigating the NCC DB and help them accurately file complaints. You can read all about it over at landline.media, where Mark Schwemmer, one of the senior editors over there, has a story that covers all the details. This is one of those weird things, too, where often it takes a Democrat to do welfare reform, and often it takes a Republican to do consumer care reform, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
That you got to go to the place that it's like Nixon going to China.
Okay.
And in the sense that only Nixon could go to China was the great line. I don't know if you understood what that meant, but he was so anti-communist.
Oh, dude. 100%.
He was so anti-communist that if Nixon went to China, it's like when Yitzhak Rabin signed the peace treaty that gave back the Golan Heights to Syria, is that most people would be like, you can't do this.
Yeah.
But because it's Yitzhak Rabin, you know what he did? He's the guy that actually seized the Golan Heights.
Oh, okay.
He's the one that took it. He's the one that, in the famous wars of the late 60s and early 70s was the one who got them. He has permission to do it. That consumer database, was often underfunded by Republican Congresses, just in the same way that often you'll get entitlement programs get out of control under Democrats. So Democrats have to be the one to rein that in, and Republicans often have to be the ones to kind of be able to kind of reform the consumer complaint database and make it more efficient and more effective for the common person. Because remember, a consumer database of complaint, people who are practicing business don't like those. They don't like them at all, man. They don't think that's groovy. It's really good to see that the DOT and the FMCSA have taken real steps to make that more accessible. Mark Schwemmer has got a story about that at Landline. And speaking of Landline, vehicle technology, including that on heavy-duty trucks, has saved lives over the decade. However, jumping the gun on new tech can have adverse effects, something the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration needs to keep in mind in future regulation. That, by the way, is from an editorial by our good friend Tyson Fisher, where he's actually talking about the lessons not learned from the implementation of the ELD, maybe preventing more new technology, looking at UASB, from being imposed on drivers before they in fact figure out if they in fact work. And I'm with you, Marshall. I love the sound of trucks and the sound of motorcycles and the sound of engines rolling on by the Fastport Studios here at the Edgar Degas House in the middle of the city of New Orleans. Speaking of, engines and groovy sounds. Groovy's the word of the day. The Braz is coming. It's a little bit of tech talk with TMC. And our good friend Robert Braswell is going to be on the scene. It's been a great morning, guys. Big listeners, big likes. Hold on tight. Robert Braswell is going to take you through the longest running segment of RadioNemo.com. We'll be right back after this.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
Hey guys, it is the longest running segment of any segment on RadioNemo.com since Dave has been doing talk radio as opposed to music radio. This is the segment that has run the longest, and of course, because of that, it is one of the most popular, and it is a great segment. We love having Robert Braswell, the executive director of the ATA's Technology and Maintenance Council, join us for Tech Talk with TMC. Good morning to you, Mr. Braswell.
Well, good morning back to you, Jimmy Mack. Great to be back here for the show once again. And this week, we're very pleased to welcome back to the program Pat Meisenholder, who's Vice President of Sales with Advanced Wheel Sales. She's going to be sharing with us her expertise on tires and wheels. You know, Pat is one of the folks who literally helps us write the book when it comes to tire and wheel maintenance. And today, we're going to be talking about some tire maintenance, repair, and specification practices we think you should know as we head into the winter driving season. But before we bring Pat onto the program, as you know, each week we like to make a special offer available to our listeners. And this week it's our TMC Radial and Tire Disc Wheel Conditions Digest. We're offering it for the special price of just $25 plus shipping and handling. To order, you can call our customer service line toll free at 1-866-821-3468. Just mention Radio Nemo. You will get it for that special price. It's a great primer that you can keep in your glove box, keep in your pocket on all the different conditions about tires and wheels that you may encounter and you may need to explain to a dealer when you're getting service. So it's a real great thing to have in your cab. What's more, if you're an owner-operator or a small fleet, you got 100 or fewer power units, you can join TMC for the discounted annual dues of just $150. And you do that today, you'll receive our 2-volume recommended practices manual, about 4,000 pages of just about every kind of information you can think of when it comes to the maintenance and repair and speccing of commercial vehicles. There's also many other good benefits too, so just call that same toll-free number I gave out if you're interested in signing up. And of course, at the top of the program, we always remind our listeners that any recommended practices we discuss reflect the consensus of our members. We offer them as recommendations only, and everyone must first determine for themselves if they are safe and appropriate for their operation. Please remember that TMC doesn't endorse any product, person, or service, and the opinions expressed on the show are those of the individual and not necessarily the opinion of his or her company, nor TMC unless stated otherwise. And with all that out of the way, please welcome to the program this morning, Pat Meisenholder. Good morning, Pat.
Good morning, Robert. How are you today?
Doing great, doing great. You know, the weather is starting to get a little bit nippy in a lot of parts of the country. And whenever that happens, we start thinking about, well, how do we get ready for the winter driving season? And so we thought it'd be a great opportunity to bring you on the program and talk about some of the things that you need to know before you start getting into those mountain passes and have to worry about things like chains and, slippery conditions. So let's get right into it. What are some of the things we need to pay attention to about our tires and wheels to make sure we're ready for what's to come?
Well, I think the best thing, if I had to choose a life in the afterlife, I think my life would be called a tire because I would never have to worry about daylight savings time. And daylight savings time right now has really messed me up because I'm waking up at the wrong time and going, staying up too late, getting up too early, and it's just too crazy. I can't figure it out. And tires are lucky because they don't care what time of the day it is. It's just they get up and they go, and they don't care about anything except if it's cold or if it's hot. They do care about that and how much air pressure they have inside of them, of course. So,
well, it's actually inflation pressure, right? We call it inflation pressure, not air pressure, but we get the idea. So there's a big difference when it comes from going to a very cold climate to a very warm climate. You can lose, what is the rule of thumb? Is it 1 or 2 psi for every 10 degrees of temperature Fahrenheit?
Exactly. And if you think about if you're a trucker and you're starting off in Florida and you drive up to Minnesota and you get up and it's nice and cold up there for you, my Minnesota accent might come out because, it's really cold and 30 degrees when you wake up and you think I was just in Florida and it was 70 degrees. 70 degrees. Well, your tires will feel that difference as well. And like you said, you're losing 2 psi, I think, for every 10 degrees of pressure of air pressure outside. So when we say ambient air temperature, or when we're monitoring a tire when it's cold, cold is whatever it is outside. So if you are doing a northern southern route, if you are going from, Texas to Minnesota and back, air pressure is really important for you to pay attention to during the fall months when things are still, there's a lot of variation, and especially since winter is right around the corner, and sadly it's going to be colder everywhere.
So if you start out in a cold climate, let's say it's 20, 30 degrees in Minnesota, you're heading down to Texas. You want to make sure that you're fully ready for the load being carried, because that's what you're going to measure by, not necessarily what it says on the sidewall of the tire, but the load being carried with a little bit of a safety margin. And factor in that maybe it'll swing 5, 6, 7 degrees, maybe more, maybe 20, 30 degrees. That might change 5 psi, maybe 10 psi during the course of that trip, right? Not including the 10 to 15% change you get from the tire warming up itself. So I guess the question is, what do drivers need to do by the time they get to the end of the route? Do they have to worry about they got too much inflation? I mean, chances are I would think a little bit extra inflation is going to be a whole lot better than underinflation.
Exactly. If you need to worry about it, what's the lesser of two evils? Overinflation is a much better problem to have. You should never, ever bleed air out of a tire. When tire pressures are designed by the tire designer, when they are designated at cold operating pressure. And cold for a truck tire means 3 hours of sitting still. So we sat still for 3 hours. Now we can check our pressure to find out what our true pressure is in that tire. But when I went through tire school way back when, we used to do a math, question and try to figure out, okay, the trucker is going from here to here. He's carrying X amount of load. He's fully loaded, or he's not loaded at all. What should his target pressure be? And you notice I said target pressure, not exact pressure, because at the end of the day, all of those calculations should just mean I need a safety factor so that when I am at my full load, I can carry my full load. And when I'm worried about going to Minnesota, down to Texas, I have enough air pressure that'll maintain that variance. So normally, whatever your operating loaded pressure is at the heaviest, if you add 5 psi to that, or 10 psi if that's where you feel more comfortable, do that, and then don't worry about changing your pressure every time you check your tires. Just check your pressures. And when you're checking your pressures, you should be checking if they're hot and you don't have the opportunity to wait. You're checking a side-to-side variance. Your left front should be carrying about the same amount of target pressure as your right front, operating pressure, I mean. So your pressure should be the same across the axle. If you check an inside dual and it's 20 psi below the outside dual, something's wrong. You need to stop.
So we covered Minnesota to Texas. Now, making the return trip back from Texas to Minnesota, don't necessarily worry about adding pressure along the way unless you need it. Just make sure before you leave to head back north, you factor that into whatever your target pressure is going to be before you start your trip.
Exactly. Yes, sir.
Great. Well, I think we kind of covered the whole thing about pressure. Another thing that people don't think about is elevation, right? You can actually change your PSI as you go up in elevation. Yes.
And again, if you're going from now, if we're in the Reno and we're going down to Las Vegas and we've got that cold, and now we've got, the hot sun down in Vegas. Again, just figure out what is that worst operating condition and set your target pressure there, and then just let it be. One of the worst things I have ever seen is when I've, as a passenger or a consumer in a passenger car, going into one of those quick lube places, and they do a service and they check your air pressure, and you hear them bleeding the air out.
Oh gosh, yes.
Yeah, if you're a mom, or you have a mom, or you have a car and you go into one of those places, don't let them bleed the air out of your tires. Please don't let them do that.
Look, I did that one time. I had the same experience one time at one of those places, and I had to explain to them why that was not a good idea, and they thought I was from Mars. So
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, no, you're absolutely right. A little bit of education goes a long way. Well, let's go ahead and talk about some other things related to, tires. Well, let's start with pre-checks. We talked about inflation pressure, but there's other things to look for besides proper inflation pressure when you're doing your pre-trip.
Mhm. Well, there have been more and more systems, TPMS systems, put on trucks lately. They've been on cars for a while, but trucks are starting to get them. And a lot of times, one person might think, a driver might think, well, I have a TPMS, I don't need to do a pre-check. And that's really not true.
Right.
Either way, whether you're doing a pre-check with a TPMS sensor on there or not, you should always go around and check all tires, even those inside ones that are hard to see, and see as much of the quadrant that you can without rolling the truck, of course. But checking that air pressure all the way around, because beyond the air pressure, you're also looking for cuts. You're looking for unexpected dings in the wheel. And then right next to that, you might see a bubble in your tire because you accidentally ran over a curb on that tight turn that you didn't realize it actually hurt the tire. You can look for things like that. You're looking for punctures. You're looking for nails that are in there that could be causing a slow leak. And then you're also looking to make sure you have your valve caps on, especially at this time of the year. What a lot of times we like to recommend are the dual seal valve cap, which means you can still check air pressure from the outside, but it's protecting the valve cap on the inside. It's about $2 at a truck stop. If you don't want to invest in those, that means you have to take off the valve cap, then get your hand in there, check the air pressure, and then try to rethread that valve cap on the inside dual. Even, as a female with little bitty hands, that is hard for me to do, especially if my hands are cold. They're not working right, and I can't get my hand in there to get rid of that or to get that inside valve cap reinstalled, so it might fall and I might leave it. And that's where the dual seal valve cap comes in handy. Plus, if there's snow out there or sand out there and you don't have that valve cap covering your valve core is only held by, I think, 2 little threads. So if it's held only by 2 little threads and it's got some sand in there, it's a good opportunity for it to get wiggle loose, and then you have a flat tire, and the only thing that was wrong was the valve core got loose.
And it's very important to understand that valve cap is the final seal. It's not the Schrader valve, but it's the valve cap that's the final seal for that whole system to ensure you're not losing air out of the tire, right?
Exactly. It's a $800 or $1,000 tire, and you've got the road call on top of that, and the lost load, lost revenue time, lost hours, all because we didn't have a valve cap on the inside.
And while you're down there checking out the tires for gauges, cuts, punctures, snags, take a look at the metal that's on the inside of that tire, right? It's where the wheel resides, the fasteners. Take a look for loose fasteners, broken, missing fasteners, cracks between the bolt holes or anywhere in the tire. Things like that you can spot before you get down the road and possibly have some serious calamity happen. So it's good to take a look at all that at the same time.
Exactly.
So we've talked about things to take a look for in the pre-check. Operating conditions. There's always road hazards. There's things you can do everything right in the pre-check, but still something's going to happen as you go down the road. What are a couple of the things that we have to worry about as you're going down the road when it comes to tires? It seems to me you see a lot of what we call gators or rubber on the road. They get a bad rap. Sometimes people that don't know any better think, oh, it's just these retreads that are out there, and that's what the problem is. But we know from actual data and analysis, it's not necessarily that they're retreads. It happens to be a lot of retreads out there because there's a lot of retreads on the road. The problem is it's all the tires, right? And mainly due to what? Underinflation?
Yes, sir. It's mostly due to tires running flat. And if the tire is running flat, it could be because of road debris. It could have been something that was a puncture that was slowly ignored, and you never really took advantage to when you had downtime to repair it, or you might have unexpectedly run over something. In that case, it's more of an impact. But when it is run flat in dual, a lot of times what will happen is one tire will run flat in dual, and you'll continue to go, and you'll replace one tire, and then you'll go 30 or 40 more miles, and then that second tire that wasn't replaced will then go because that tire had been running overloaded for the conditions that it was in. It still had the right amount of air pressure, but it lost its joule, so it was doing twice the load. So those are the types of operating things that can happen. But when a tire is running flat, there's really two things that are happening. Its internal temperature is increasing beyond its ability to cool itself off. So the tire inside is literally melting. And then the other thing is the tire casing plies that are on the outside, the sidewall plies, those are flexing in the wrong spot, and they're being damaged by that. And both of those conditions are permanent. If you say, I'm sorry, I won't do it again, the tire doesn't care. It is going to happen. It is going to run flat. And when you go to add air the next time, it could potentially zipper. And those are the things that we really want to look for when we're talking about operating conditions of a tires and dual.
You're listening to Tech Talk with TMC. We have Pat Meisenholder, Vice President of Sales with Advanced Wheels Sales, with us talking about things to know about tire maintenance, repair, and specification as we head into the winter driving season. Pat, you mentioned the zipper condition. That's basically when, the casing seems to lose its tread, as if you took a zipper and zipped it around the sidewall. And again, that's mainly due to the increased heat because of the flexing, because of the underinflation or overload condition. So that's definitely something you have to worry about. You have to worry about, those punctures that you pick up on the side of the road. And there's right ways and wrong ways to try to do a puncture repair. Let's talk a little bit about some of the do's and don'ts when it comes to tire repair. If you are on the side of the road and you have to get road service, maybe these are some of the things you look out for to make sure that the vendor that you're working with is doing it reputably.
It's really the most important thing about doing a tire repair is to make sure that they demount that tire from the wheel and do it the right way, which is called a plug and a patch. That's the best way to do it. Now, you may think, I've got a load, I've got a downtime, I want to hurry home to get home for Thanksgiving. I don't want to drive in the dark. There might be a reason why you think you should put a rope repair in your tire, but I really urge you not to do that. They are never, ever the solution unless it's for your wheelbarrow or your lawnmower. They work well there. But a rope repair...
Go ahead. You go ahead.
I was going to say, a rope repair, they allow moisture to continue to get into that steel casing. Different about a truck tire versus my lawnmower tire that I just mentioned. Once that moisture gets into that steel casing, it's going to continue to rust, and it's just going to ruin the tire. And then those steel belts will delaminate, and there will be a tread separation, and then you'll see another one of those gators on the side of the road, and you'll wonder, why are all these tires falling apart? Some of them are due to the rope repairs that were put into a tire to help somebody limp by, and then they never went back to fix it the right way.
And even if you've got a plug patch repair, there are limits to how big that puncture is before you really can't repair the tire, right?
Exactly. And most technicians will know that. And, if you've got a gigantic hole or it's in the shoulder of the tire, it might be in an area that it's flexing too much that they can't put a repair there. Or they say, we have to take this tire away, bring it to the retread shop and do a section repair for you to put it back into service. And depending on your operation, that may or may not be a solution for you. It just depends how many trucks you have and if you have a tire bank somewhere and you've got that freedom to do that.
Let's talk a little bit about specifying tires for particular applications, and particularly if you're going into the winter driving season. Down south, folks will often run we call steer tires all the way around the vehicle because they're not encountering winter conditions. It's warm. They're looking for fuel economy. That's great if you're running, let's say, Texas, Arizona, New Mexico, whatever. Maybe. But if you're doing north-south routes, you're going routes where maybe you're going to be encountering bad weather, not a very good tire specification choice.
No, and to your point, too, a lot of times somebody will look at their tires and say, I've got a drive tire that has only got 730 seconds left, and I can run it legally until it's to 230 seconds. That's some pretty good rubber. I don't want to walk away from those miles because when there is less tread, to your point earlier, when a tire has less tread, it is more fuel efficient. But we need traction more so. So when you're looking right now, you have to do that calculation as to when should I put drive tires that are deeper, that are 30 seconds or 30 seconds at my start point, so that I have good traction throughout the winter. And then, maybe if you have that opportunity and that degree of freedom, you can put that drive tire or that recap that has got a drive traction on it on right now. And then in the spring, if you wanted to redo all your tires and put on your summer tires and take those 4 30-second or 7 30-second drive tires that were removed, you can put those back on from your tire bank, assuming you have one. Again, all of this is about time and money and space too, of course. But if you have that opportunity to do that, you could do that. But the drive tires that are out there right now, the fuel efficient compounds and the silica that they have in the compounds make them work better in the wintertime. That it should really be something that you should consider versus a steer tire, or also called an all-position tire.
Right. And again, the looks can be deceiving. You've set the tire aside, you put it in your tire bank. It's been there for a little while. If it's been exposed to sunlight or ozone, you might start seeing some weather cracking. Maybe you don't want to use that tire. So just keep that in mind. You're supposed to keep them in a cool, dark, dry place. Treat them like mushrooms, right?
That's right. Good point.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk a little about something that's kind of controversial, or maybe not controversial, but there's a lot of debate over it. And that's whether or not you balance or do not balance. Some fleets, they believe in balancing. Some don't. And they both have valid points. What do you think?
Oh, I didn't know this was coming up. Well, when I think about balance, there are a lot of things that go into the balancing the tire and the wheel. Because I just said tire and wheel, and really it's that overall rotating assembly, right? So we want to make sure that the tire and wheel are ready to go, but we have to make sure behind that, whether it's a steer or a drive, that all of that, the components that is in the wheel and operating, that they are all in good condition. With that being said, with the tire and wheel, the most important thing that can happen out the gate is to ensure that they were mounted properly onto the wheel. If the tire is mounted properly onto the wheel, that means that the beauty ring that's molded into the sidewall of the tire has got less of a variance than 2 30-seconds of an inch. That one side of the sidewall isn't pinched to be shorter. Because even if it is pinched to be shorter and you balance it, you may put weight on the opposite side so that you're trying to make sure that rotating assembly, because it has a shorter sidewall due to being compressed, due to not being mounted properly. Because that has happened, you counteract it with a balance weight on it. And then as that tire wears off, you get another tire condition and you have irregular wear on the tread. And then you think, oh, these tires don't wear right. I have an alignment issue. I need to rebalance these tires. And then you spend more money and you start chasing the balance. The most important thing for a tire and wheel is for it to be properly mounted to that wheel right out the gate. Because when that tire is going around, tire goes around about 500 times a mile. So if we think about that for Stars and Grins, it goes 100,000, or it goes 100 miles. So 500 times 100 is 50,000 rotations. So 50,000 times of crimping in the wrong area, you're going to permanently change how that tire sits on that wheel right out the gate. So the tire to wheel mounting is the most important. And when that's done, then we can debate about balance and whether we should or we shouldn't.
Sometimes people will put... Okay, go ahead. Well, I was just saying, sometimes people put green stuff in the tires because they're worried about a slow leak or something like that. That can affect the balance too, right?
Oh, exactly. Any type of internal product that you can put in there, that can impact the balance. And some companies and some people sell an internal balance agent. So they put this stuff in the tire. It may be a sand or a glass bead or some other type of a material, and they put that in there so that when the tire is rotating, the tire feels balanced, which sounds good, except if the tire and wheel weren't originally balanced correctly as I had mentioned a minute ago, you will still see irregular wear in the tire tread. And then you'll think, oh, this stair tire didn't wear right. Must be the tire manufacturer. When no, it could have been the tire technician didn't do his job right, didn't use enough lubricant when he put the tire on the wheel. And when he did that, he ended up causing a mismount, which caused the tire to wear poorly.
So to maximize your service life for tires, number one, make sure the inflation pressure is set for the load being carried and be religious about that. Number two, treat the repairs that you need to make, properly. You want to do quality repairs. You don't want to cut corners. You don't want to just limp down the road because you're going to lose economic value out of that casing, particularly if you're going to be keeping that casing for retreading, as a lot of operations will do. And then, the other thing too is just to make sure you don't do things to that tire that it wasn't intended for. Like I say, you don't want to do repairs that are out of spec. You don't want to introduce materials into the tire cavity that's going to cause trouble later on. We hear these crazy stories about putting golf balls in tires for whatever reason. I guess to balance the tire. All that's going to do is tear the inside of the inner lining up, right?
Oh, 100%. And then when you go to the tire vendor and you say, hey, there's an issue with this, and your technician did it, some of the smarter shysters out there might say, well, what kind of golf balls did you put in there? You didn't put the right kind. And that's not the point at all. Don't put any golf balls in your tires, please.
We talked a little bit about balance. We talked a little bit about specifying tires. We talked about traction. There's a lot of talk about low rolling resistance because everybody wants to get maximum fuel economy, do all the things you want to do smart way and all that. Do you sacrifice grip or traction when you go with a low rolling resistance tire? In other words, can you have your cake and eat it too?
Yes, you can have your cake, eat it too, and not gain weight. The good news is that they have changed the compounding within the tires over the years. It used to be true that if it was a low rolling resistance tire, that it wore like butter. But all tire manufacturers that make a low rolling resistance tire today, they've changed the performance criteria by increasing. They add silica and other materials to add grip to the tires without having to add tread depth. And the other thing that they do is they add zigzag sipes they don't go straight down anymore. They zigzag down to the base of the casing. And by doing that, they're adding biting edges when it's wintertime and it's time to get traction. Those biting edges work to do that without adding extra tread depth.
The amount of engineering that goes into making all of this happen is really quite amazing. People probably don't think, tires just aren't black and round. There's a lot of intelligence that goes into the design, particularly with the compounding and the sipes and all the different patterns that are out there. And they're for a reason. And that's probably why you want to make sure you match tires across an axle, between axles, drives and so forth, because that really does make a difference. Not doing that will rob you of a fuel economy and service life.
And they'll wear poorly too. So from tire to tire, you should never have more than 430 seconds as a rule of thumb. If they're in dual or across the axle, you never want to go beyond 430 seconds of a variation. And if we're talking air pressure, we're talking 5 psi from inside to outside dual or from side to side.
And we never want to go beyond our allotted time because that's what we're going to do here in a second. So I'm going to have to stop it right here, but we're going to go back to the studios to Jimmy Mack. But I just want to thank you, Pat, for joining us on Tech Talk with TMC. Looking forward to have you back on the program real soon. Yes, indeed. Thank you very much.
Thanks for listening.
Robert, I got to tell you, as always, we are gripped. I actually had to step out for a second on the phone, and while I was doing it, I actually was watching it on, I was actually reading the words on one of the apps as you were talking. It was actually telling me what you guys were saying. It's always a pleasure to be on multiple platforms so I can keep up with it no matter what happens while I'm on the air hanging out with you. What do you got on deck for next week?
Next week, we're going to have our TMC SuperTech 2025 Grand Champion, Matthew Sloan from FedEx Freight, join us in the program to talk about his experiences at the competition just a few weeks ago.
Oh, fantastic. And as always, we love having you on. And more importantly, we're going to be working on giving you your own imaging and your own bumper, by the way. So I'm really excited about that. Thank you, Robert.
Ooh, my own imaging. I don't know if I like that. That's scary things now.
I know.
That was a show a couple weeks ago, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's getting kind of professional. Thank you, Robert. We'll talk to you soon.
See you soon.
All right, man. We're going to take a quick break here. Come back with our good friend Dave Harrison of Fastport for Education Station. This is a guy that can talk about a lot of things. One of our favorite people in the whole world is joining us. Been a lot of favorites this morning. Mike Roth, Robert Braswell, Dave Harrison, and Lindsay Lawler is coming at 9. What more do you want? Road Gang Radio.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
That I can do because we are live from the House of Degal, also known as Fastport Studios, because we have someone in there, Jimmy, don't we?
By the way, this dude is from Fastport. He's a seasoned executive. He's got decades of experience. Workforce development is kind of his bag. He does it through his abilities to kind of engender government relations and veteran employment initiatives. He is an industry subject matter expert for the U.S. Department of Labor's Office of Apprenticeship. He has actually been on point, leading the creation of 29 national registered apprenticeship programs. He has benefited over 28,000 registered apprenticeships, over 200 organizations across sectors like transportation, logistics, finance, and IT. Dave Harrison has been a driving force creating pipelines of talent with organizations like the ATA, TCA, CVTA, NAPF, TDS, Women in Trucking, Next Generation in Trucking, Minority Professional Truckers Association, where he serves on the board. He actually was instrumental in launching JB Hunt's Heroes program. Those folks hired over 10,000 veterans, and he continues that very mission over at Fastport today. And by the way, he's a former U.S. Army veteran. Actually, he's a U.S. Army veteran. He's a former member of the military. He is an Army veteran. He's a business owner. He's an educator. He's a football coach, a good one, corporate professional. Dave brings, well, a blend of military, the corporate, and policy expertise, and a really great work ethic. It is great to have Dave Harrison join us this morning. How are you, my brother?
Hello, Jimmy, my great friend and my brother from another mother. How are you doing today, sir?
I am Dan and Grandy. A lot of friends out there are already listening to the show. People saying hello, Trucker Bosun, Tom Bray, our good friend Tim, Marty Ellis of OIDA. Everybody's kind of locked and loaded. Where are you right now? Where are we talking to you from? You in Arkansas, or are you on one of your many journeys?
No, I'm in Arkansas. I will be traveling later this week. I've been blessed enough to ask to speak on Veterans Day at the Women's in Trucking event in Dallas. So I will be speaking very briefly on Veterans Day, and we'll be trying to draw attention to women who have served and tying that to our Vet Summit and our Her Story event we do in conjunction with the Women's Memorial at Arlington, which you're very aware of. It's such an amazing thing, an event. So we'll be doing that and tying that back to workforce development and those kind of things.
Yeah, and kind of talk a little bit about this interesting kind of, nexus that you kind of live in. You work with people in corporate, you work with people in government, you work in regards to I wouldn't call them the smallest. I would call them the folks who are just coming out of the military, people who are just looking for a way to kind of make their way into the workforce and find that purpose-driven life that, they often invested 15, 20, 25 years in. Talk about how you can exist in all of those worlds before we get to the idea of apprenticeships here. How does one kind of navigate that world and make sure that one can code swap while still remaining true to oneself?
It's, as I was listening, you're trying to take a breath with the short bio there that was, I'm a jack of all trades, master of none, and the blessing is that, and you just nailed it when you said a purpose-driven life. The thing that we get to do is we get to facilitate as an intermediary. We go between the lines where this, Jimmy. Fastport is an organization, and I'm blessed enough to be in a position where I get to interface and I can bring together, the CBTA and the NAPF-TDS and ATA or the TCA or Next Generation in Trucking or a myriad of 200 plus employers in space with a sergeant or a corporal or someone in transition or a colonel in transition who, and you've met them and you've been around. They're very competent people, but they don't know what they don't know. And employers don't know what they don't know. And there's a learning curve for all things and all transitions. And you and I have both been around the block a minute, and we've been through transition, and we understand those things. And there's an old expression, and if you read it used to be in the late 1800s and things like that, it was called light a shuck. And you should light a corn shuck, and that's to find your way. And I kind of think we those of us who've been there and done that, and especially in this veteran transition space, we got to kind of like that. We got to shine a light, and we got to help people get from one place to another. And back when I got into this space, this as well as anybody, there was a sea of goodwill everywhere. In the training and education space, everybody wanted to help, but there was no maps, there was no compass, there was nothing. And so we had to map this. We had to put it together. And so, now we've got to, is the ecosystem perfect? No. But nothing's perfect. Everything is like a Polaroid, you shake it and it's always kind of developing, and we always try to make it better. It's a constant 3 steps up, 2 steps back, 1 step sideways, 2 more steps up. But we're getting there. I mean, we've been able to help 60,000 transitioning service members plus find something that would lead towards a purpose-driven life with a career. And that's not just through the apprenticeship. The apprenticeship itself, we're 28,000, or will be shortly. We're just short of that. But that it doesn't matter if it's directly through our apprenticeship efforts for the DOL and all our employer partners. If somebody's looking for help, we're going to help them. And the wonderful thing, Dave, is we've done work with Thurgood Marshall Foundation students. We've done work with outside of that framework of it's not just about veterans. That's 28,000 people we've helped in apprenticeship. 21% of those are veterans, which is much higher than the general population of veterans, as you know. It is very much in that light of a rising tide lifts all boats. Because if you create opportunity and opportunity for all, opportunity happens for all. All you got to do is open the aperture. I'm a big believer in that.
That's kind of the real game. And by the way, this is the rule of any salesman, any executive, anybody who sits in I will call it a liminal space, a transitional space, is that you've got to learn to speak multiple languages. You've got to be able to talk in the language of the men and women who are seeking purpose, in the language of those who are seeking to hire those who want to find that purpose, and in the language of those who often are setting up the programs in the hopes of facilitating a bridge between those two folks. And it's where you exist. Dave Harrison, by the way, is the Executive Director for Workforce Development, Government Programs, and Military Employment Issues over at Fastport, who is, by the way, the sponsor of this studio. Full disclosure, and we're thrilled to have Dave here. He's a friend of this show and also a personal friend of mine. But Dave, I also want you to kind of unpack the idea, because a couple of weeks ago, we had an extraordinary young man, not yet 21, married his high school sweetheart, had actually been through an apprentice program and was just a remarkable driver. You focus on a lot of those issues as well, too, because while you focus on the transition from people from the military into the civilian space, you're also very much knee-deep in kind of helping people who are young find their way to a purpose-driven life early rather than later, and to give them a chance. Can you talk about those apprentice programs? And can you talk about your own kind of view, Fastport's view about how they need to be set up and the kind of rigor that has to go into making sure that if we're going to onboard people that young into anything, what kind of opportunity they need to be given in terms of a training sector? Am I making sense?
Yeah, literally, yes. And I'm glad you said it. I mean, and I'm glad you had him on, because he's literally a byproduct of one of our programs. That's a partnered program, and it's a byproduct of the under 21 program, and that's been under a lot of scrutiny lately, and there's a lot of varying opinions. Let me be very clear. For decades, we've had people under 21 driving heavy truck, tractor trailer in states, massive states, driving for hours in Texas and other places. And doing so, the problem is we don't have a whole lot of collated data, because states don't share data and those kind of things. So we can argue that back and forth and all day long and not come up with real good data. The thing is, we've had it for a long time. I was there when the former head of the CDL division, Selden Frischner, great man, kind of came up with the idea with the military CDL waiver, and then with the idea of the under 21 for military folks, and we kind of tweaked all that together and bridged that with registered apprenticeship. To your point, the apprenticeship, when somebody goes to a CDL school, they're not completely baked. They're not completely done. They don't come out of the box ready to roll. And unfortunately, a lot of people in workforce development that are professional workforce development and locally and WIOA and WIB boards and in the federal government repeatedly and local state governments don't understand that. Training doesn't mean qualified. A license and certification doesn't mean qualified. And just because they drove a truck or didn't drive a truck or anything else doesn't mean that they are going to be qualified from an insurance perspective or from a safety perspective, a liability perspective. And the same thing projects for diesel technicians, or even, because we work in, 38 different occupations across all transportation, distribution, and logistics, and not just trucking, because the supportive services across the board. If you flies, floats, rolls, it's on rails, we're doing something with it, because you have to have all of it, or you have none of it. And so the ecosystem exists across the board. And if you don't have a system that allows for training for a professional and safe individual on the road, that allows for protection for the employer, for the driver, the trainee driver, for the trainer driver, and for everyone on the road, then you got a problem. And in this case, and this goes back to the example you and I have talked about, where in the old days we had farm kids all over the place. The young man you had on the air, this is exactly what this program is for. It's exactly what these things are built for. And this is why we need to invest in the youth, and why the next generation in trucking is so important, and why there's so many things that we have to have, because whether or not there's a driver shortage, or if it's really whether or not it's a qualified driver shortage that is a reasonable cost ratio that employers can actually hire and put on the road safely, which is really what we come down to. There's a shortage of those. CDLs, that's a different thing. But growing your own that know how to do what they need to do is the most important thing. And the industry's gotten away from, the hired gun mentality on the most part, and those that haven't need to, because that's dying, and it has been dying. And it's been dying basically for well over a decade. And those that don't realize it need to figure that out. So it is tantamount. We were fortunate enough and smart enough, I guess, not we, as people on my team came to me as before ELDT went in place and said, hey, ELDT is going in place. We need to upgrade the standards. Let's align everything with DOT language. Let's align everything with the DOD IMAP language. Matter of fact, let's supersede all of it. And I said, you're 100% right. So we sat down and wrote this standard for the Department of Labor. And it exceeds all standards for the DOT. It exceeds all the standards for DOD IMAP. It's all competency based. You have to achieve competencies to get there. And so the assessment gives liability protection. The assessment gives protection for the trainer. The assessment gives protection for the trainee. I know it's a long answer, and I just blew up a whole bunch of time on the radio, but it deserves full vetting, in my opinion.
I had a question for you that kind of outside the box, and I will actually ask it. I will ask it in double barrel form to buy you a little bit of time. It's not a curveball as much as it is. This is really important. We talk about the idea of Jim Park talks about it. What we need is more qualified drivers, people who are ready to roll. But we also need an environment where people who are qualified and actually know what the job is don't leave the industry. So one of the things that I was kind of curious about with the apprenticeship program, the way you guys kind of conceive of it, and I think the possibility is not only there for it, but it's already there. How do we train a generation of drivers not just to be qualified behind the wheel, but to understand their worth? I mean, having military members in the space makes a big difference, but if we're talking 18, 19, 20-year-olds, they're not military. The majority of these folks are not military. So can we talk a little bit about how it is we create not an environment where these people are properly trained, but also where they understand their worth? Because there is the pushback, and by the way, you guys are not guilty of this, but there is the pushback that some of the suggestions for these programs is an attempt to get people who can get hornswoggled and work at a lower rate to undercut rates. How do we go about when we create apprentice programs to make sure that we are not just indemnifying these people for their road skill set, but for the skill set they need in regards to negotiation and understanding the value that they bring? Because the veterans are a little bit different. You guys can work with them. They understand their value. How do we do this with younger people to help them understand their value while at the same time not expecting to be, promoted immediately, as a lot of young people often do?
100% great question. And hand in hand, registered apprenticeship, workforce development, how a company and how an employer, and quite frankly, how the CBTA and how PFTDS, National Association of Publicly Funded Truck Driving Schools. I know you had Martin on, and you had Andy from CBTA on. They work together. They do a great job. They approach it on the front end, and it has to start there. Well, actually, it needs to start before there. Quite frankly, we got away from. For whatever reason, and this has to do with all sorts of occupations. Where mindset came, being a plumber or being a truck driver or whatever is somehow less of an honorable or less than a good occupation. When the reality is that the fastest way out of poverty in the country is driving a truck. And there are people who've driven a truck for an entire lifetime that have bought multiple houses and cars and put people through colleges or given massive opportunities and led fantastic lives or built companies. And I know several as you do, or other quote unquote trade skills. But what needs to happen is a couple things, and I think this is where public-private partnership really needs to happen. And I've been preaching this through every administration for over 12 years. The education, Department of Education, or whatever, from education, from the top down, from the White House down, no matter who's in party, needs to project that one, if you are taking on a role that is essential to society's function and survivability, and quite frankly, our ability to thrive, that is honorific, that is important, and you matter, and that is something to be taken seriously. The other thing is that when we engage and at that level, and we will engage at the level of in middle school, junior high, high school. This is one of the reasons I've been so passionate and very early on when Lindsay Trent was even thinking about next generation of trucking. I jumped in. I jumped in with both feet, and we as Fastport 100% supported that. I serve on the board as kind of an at-large position with Next Gen, simply because we have to engage there. Then the next step is the CDL schools and those schools in transition, and getting the other schools that are the fly-by-nights out of the system, because they do more damage down the line, to your point, than anything else. The next step is the bad actors in the employer space, because we have a lot of great actors in the employer space that promote the professionalism, promote the value. Because to your point, the veterans, a lot of them at this point can stand on their own. They can sort it out. All they got to do is be given us a reasonable shot. The young people have to understand that they have to understand, no, they're not going to be given the keys to the executive washroom or all those things on day one, to your point, but they are fulfilling an honorful role that is important, and they matter more than they can possibly understand, and that should be explained. I have an employer partner that did a wonderfully smart thing several years ago, and it was real simple. And it's like anything else. They just started calling their apprenticeship program. They don't even call it really an apprenticeship program. They call it their gold program. And they bring in young people, and they engage young. They want to grow their own. Their retention is very high. Their safety is very high. They have very few minor incidents related to others, and everything they wrap around it's an ethos, it's a culture, and if you do that, their professionalism, safety, all wraps around it. A standard of behavior happens, and you know this, Jimmy. I mean, you think about, in situations where you've been, and we've both been, if everybody in your collective group expects a standard behavior, and that standard behavior is high, and everybody thinks of themselves in a certain way, you run with that idea, and you run with that, and you become that model of behavior. And I think that has to be inundated throughout the industry, and I think that has to be inundated. And we can only do that by getting the bad players out at the training level, and we can only do that by educating or informing at the lower levels through education.
Dave, I have to tell you, we had a remarkable series of events over the last couple of weeks. Andy Polikoff and Jeff Burkhart came on our show for about 10 minutes, just dropped in to kind of keep up with stuff. Then we decided we had to have them back on. They came on for about 23, 24 minutes. The folks from OIDA then turned around on Trucking with OIDA, and that episode was yesterday's episode, had them on for the full hour. you guys, Fastport, our friends from the CVTA, our friends from the NAPF-TDS, they actually understand that the real issue here, with all of the accidents, with all of the undomiciled CDLs, with all of the other things, sometimes there is a magic bullet, and part of that magic bullet is by really having everybody, just like safety, on the same darn page. That if we can actually... It's a matter of following the money, and if we can cut off the bad actors in the CDL space, in the giving, in the awarding, and the testing and training for CDL, and we can continue to have programs like the apprenticeship program also coupled with it, and they're all kind of in the same ballpark and sharing the same best practices, we can really set off a revolution for the next generation of truck drivers, because people want to work where other great people are working. And the faster we can get out the garbage, and let's just call it what it is, there is some real, not human beings, I mean there is some real garbage theory and some real garbage tactics that are coming out of some of these, throw a piece of paper at somebody and then throw them in a seat. We can stop this, right? And it begins with good apprenticeship programs and great training programs, correct?
100%. You nailed that. I mean, you were a carpenter in a former life. You nailed that so well. I'm in a position that, what I really do when I build registered apprenticeship programs and things like that, because registered apprenticeship at the core is a recruiting and retention tool. That's what it is. And if it's done right, it's not going to cost an employer anything more than what they are spending or they're willing to spend to get professional, safe talent that performs at the level they want, because they're helping to teach them, train them to be what they need. All right, and that's what it all is. So people complicate it, and they look at it and they think it's something it's not, and it happens all the time. And I deal with that. That's my job, and I understand it. And I've done this countless times. What's amazing is what I get to see is. And I've been in the transportation management space and other things in recruitment space and for a while. And when we have capacity demands that are super high and we don't have enough people and I got 1 billion companies coming to me. When all of a sudden recently there's been a crackdown on drivers who may be less than qualified to be on the road. And I've had employers reach out to me that may be less than qualified to be on the road themselves, because they all of a sudden can't hire the people or can't put people on the road that probably shouldn't be on the road.
And they've developed habits that are booked as always, backpacked and stacked in Education Station. But there's always space for our good friend Dave Harrison. Really quickly, no one is forcing 18 to 20-year-olds to drive. The opportunity should be there for the ones that want it. With the right training, we would allow them to serve our country with the right training. And by the way, Gina put it all in caps, the last part, with the right training. That's what it is, the idea that we can actually, if they can't cut the mustard, they can't get out there. There's a great conversation. We're going to have to talk more, Dave. It is always a pleasure talking to you. We didn't even talk about any football, by the way. Lindsay's in agony because of your Cowboys. I don't know what's going on with that, dude. What's happening with that?
I can't talk about that. I'm not ready to process that. Counseling's needed. To tell Lindsay, I absolutely feel her pain. I can't even voice it. It's not okay, and I'm not there. There's no whoopee and there's no sitting in the corner and crying that's going to fix this yet. So, but hey, anytime, this is important. You keep talking. You hope that the right people hear something and they move forward and they just you knock chunks out of the wall, and that's what we do. So I appreciate your time. I appreciate you giving me some time and you bringing me on. And if we can, and you got the right people talking about this. Don't stop. You're doing the right things, Jimmy. I appreciate you.
By the way, we're also going to have you on sometime over the course of the month just to talk about Movember, about the idea of making sure that guys start talking to each other, especially us cadres over 50. Thank you, Dave Harrison.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. Everybody have a great day. Hey, take care of each other. Treat each other the way that you want to be treated. If we do that, we're all going to be all right.
Thank you, Dave.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers. Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life.
Yeah.
It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home. The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
Get a life!
You get a life.
Oh, no, you have a life.
Oh, right.
You have a remarkable life. I'm telling our friends out there to get a life. By the way, the ambassador is here. Madam Ambassador has arrived on the scene. Our Lady of Fortune and Franklin is
what
here.
What can I be
now.
a real ambassador? Like, I'm our ambassador here. Like, what's the most, as far as ambassador titles go in the world, what's the most prominent?
Court of St. James.
What is that? I don't even know what that means.
That's the ambassador to the Court of St. James is Britain. If you're the ambassador to the Court of St. James, it means you are. That used to be the big one, and sometimes it was actually a stepping stone to make your way to the presidency for all the 19th century. And for a long time after, a lot of folks who actually got to that position often found themselves in the thick of it. They would come home and become a senator or come home and become a congressman or a governor. The ambassador to the Court of St. James. I would imagine the ambassador to Beijing right now is a really, really big position. The ambassador to India is probably a really big deal. I can imagine the ambassador to Brazil comes roaring to mind. That's big time stuff. But being the ambassador for transportation and trucking
pretty good.
Is pretty darn
big.
good. I mean, let's face it. I mean, Lindsay Lawler is Madam Ambassador when it comes to getting the word out and letting people know the human face behind the wheel to let
Transbassador.
Transbassador. No, not in this space.
No. Yeah,
sounds like a car part.
Yeah.
It didn't work. It sounds like a lot of things that were.
I love it. It sounds like a car part. Hey, by the way, you just dropped your Transbassador. You got to pick that stuff up right now.
Drop it like it's hot. Good morning and drop it like it's hot, everybody. Loved listening to you guys. Loving the energy y'all brought this morning, especially kicking off the show. Loved it.
Thank you very much. And by the way, this has been close to darn near in regards to what we've got coming up on the show here in a minute. But the first half of the show, man, this really is make a living, make a life. And we got the peanut gallery going on over there in chat, too, as well. It's great stuff.
And making money. I see people sending money in the chat.
Steve with the win.
Steve and Marshall Platter. Listen, that's not what we ask you to do.
It's what I ask you to do.
It's what Jimmy asked you to do, please. In the arms of an angel.
Crazy.
Oh, my God.
Cash rules everything around me.
When did you become Sarah? Sarah McLaughlin. Oh, my God.
Please give us your money so we can stay online. No, just kidding. No, but we appreciate it greatly. It's wonderful. Hey, I am in a great mood today.
Okay.
Even though I'm very tired because I had a very late night, but it was a great night.
Great night.
Great night.
Great
and
night
I'm
for the Irish.
So excited about today's We Should Write. Like,
stoked.
Same.
Stoked.
Guys, let me tell you. Can I tell you real quick why I'm so excited?
Maybe.
Dare I say, shut up. I believe, dare I say,
Dare it.
today's episode of We Should Write has the power to change your life.
Good.
I believe it's going to be the most lighthearted and also the most profound.
Dre, you ready? In the arms of the angel.
Please send me all your money here. You can make your cash donation.
When you look at this
at
child.
RadioNemo.com.
When you see this pug standing next to this child, standing next to this natural disaster relief, don't you want to give me money? I'm sorry. Go ahead, please.
Well, we can talk about it more later, but I'm very excited because Amy Daughters is joining me. She has this book out that it inspired me. Oh my God, I can't believe it. But why I say everybody listening right now, and I'll talk more about it later, why you need to listen to the show. Because Jimmy, we're always like, well, how could I change the world? Or we hear these people with like big, crazy, profound stories. And you're like, yeah, that's inspiring, but I'm not doing all that. This is something that it was the teeniest, tiniest act of something that she kind of got a nudge to do. Reach out and touch somebody's hand. And it changes her life. She finds herself sitting now in her life's purpose and mission. And by the way, she's also really freaking funny. She's a Texas badass. She's a hoot. So I think it's going to be easy to listen to, fun to listen to. And I'm gonna guarantee, Jim, at least one person listening, their life is going to be changed after today.
By the way, there is a picture of Justin Wilson, 2 Justin Wilson albums on the wall in the studio over here at the Fastport Studio. And what did Justin Wilson say? I guarantee it.
I guarantee it.
I guarantee, by the way. I guarantee. Big shout out to Gina Harrison, by the way, $1.50. We'll
Love
take
her.
every little inch of it, by the way. All of that goes to promoting the show, large and in charge over here. Lindsay.
Jimmy.
Good to have you here. Good that you had a great night. I want to talk to you for a minute about, we had a great meeting yesterday, and I'm not going to get into too much about how the sausage gets made. Dude, we were cooking in that meeting. That was a bunch of people working together to make something happen. Man, we had a little meeting with Anthony Nally yesterday. Some big things in the works. Mr. RVer himself. I thought that meeting went extraordinarily well. I think we all put our best foot forward. Is there anything better than having a group of people get together and kind of make a miracle happen? It felt really good, didn't it?
Yeah.
It's just fantastic.
It's a little insider baseball before we can say anything, but sure.
Yeah, but the idea of people in a meeting working together, knowing each other's strengths, and kind of passing the baton back and forth, and then there was a whole great line where essentially Tara lives in a mobile home, and she literally told me on the phone later, she's like, I totally forgot. She said, I'm there talking to a guy who basically is Mr. RV, and she's like, I live in a mobile home. She had to leave, by the way, because the mobile home repairman showed up and had to work with her to get something kind of fixed over in her mobile home, which I thought was great. But I kept thinking about the fact that everybody in that meeting was friends, and that we made a new friend, but we were all friends, and everybody's getting along, everybody's smiling, everybody's having a good time, Brian, as we all want to say. Because we have a guest coming up in just about 20 minutes or so. This is something near and dear to my heart, and I think fits in beautifully into Movember, by the way. Mm-hmm. I'm really excited to talk about this because you're a person who you may occasionally feel lonely, and you may feel alone. You are not want for friends. You're a person who often defines yourself by your friends, which, by the way, is not an unhealthy thing to do if you're actually doing real inventory and real stock, and you have a friend who makes a living as a podcaster talking about friendships. And, we've been talking about this all morning long, and I kind of wanted to get your take on this. The idea of there's a lot of guys out there, and boy, Dennis was just terrific. 3.5 was just terrific talking about how older gentlemen can make new friends. But I was kind of curious, as a person who makes friends, who literally walks in and is the queen on her own turf and the crown princess on everybody else's. What is the secret? What is the secret?
What's in the sauce?
I've got some thoughts on it too. I don't have a problem making friends. You've met my friends. You saw what I did on Halloween night. But what's the secret to making friends later in life and not being a curmudgeon living in the Idaho of the mind?
The first, I guess, things that come to mind are listening, even if it's passively, listening and really knowing people. Zero judgment. I think judgments have to go out the door. And I think surrounding yourself with people
from all walks of life, all different belief systems, thought systems, education. I believe. I mean, I also think, we're only as good as our lowest common denominator. So I like to keep the company I keep. I like to that they and I don't mean it has to be like the smartest people are most interesting. I do like to surround myself with interesting people, but I primarily want to make sure that I am personally surrounding myself with people that are constantly wanting to get better in their own life and their family and their work, whatever it is they're doing. People that want to live up. I have complacency makes me pull my hair out. Jim, he already pulled all his hair out.
And that's the primary reason I pulled it out.
So yeah, I mean, I think just being, I'm sorry, but it's having presence and awareness to see like who am I surrounded by, what am I missing, what do I need more of, and then just being open. I love meeting new people. I like people I don't know sometimes better than people I do know, because I'm always like, what is this person going to say? What conversation am I about to have with this new person? What am I going to learn that's going to shift my life into a whole different perspective? And I don't mean that in a what can this person do for me?
No,
That
I
is
understand.
not what I'm saying at all. It's like, what am I going to learn from this person? Or what are we going to talk about that is going to change my perspective, that's going to change my whole life? That's constantly kind of running in the back of my mind, whether consciously or not. And so, yeah, I mean, I don't, especially later in life, like you said, like anybody that's going to come into my life at this point has to up the game big time. You have to really, really add something to my life to make your way through at this point. But that doesn't mean that I'm not equally as excited just to have conversations with people every day. That's what we do for a living here, is get to meet new people. And everybody that comes on the air on this show, I find an instant connection with. And even if we only talk that one time, it's like, that did something for me. That did something for my soul. That person was talking to me in that moment at that time for a reason. And it was really great. So
I heard everything you said, and I laughed in the middle of it. And the reason I did was I wasn't laughing at you. I literally was listening, looked over, and then up on the chat, Gina Harrison wrote, "I can't wait to have my life change later." Terrific. But wait, listen.
yes, Gina, it's going to happen. I'm telling you. I guarantee it.
But wait, listen. Also, a synonym for ambassador is plenipotentiary. The playful plenipotentiary of portage. And then she wrote in parentheses, that is
that
not.
a fat joke?
She wrote, that is not a fat joke. She actually anticipated. That's what making friends really means. That's the kind
awesome.
of, that text
That's
message.
someone who listens to the show, by the way. That's a favorite. That's somebody who's part of the Road Gang. 100%.
Yeah, that is a newly minted member of the reconstituted Road Gang. I wrote a play a long time ago called From a Long Way Off, and at the center of it was this family whose political fortunes had declined and their status in the community had declined, but they were in the midst of making a big comeback. And in the midst of it, people are coming by their house to kind of, I guess, congratulate them or get to know them or find out, what's going on. And one of the characters, they all say this, but the first character says it in the play, says, we love our friends. And Seamus, this character, goes, this is our new friend. She goes, we love our friends, especially our new friends. And she said, we tell all of our friends, strive to be a new one. And that's an interesting thing too that you kind of brought up, the idea that look, we love our friends, especially our new ones. Therefore, we should all strive to be a new friend every day of our life.
Yeah, I love that.
And that, in many ways, I think is what really keeps a friendship fresh, what keeps it joyful, is that it's almost, and this is part of my thinking about it, and by the way, this doesn't have to be your approach, but rather than thinking about what your friends can do for you, you need to think about what you bring on a daily basis to a friendship. And one of the best things you can bring goes back to what Lindsay was talking about, that idea of listening and the idea of asking genuine questions. I'm telling you, try it sometime if you don't do it. And look, we're busy. Ask people how they're doing, but every time they tell you, ask a deeper question. I don't mean ask an existential question, but it's like, how are you kids doing? Well, one of them is playing baseball. What position do they play? And continue to kind of dig down into that. Watching people, with the exception of Dave Nemo, who when you ask him how his weekend was, he goes, it was okay. But with the exception of that...
goes over great on radio.
Yeah, it goes over great on radio. But with the exception of that, and by the way, what a great Friday, what a great Halloween those guys had, all of them dressed like Jedi for Jedi Mind Trick Show. But if you do that, if you show a friend that you're genuinely curious and genuinely interested about what's going on in their life, it's one of the great gifts you can give somebody, and that's a great way to be a new friend. Is that a new friend often wants to know everything about you, and when you think about how momentous, is it going to sound crazy? Think about how momentous most people's days are. If you really ask them to take you through their day, what they did with their day, unless they're sitting on the couch watching their stories at 90. Think about, you had a great time yesterday, right?
I had a great time. I can't wait to tell you about what happened last night. But yes, I had a great time.
Well, what happened last night?
Great time with great friends. And what you're talking about, actually, if you take somebody through their day, Laura Tremaine, who's been on the show, as you know, if you go, you can find her on my pages, whatever. But she does a thing called One Day HH. HH stands for a podcast she used to have. It's hashtag One Day HH, and people go on and they document in pictures their all day long, their day for one day, what's like once a year, and it's like their coffee in the morning. But it's dedicated, and so you see them flooding through, and it's people like, here's what it looks like when I'm standing at the bus stop doing my hair. It's something that seems so trivial until you put it all together and see your whole day come together in snapshots. This not like, here's what I ate today, not those kind of snapshots, but like real pivotal moments of your day. Pivot. It's
Pivotal.
really cool. So last night I went sort of last minute. I was my dear friend Mark Evitts, who you know,
Evitts,
and his girlfriend.
I've been waiting to do that. I've been waiting to do that for a long time. Go on, please.
And his girlfriend Emily Volman.
Volman?
They called. I was in a meeting yesterday afternoon, and Mark calls, and I didn't answer it because I was in a meeting, and then I get a text from him that says 911, 911, 911, 911. And there was stuff after it, but I didn't read what was after it. I walked out of the meeting. I called him. I'm like, "What's going on?" He goes, "Did you not read the whole text?" And I'm like, "No." It said 911. I have a musical theater emergency. And I'm like, "Dude, I thought you were dying." He's like, "No, I just wanted to see if you could go to Beauty and the Beast with me tonight." I'm like, "Oh my God."
I got the horse right here. His name is Paul. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So I did. So anyway, I juggled a bunch of things. I was able to get Freya taken care of because my husband's out of town. And so they picked me up. We went into town. We had a beautiful dinner, me and Mark and Emily and another one of their friends, this fabulous restaurant called City House. And then we went to the theater. I did dinner and a show last night, Jim, which brings me all the joy that I haven't done in a long time. Went to Beauty and the Beast at TPAC. Okay, what's so funny about it that happened?
What's so funny about what happened?
Yeah, you will love it as a theatrical man. First of all, before the show starts, we're all, by the way, so tired. We're already falling asleep. The show started at 8. All four of us old curmudgeons are falling asleep in our chairs before it starts. And there's literally a 5-year-old sitting in front of me that stayed up better than I did. But right before it starts, ladies and gentlemen, the invention of Maurice in the show tonight that is supposed to move on its own is broken. It will not be moving on its own. Have a good show. We're like, what? How random.
What?
So Maurice comes out pushing his contraption. Maurice, the father of Belle and Beauty and the Beast. He pushes his contraption out, and for a minute, it kind of putters like it's going to work. And Belle goes, "Papa, it's working." And then it stops, and he goes, "No, Belle, it isn't." And it was such a funny improv moment. But the real kicker, and they had several technical difficulties happen throughout the show, but Jim, the kicker, at the very end of the show, we've made it all the way to the end. It's the crescendo. The Beast gets attacked by Gaston, and it's the moment where Belle is, spoiler alert, that happens, by the way, guys. If you haven't seen Beauty and the Beast yet, it's been 35 years.
Get on with it.
So Belle is holding the Beast in her arms, and he's about to have the big, transformation moment where he goes up into the sky and turns from the Beast back into the Prince. And she holds him and says, "Oh, Beast." And all of a sudden, the announcer comes on and he goes, "Ladies and gentlemen, we're having technical difficulties. We will be back in a moment." And the curtain drops. And we were like, "You've got to be kidding me."
Tale as old as time.
Literally, we're like, "Are you serious?" And the biggest crescendo of the whole musical, of the whole play. And we sit there and we're like, "I don't know if I'm sitting here for 5 minutes or 45." It was already 10:45 at that point, and I was like, "What are we doing? How long do we wait?" About 15 minutes later, they come back and they say, "We will resume now." Curtain comes up and he shakes his mask off. I can't figure out to this point what it was, if they couldn't get the Beast mask off, if it was stuck on him or what happened, but it was quite a moment. Anyway, it was very funny. I was thinking about you the whole time from the show must go on standpoint.
Oh, here's the crazy thing. I can't figure out what was wrong either, because neither one of them would be in a position to actually alert anybody they were having a problem unless some really sophisticated hand signal had been worked out with the wing crew. Because then you got to signal the wings, who then have to let the stage manager know on headsets what's going on. I can't.
Well, we were in the second row, by the way, like right in front of the stage, so I could see everything off stage, and there were flashlights going crazy in the wings. So something, and Mark and I saw that like right away. So they knew something was going on in the back, but Beauty and Belle and the Beast didn't
blink.
Didn't blink. Yeah, you wouldn't have known by their side. Anyway, it was so funny though. But yeah, I can't figure out what it could have been. Maybe it was the rose. Maybe it was the enchanted rose. Like the petals weren't falling.
Maybe. Was there any sort of prop at the end of the show? Any sort of big?
Well, there's a huge glass thing that the rose is in and that's what I think it might have been.
Yeah,
because
that's it.
Because it has to, that last petal has to drop right when she kisses him in order for the transformation to happen. And I realize now in this moment when I was this years old that it had all the petals on it before the technical difficulty and only one petal after. So maybe that's what it was.
Tale as old as time.
Tale as old as time. Song as old as rhyme. Jimmy and the Beast.
Strike that, reverse it. Lindsay and the Beast. Although I appreciate your efforts right there. No one plots like Gaston, takes cheap shots like Gaston. My favorite line of all time. No one persecutes harmless crackpots like Gaston.
So good.
Perfect. Big shout out to Trucker Bosun, dropped a 10 spot. He says good morning to Lindsay LaRue. Big shout out to Marshall, says making friends is easy. Keeping them requires work and patience. And our good friend Tim over at Truckers Voices has a piece of advice. He said, put up a sad puppy picture with Jimmy and they will give the money.
What's fun about just a sad picture of Jimmy? Let me see your sad face, Jimmy. You're proud. You give me money. Oh, that's pretty good.
Oh, I'm not good at singing, but when it comes to like facial expressions, I'm kind of your man. I kind of have a nice double take
being
too.
sad and getting your money.
Matter of fact, I can now use Robert Redford's double take since he's no longer with us, just to kind of let you know. I can steal it now and make it my own. So I'm very pleased about that. That's what Bob gave me in his will. He gave me his double take.
That's nice.
He's a good guy. He was a good guy.
Yeah.
I think he's kind of still with us. I think Bob Redford's out there looking out for us all. Anybody out there walking the wilderness doing their thing. It was a nice night, though. Did you guys go straight home, or did you hang out outside and laugh about what had happened and talk about what had happened?
Oh, dude, we were falling asleep as we were walking to the car. No, I didn't get home till almost midnight. So because we also live outside of town. So no, but we laughed we all rode together. So we laughed walking to the car. We laughed on the walk home. We laughed. Mark thought that perhaps it was. Every time Mark got so tickled and laughed for like 30 minutes about the idea, they thought that every time you hear the roar, the growl that they had on the sound effect, that it was the Beast was actually farting. That's what he thought. It's when the actual actor needed a fart, they would hit the growl, and then he laughed for 30 minutes. About that.
Hey, I got the gas. Can you guys hit that growl sound every
Exactly.
time I want to be Baron von Poopenstein? I'm just gonna.
Like, just imagine the Beast just has a button where he can hit it every time he needs to pass gas, and it sounds like roar! And then we got a real kick out of it. That's what we did. Got home late, and but I'll tell you what, we drove home under what is tonight going to be a very full moon. It's a super moon in Taurus tonight.
Super moon.
And speaking of super moon in Taurus.
What?
your daily horoscopes coming soon.
I'm really excited about that. By the way, we're going to be giving you guys a little taste of the horror that is the horoscope. No, actually, it's a joyful segment.
What'd you call me?
You know what I'm talking about. And it's not a fat joke either. Hey, by the way, the best way to be a good friend and meet people is to be a great listener. Tim over at Truckers Voices absolutely agrees with you. There is still time, just a little bit of time. I'm going to say this, 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO. If you call that number, Phone Master Dre, a.k.a. Sexy Jesus, will answer, and I'll say, what's up? And then he'll put you in the queue. You'll get on the air. There's a couple minutes to get in now. At 9:30, joining us is Don Martin. And this is going to be a great conversation for Movember, for men, for anybody, on loneliness. That sounds like a basic topic. It is more profound than you realize. Alone or lonely and alone are two different things. But anyway, we're going to dive into it. And this is something that truckers again, a lot of drivers get into trucking in order to spend a little more time alone. Some of it is to get away from your family. I get it. But it doesn't mean that you don't still need connection in your life. And there's a way to have connection without having to be bombarded by people. It actually, I can't wait to talk to this guest too about We Should Write, the guest that we have on today. I think Don will find that fascinating and as well as it pertains to loneliness. And then right after that, Jim, holy crap, a new band that we have found that Claire has turned us on, found through a publicist we work with. They're called
So good.
Damn Tall Buildings.
I love them.
And what's cool about it, they say, it's like a folk, bluegrass, blah, blah, blah. I think, and I'm going to talk to them about this with you and them today, Jim. I think anytime that there's multiple words saying what kind of music it is, like it's a folk, Americana, bluegrass, you're already your own genre. Unless it just says country or rock or hardcore gangster rap. Like if you're already a hodgepodge,
Shiny
you're your
ribs.
own thing.
It's shiny ribs.
Exactly. You're your own thing. Once you say multiple things, you're your own thing. And I mean that in a good way. It's like, be whatever you can be. And these people are so quirky and fun and rootsy. And oh my God, I can't. I hope they're as much fun talking to them as they are in their music.
Yeah, because distinctive voices, a distinctive sound, a hodgepodge mix of different styles, all of it blended into a very, very unique individual sound that is very much... Look, as Lindsay was saying, every band has their own distinctive sound, but that's not entirely true. There's a lot of people who sound like a lot of people who sound like a lot of people, even some people that are good. These guys are very much their own thing, and that's really cool, and I can't wait to talk about that when they get here. 10 in the Central, 11 in the East. I got that right, Lindsay?
You got that right, Jimmy.
Fantastic. And then we'll have the phone lines open, and we can shoot the breeze, and you guys can call in and offer your thoughts about friendship and loneliness. What is the most lonely you've ever felt in your life? What is the most alone you've ever felt, Lindsay?
I remember it. I see it, right? I see myself laying on my kitchen floor and crying at my house in East Nashville, probably 12 years ago, after I got some news and my husband was traveling and I was in a dark place in my own life. And I just remember laying there thinking, how will I talk to anybody? How will I ever connect with anybody again? I remember, I can see it. I can feel it right now, laying on the kitchen floor. I see it with my dog to my side.
Speaking of singer-songwriters, Bob Seger has, I think, one of the greatest lines ever written about loneliness in ways that we never imagine it comes until it does. I guess I lost my way. I found myself alone. Surrounded by strangers I thought were my friends, I found myself further and further from my home. And that's always, I will tell you that too, the feeling of loneliness that often overwhelms me the most of all, Lindsay, is when I feel far from home.
Even when you're not distance-wise, obviously.
Exactly. It's when I feel like I'm far from what my idea of home is. I was thinking about that the other night. My mom, Dad, and I were watching that remarkable last game of the World Series. And there's a line from Paul Brickman's film called Men Don't Leave. And in the last line, he said, and I was with my mom and my brother and my mom's new friend, and we were paddling on the lake in the paddle boats. And I knew at that moment I was saved. And it's the last line of the movie, and it just lands. It just lands. I know exactly what the little boy's talking about. He's just a little boy. He said, I knew at that moment I was saved. And there's a feeling when you know you're home. And it doesn't have to be the home where you grew up. It doesn't have to be the home that you live in now. But there's always a feeling. We have it with friends around a table, Lindsay, where we say, wow, I'm home. That's what I hope we can create for you guys here from 7 to 11 in the center and from 8 to 12 in the East here on Road Gang Radio.
We're doing it. We're building something. We're doing it brick by brick. Brick by brick. You know how you do it? Through community, through trust in yourself and trust in your people. We're going to talk about community. We're going to talk about how to feel a little less lonely. And the timing of this is great as we approach the holiday season as well. So don't go anywhere. Don Martin joining us next. Very excited about this conversation. You're here on the Road Gang. If you can hear us, you're a part of it. Don't be lonely anymore. We got you. We'll be right back.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jez Rowley.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
James, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
We're going where you want to go so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
I'm really excited about tomorrow's show, by the way. One thing that is a little piece of news, we won't be having Canada Calling. There just something came up. Those guys are busy. They're always on the road. They send their regrets. But it does mean we might get to spend a little extra time with our good friend Dean Croak as that guy arrives on the scene.
Who's that guy?
Dean Croak is going to be arriving lean and mean early on the scene, and maybe we'll roll over and do some work there. Of course, another edition of Washington Trucking Week as our friends from OOIDA arrive on the scene to give us all the skinny on the fat cats. But what I'm really stoked about, Lindsay, is the two guests that we're going to be having in the second hour, and the second 2 hours. The Atlas Immersive Experience and Linda Lee are both going to be joining us. The Atlas Immersive Experience, I'll let them explain that. There's a lot that goes on in there. And then Linda Lee is going to be talking about the Route 66 cookbook. So it's going to be, once again, another edition of Making a Living, Making a Life here on Road Gang Radio with your, I guess you would call him the phone maestro of motoring mayhem, Andre Thibodeau, and my co-host and executive producer, Lindsay LaRue, who Trucker Bosun says good morning to. Good morning to you,
My
Lindsay.
name is Lindsay Lawler, though. I think you have to stop calling me LaRue because I said there is somebody named Lindsay LaRue out there. I meant to tell you that.
Oh, we'll stop that right now.
People to get confused.
All right, Lindsay Lawler, we got it.
Sorry.
Madam Ambassador. Madam Ambassador is lean and mean and on the scene.
I liked the nickname until I found out there was somebody else, and I was like, we can't.
We end that. This ends right here, right now. No more LaRue. Lindy, lucky Lindy. Lindsay, would you care to do the honor, speaking of groovy and amazing guest and arriving just in the nick of time for the holidays, too?
I would care very deeply to do this introduction because I am very much looking forward to this conversation. It hits on a lot of levels, and I think the timing of it is perfect. So our first guest on the second half of this, How We Make a Life Day, is someone who has managed to take a feeling that we all have. We have all experienced this, and a lot of us, Jim, still carry it quietly, whether realizing it or not, and turn it into a meaningful and researched and deeply human exploration. I'm talking about loneliness. You may know Don Martin from his hit podcast, Head on Fire, which also, by the way, sounds like the story of my life, or from his viral presence over on TikTok, where he has built a community of close to 500,000 people through thoughtful storytelling, love that, cultural insight. He's also a poet, a novelist, and now the author and narrator of a very powerful new original audiobook, Where Did Everybody Go? Why We're Lonely, But Not Alone. Just came out yesterday. So excited. I want to know how he celebrated. Anyway, in it, Don dives into the loneliness epidemic, not from fear, not from blame or buzzwords, but from curiosity and history and humor and real lived experience. As the U.S. Surgeon General reports that 1 in 2 American adults are lonely. Dawn unpacks how we got here, how technology and culture shape our connection, and most importantly, how we can rebuild community and belonging in a world that moves so fast, that scrolls faster, and leaves us feeling very isolated. So please make welcome to the show our friend. You are not lonely anymore because Dawn Miller Martin has arrived on the scene. Dawn Martin, good morning. Happy to have you.
Oh my gosh, what an introduction. Thank you all so much for having me.
It is. It's actually our pleasure.
I want to be your best friend. I want to be your best friend.
She does, actually. We've been talking about this all morning. We had an early phone call from a guy who actually successfully got through a cancer surgery and is in the midst of recovery right now. Had a lot of friends reach out to him. He's an older gentleman, he's very vibrant. He called in to talk about this as well. There's been talk of an epidemic of loneliness, but I wanted to kind of just start by asking one simple question. Define the difference between being lonely and being alone.
Oh, I really like this question. So being alone, having alone time can be incredibly recuperative. The feeling of loneliness, that kind of negative emotion that we ascribe to the word loneliness, is kind of a math problem. It's the subjective difference between the amount of time you'd like to spend in community with other people and the actual amount of time that you are spending with other people. So it's that sort of deficit in social connection. But alone time, just being in solitude, isn't necessarily loneliness. It's as long as that's alone time that you want, that you enjoy, that is recuperative for you. So, spending time after a really, intense being in public situation, going home and wrapping up in a cozy blanket and reading a book, that can be great recuperative alone time. But when that solitude turns into loneliness is typically where, hey, I wish I were around more people. I wish I had more, vital social connections and social bonds, and those just aren't happening for people.
Dawn, I spent the first half of my life surrounded constantly by people, especially in the first half of my adult life. Like I subconsciously assumed, I think, quantity over quality, and I have flipped the script on that, luckily. But I just remember, like, it was. I remember Jim asked me before you came on, do you remember what's the loneliest time you've been in your life? And I'm like, I remember it. I remember where I was when I was late, when I kind of woke up, so to speak, crying on the kitchen floor, and so many people around me and in my life, and so lonely. And I think, Dawn, it came later. I had never even gone to a movie alone, wouldn't eat alone, wouldn't do anything alone. And then I had a child, and all I want to do is be alone now.
Everybody go to bed.
Leave me alone. But it forced, we moved out to the woods. We adopted our daughter, and then I started having forced alone time, and it was the best thing that ever happened to me. So I bring that all up because, you describe loneliness as evolutionary, useful, just like hunger or thirst. So I'd love for you to break that down for our listeners, the idea of where when we're able to recognize that loneliness, how it can push us to expand.
Absolutely. I do want to touch on something that you just brought up, that idea of being around a lot of people and still feeling lonely. A lot of people think that loneliness, that math problem is about, I'm spending way too much time alone, but that's not what the research tells us. It's really all about that good quality social connection and social bonds. So spending way too much time alone, sure, could be a recipe for loneliness, but spending lots and lots and lots of time not being lost in that sea of people, that can also be a recipe for loneliness. So I think that people think I feel really lonely, I just want to go be around other people. That's not necessarily a good recipe for social connection. But
no, good point.
As far as
that really
kind of like that.
Sorry, real quick, just so you could, if you don't mind expanding one more minute on that, because are you saying that if we're forcing ourselves to be around people, that's really not that's putting a Band-Aid over it. That's not addressing.
Oh, absolutely.
Dealing with it, right?
I had Matthias Mell, one of the researchers, Dr. Matthias Mell that I spoke to out of the University of Arizona, kind of described it to me this way. He's like, are you alone when you're at a concert? Are you alone when you're at a coffee shop, and you're not with friends or something like that? The answer to that is yes, because you're not actually there like in conversation, like engaging with other people. You're still there by yourself. So, if that is adding to that amount of time that you aren't spending with other people that you wish you were, like actually forging social bonds, social community, where you are specifically, talking to another human being, communicating, connecting to another like actual human being that knows that you're there.
Yeah.
That can be a recipe for that alone time turning into loneliness. But to get to your evolutionary question there, I think the Inside Out movies actually really helped lay the groundwork for a lot of people. If you've ever seen one of the Inside Out movies, Disney and Pixar did a wonderful job of explaining how all of our emotions are actually evolved to do a specific job. They actually are there to help us do things. Like Dr. Heather Lynch, another researcher that I spoke to, taught me that anger can actually help us in decision making and problem solving. So if you actually have an easier time working through situations, problem solving, if you get a little worked up, if you're a little mad about it, because you're more likely to like spend more time focusing on that solution because you're just kind of mad about it. So loneliness, like all of the emotions, joy, anger, sadness, they all have a job. Loneliness also has a job, but it isn't like those other emotions. It's more like a biological imperative, more like hunger or thirst. And if somebody's like, well, I don't, is that an emotion? Yes, of course it is. You feel hungry. You feel thirsty. And hunger's job is to tell us that we need to eat. Thirst's job is to tell us that we need to drink. Loneliness's job is to tell us to seek out other people, because somewhere way back up the evolutionary line, humans figured out that we survive better when we go at life in groups.
I love this. I love this.
So basically what we're measuring here is a human connection deficit. I mean, that's
absolutely
really, at its core, loneliness is basically deciding where, and the problem is, as Lindsay kind of brought up, and that you have actually explicated on, is that sometimes we know we're lonely. Here's the problem. We know we're lonely. We know we need to be around people, but then we go put ourselves around people just in kind of a forced march to go do that, and we end up feeling lonelier than we've ever felt before. So with that mindfulness, the idea we become aware of that, is there a mindful way to then say, I am lonely, I need to make connections, but simply putting myself out there, or even sometimes calling a friend, unless it's Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, sometimes calling a friend isn't even helpful at this point. And what do we do, not just recognizing our loneliness, but what are ways out of it?
Well, so the answer to like how to get out of loneliness is going to depend from person to person. So like introverts and extroverts, they both need pretty much the same amount of social connection. They just go about getting it in different ways. One of the most unique ways that I've heard from experts about kind of breaking out of a cycle of loneliness came from Sherry Fippen, who was a city planner for decades, who taught me that using your front door can actually be a recipe to reconnect organically with community.
That's just great. I just had a vision of me walking out the door, and you just think, oh, it's like literally opening yourself up.
Literally opening yourself up. So when we talk about loneliness, a lot of the conversation ends up going into research that was put forward by folks like Ray Oldenburg or Robert Putnam, people who talk about like disconnection, people who talk about like how we are kind of physically isolating ourselves. And that's true. There's a big conversation around like the suburbanization of America, how we have these huge swaths of homes that are disconnected from places of commerce, places of entertainment, places of, letting your hair down. So, it used to be in the long, long ago, we all kind of lived in mixed use spaces. So, your apartments and your homes and stuff would be down the street from like your neighborhood bar, right? The Cheers idea, your neighborhood coffee shop and yada, yada, yada. But the way that zoning laws work now, we don't really have that. I mean, could you imagine how, moving into a subdivision and then realizing that the house 3 doors down is getting turned into a bar? Little Timmy might see that people drink alcohol from time to time, and oh God, what would happen if kids could see that people drink alcohol? But Sherry Pippen taught me that in this whole conversation of the suburbanization of America, if you look at a lot of modern build subdivisions, the garage is set before the front door. And that is leading so many of us, because we don't, because where we work isn't near our home, because where we eat isn't near our home, our grocery stores aren't near our home. If we have to take our kids to soccer practice or ballet or something, that is not near our home. We have to get into our cars and go somewhere. So we tend to enter and exit our homes through our garages. We enter and exit our home through our garages, get in our car, and leave. We aren't really using our front door. It's almost like the appendix of the house. It's just kind of there.
We call ours our front door the Amazon door, and that's it.
There you go. Yeah, that's where your boxes are dropped, and that's the only time you go in and out of your front door sometimes, is to open that door and grab your box and go back inside. And she taught me that in her experience as a city planner, that entering and exiting your home through your front door, that in homes where the front door is set before the garage, people experience less loneliness because they are more physically integrated into their communities. They are waving at their neighbors, even just for a few minutes. They're just like seeing who's around, who's moving in and out. And it's that teeny tiny, that's the thing that people, that's I think what people get wrong about loneliness, is they think that it's all about these like big primary relationships, maybe even these big secondary relationships, that one best friend I can always count on to always be there, and da-da-da-da-da. But like what a lot of researchers taught me is that, discounting those tertiary relationships, the time that you're spending talking to your cashier, the time that you're spending talking to your barista, chatting with your neighbor, chatting with the person who, your neighborhood dry cleaner or something like that, all of those are meaningful connections as well. All of those people are part of what keeps you kind of stuck to your community, stuck to your neighborhood, feeling like you have a level of social trust within your community, that people might miss you if you weren't around. All of that is an equation to not feel lonely.
Wow, we're talking with Don Martin. You can head over to buydonmartin.com. B-Y, don't buy, not B-U-Y. Are you? I don't think you're for sale, Don, but the book is. And you can certainly look into that. And Don, I want to let you know, over in the chat, one of our listeners, Gina, said, there's a difference between isolated and lonely, which is a great pivot, Jim.
Pivot.
Because, we want to talk about COVID here briefly. And, you say it didn't create loneliness, that it amplified it. And so I'd love to talk about, were we unprepared emotionally or structurally for isolation? Was that just something, it was already there and it made us address some things? So how were we and weren't we, I guess, say, prepared for that isolation that came, and how is that different from loneliness?
So it's really interesting, because a lot of people say, well, the world was different after COVID, and that's true, but COVID was more like a microwave. It just heated up a lot of pre-existing conditions, and it because we were all in our houses and we didn't have anything else to do, we noticed our isolation a lot more than we had in previous years. However, if you go back and look at the data, we had been in a year over year, decade over decade, like a social connection deficit that had been going back for years and years. Robert Putnam didn't write that book in the 90s out of nowhere. Bowling Alone came out decades ago. We've been talking about this forever. People. There's a pretty marked difference around 2006, 2007. That's about the year that malls started kind of dying off. Church attendance started declining. We stopped really going to like museums, a lot of these kind of like stalwart institutions where people used to gather, that people used to think of as third places. We stopped going to those far before COVID ever locked us down. And it's just, a lot of stuff in society has been changing. 9/11 changed us. The housing crisis changed us. There's social media, the internet has changed the ways that we find and foster community. And I don't think that it can be discounted that for good or for ill, no matter which political party that you're a part of, there's been a lot of like us versus them, you can't trust them kind of rhetoric. And that has an impact of teaching us that like people that you don't already know can't be trusted, that you shouldn't talk to them, stranger danger. And except, you know, we were always supposed to be taught that like it takes a village to raise a child, and, you know, we're supposed to be a community and all of that. But we've been also spending a couple of decades telling people not to, you know, ingratiate yourself with your community because your community is dangerous and is out to get you at the same time. And it's leading to a lot of mixed messages. But yeah, we've been in year over year, decade over decade withdrawal from one another. And it isn't helped by the suburban sprawl, by the fact that we are physically less connected than we are with one another. I mean, my gosh, before the pandemic lockdown, I worked in an office job, and I worked in an office job where my team was I'm here in the Chicago area. My team was in San Antonio. My team was in the Philippines. I mean, I worked with people, you know, I sat at a desk, but like my coworkers weren't in the same state as me. And you don't really notice how weird that is until you're at home and realize that not a lot about your day has changed, but a lot about your day has changed at the same time. And that's where all of that focus on like, oh my gosh, this is weird. Like we, you know, our lives are weird right now. We're not connecting with one another right now. And that's kind of where I think COVID exacerbated a lot of pre-existing issues. And it just made us really, really focus on how disconnected we've become.
By the way, I do have a tip for you. You have so many wonderful pieces of advice and so many insights, but I want to tell you, next time you get locked down, do not play Animal Crossing. Play something you can play online with friends. I'm just going to straight up and say that from now on. That's a go-to. I don't know if did you see that whole statistic where the kids who actually went onto gaming platforms and played with one another kind of got through socially well adjusted through COVID, and the kids that actually did a lot of social media posting and oh woe is me and look at my isolation didn't come out as good. And you know, and there are so many ways to connect with people. Can you talk a little bit about that? We're not taking advantage of what the internet is good for. We're actually using it as a toxic dumpster fire instead of what it could actually be good for, which is staying in touch with people we love and setting up opportunities to see them in real life, right?
Absolutely. You bring up a phenomenal point, and something that I talk about in the audiobook, Where Did Everybody Go? The internet can be a third place. A third place is one of those places outside of school or work where you don't have to be, but you can gather to, let your hair down and talk to people and get to know one another and build a community and all of that. And that's where people talk a lot about like the neighborhood bar, the neighborhood coffee shop, and all of those kinds of things. But like we're finding in the modern era that, research is proving to us that like platforms like World of Warcraft, Animal Crossing, some of these online platforms where you can be in community or in connection with other people despite differences can, for some, be a viable third place option. I go into a conversation. There's a beautiful documentary. I want to say it's The Remarkable Life of Ebeline, which you can watch on Netflix. Ibeln. I might have the rest of that title wrong, but that's definitely correct. That talks about this guy with a terminal illness who found this beautiful, beautiful community, this whole second life, and spent a decade building this brilliant life, this interconnected life of friends and found family through World of Warcraft. When he died, his parents thought that he died without friends, without having really had a great love in his life or anything like that. And turns out, not only did he have a lot of friends, but he was kind of a womanizer. Like he kind of was a bit of a player, and he had a rich life. And there's a lot of people out there in all sorts of communities, especially marginalized communities, where being online, being on gaming platforms, some social media platforms and sites allow people to come together and form community where they might not otherwise have that option.
By the way, you got the title right. I saw it, Lindsay. You should watch it. It is just it's right up your alley. It will wreck you. Yeah. It will wreck you. It's like the end
in a good way.
It's
I love a good womanizer film.
No.
I know that's not what it's about.
But what's great is it's like the end of Big Fish, man. His parents think like no, what a sad little life, and it's like all of a sudden it's like nope. Not at all. I mean, here comes everybody. It's a great documentary, and it's
brilliant.
So
it's
worth
brilliant.
checking out.
Can we? Okay, this is a quick. It's funny. I feel like there's a real miscommunication in what we think we want versus what we actually want. And I say that
Really?
because
Absolutely.
I know, shocking. I say that because we always joke like, oh, I want to do I don't want to talk to someone on the phone. I want everything to be automated. I don't want to shop. I want it to come to my doorstep, blah, blah, blah. I don't want to see or connect or talk to people. However, my dream, and actually every single one of my friends I talk to, and we're talking about it right now, is living on a compound with people I love. Why is this? I think a lot of people say that is a dream. We found a piece of land. My friend, my daughter's uncle, who's here in town, was staying with us. We're literally searching for land, and we found a piece, sent it to a bunch of friends, and like within minutes we had 10 people who are like, we're in. Why do people say they want to be alone and yet also dream of living on a compound?
Yeah, and it's kind of like that, why do people like Disneyland thing? And it's like, oh, I get to, spend a few days pretending I live in this walkable community. And that was actually going back to my buddy Sherry Phippen, the city planner. She said, one of the great hopes that I have is the prominence of the up-and-coming prominence of planned communities, which are kind of what you're talking about, but on a much bigger scale, where there is like a single developer who is creating kind of like what you're talking about, that planned community where there's homes, but it's homes next to businesses, next to grocery stores, next to stables, next to basketball courts, next to schools, and it's all that kind of like Hallmark community, but more integrated and diverse and accessible than Hallmark likes to make it out to be. But it's a place where community is integrated with one another in all of those facets. There's multi-use development, and because it's not like it's all zoned so that it can all be multi-use, multi-purpose, and people want that. People crave that ability to like be in community with their neighbors, to walk from their homes to school, to walk from their home, to have the grocery store in that accessible reach. And that's kind of like that when we think of neighborhoods, when we think of like the ideal, American neighborhood, that's kind of what we think of, but it never really existed. So people are starting to make them.
You just answered the question. I get it now, because it's when you said people crave it. It's we want things to be easy, and that we want now that we realize things can be so easy. I can blink and a package can be at my door, etc. We want things simple, and that is what has kind of forced the isolation. But it didn't mean that we didn't want to be around people. So what you're saying, these planned communities bring the two wants that we have together. We do have an innate desire to connect, but we also want life to be easier as we have the technology to do so. So
absolutely, we want life to be accessible. We want life to be affordable. We want life to be connected. We want life to be communal. But we've solved, some of those things, but we've solved them in isolation. Matthias Mell talked to me a little bit about how technology has made things, has made independence convenient and preferable, right? Where I can do it on my own. So we've kind of invented a world where I can go throughout my entire day without ever speaking to another person, but I can grocery shop, I can go to the gym, I can go on the train, I can go to work, I can do and I don't have I'm not buying a ticket from a human to get on the train. I'm doing it on an app, and I'm not buying groceries from a cashier. I'm doing it through a robot, and I'm ordering an Uber on an app. All of those kinds of things. Like everything is now accessible and maybe somewhat affordable because of that supply chain, depending on who you are and where you are. But we've removed the human component from it almost completely. And now we're starved for connection and wondering why.
Wow.
So now, a lot of people are trying to bring back in that community aspect, that connection aspect.
When you find yourself waiting by the Amazon door for the Amazon people to arrive so that you can talk to them, you probably have a human connection deficit.
When you straddle the Amazon delivery driver,
yeah.
Maybe.
There are people that do that, who buy things on Amazon just so that they can have a box to wait for. And I'm not going to say I haven't done that, but
Same.
But yeah, and likes to complain about how many boxes show up to the house sometimes. So I'm guilty of it myself.
Yeah, you think about how many people actually have an ongoing personal relationship with their UPS guy. Where did everybody go? Why we're lonely but not alone. It's author Don Martin has joined us this morning. He's also the host of the hit podcast Head on Fire. And if you check out his viral TikTok videos, there's a reason he has got almost 450,000 followers. It's good to have you. And by the way, I'm going to do this. Lindsay usually does this. Promise us you'll come back.
Please.
Promise us you'll come back.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for having me. Really appreciate it.
And it is available on Audible. Something very big
It
to
is
know.
Audible.
Don, we didn't even get into the fact that most of our audience are over-the-road truck drivers. We need to have you back, please, specifically to speak about loneliness as it pertains to them. Please.
Or bought or borrowed. Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Love it. Check it out on Audible. It'll get you down the road a little bit faster. It's Road Gang Radio. Jim, who's coming up next?
Oh, my God. I'm so excited about damn tall buildings. They are unto themselves.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org. The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
Oh, that we did into this final hour before we get to some We Should Write on Road Gang Radio, live from the House of Degas with good old Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mark.
That's me. That's him. Welcome back to Road Gang Radios. Thank you for speaking of We Should Write, Phone Master Dre. That will be coming up last week's episode with will air in about an hour from now. Yeah, 11 o'clock. Yeah. And that episode was with
Teresa Bruno.
Teresa Bruno. I think my brain is
At least you know I listen and love the show.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Teresa Bruno, which was a fabulous episode, by the way. And she's got a really cool project coming out that I'll be talking to you about soon that I get to be a part of and go speak on her show. I'm very excited about that. More to come. But live today, joining us is Amy Daughters, a beautiful writer. And the story, I've said it, Jim, I'm going to say it again. I think if you listen to We Should Write today, it has the potential to change your life. Today's episode specifically. So tune in for that coming up in just a bit. But first, speaking of We Should Write, we've got some writers on, some musicians on that I am so excited to talk to. I love when we find new music that shifts everything for us, Jim. And these are one of those acts.
You could have maybe read about them guys in the Boston Globe or No Depression and so many more places, by the way. Damn Tall Buildings. They are a celebrated folk bluegrass band based out of Brooklyn. It's really fun, too, because Sasha and Max, Sasha, by the way, is the upright bass and vocals, and Max Capistran is the guitar, banjo, and vocals, Sasha Dubek. They met at Berkeley, and I don't mean the one on the West Coast, I mean the one on the East Coast with the double E at the end. They're now married and have since started their own community-focused music school in Brooklyn. They are joined by Avery Bellata. The seasoned trio has spent over a decade honing their craft through dedicated touring and recording. And when they say they have a distinctive sound, that, by the way, is in the PR stuff, absolutely correct. There is no genre for what this is other than really good foot-stomping, joyful times. It weaves heartfelt lyrics into thoughtful fiddle, guitar, and bass arrangements. And they started off as buskers. You can hear that inside of all of this stuff. And they bring infectious energy to all their music. Lindsay, say hello and good morning, by the way, to Avery Bellata of Damn Tall Buildings. Unbelievable.
Hello, and good morning, by the way. Glad to have you here.
Hello and good morning to you as well. Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure.
It's a pleasure to have you. And I have so many little nugget questions, but we'll dive deep first as to how this all came about. But first I have to do you know the band Carolina Chocolate Drops?
Oh yes, absolutely.
Okay, I heard y'all in there or them and you, and I mean that as probably one of the biggest compliments I can ever give, because something that they do that I think y'all do as well, and I don't think y'all even necessarily do this intentionally, I think it just happens because you seem like true artists that just make music and don't worry about what it sounds like. Because, when you see somebody's bio and it says like a folk, bluegrass, Americana, all the things get mixed in, you know that that's some sort of publicist or someone in the background trying to figure out what it is. And I think with you guys, we can't figure out what it is, and that's why it's so good. I love talking about genreless. So do you feel that going on here? Because I think the minute we have multiple adjectives for what it is, it's already its own thing. And that's what I feel about you guys, and I mean that is a huge compliment. Does that resonate?
Definitely. Thank you so much for saying that. It's an honor. And yeah, I would say that especially as you go on further and further and you try and define something, the more and more you do it, the more you really discover what it is.
Yeah.
And we definitely find that to be true as we continue to make stuff. And we're obviously very, we love tradition and we love the old time and bluegrass stuff, but we all grew up on rock and roll and classical and all sorts of stuff. So all of that kind of gets in there, and it just so happens that we play these instruments. And since we love playing together, it definitely comes together to make something that we've discovered is definitely unique.
One of the things that I really so much enjoyed was I stopped listening to individuals and just began kind of listening to the whole thing ensemble-wise. And I just kept thinking about the fact this is a unit. I kept saying to myself, this is not, there's the standout, there's the breakout. Because every time I thought there was, I'm like, oh no, that was their breakout moment inside this song. There's another one and there's another one. And there really seems to be a real value lesson on how truly being collaborative, truly giving everybody a chance to shine, because despite the fact that I wouldn't say that, that jazz is lurking in here in regards to sound, it is lurking in here in regards to structure. That there seem to be a couple of moments and a lot of song moments where it's like, your turn, now your turn, now your turn. There's almost a conversation going on between both instruments and voices in these songs, in their kind of conception. That seems to be the foundational strength of it, along with that busker sense of, hey, look over here, some fun stuff is happening. How do you guys do that together? How do you work that out together without being like, now it's my turn, now it's your turn, now it's my turn?
Yeah, totally. Definitely, I would say the busking training and putting all that time in on the street and everything definitely added to that, because at a certain point you definitely gotta figure out what captures the audience, but usually what captures the audience is a real moment, so we've really found that by tuning into each other early on, we found out that was a good secret to success. And then in the now collaboration, when it comes to recording or songwriting or live or anything like that, trading off, that musical communication is mirrored in our daily life communication as well. We're very open and honest with each other, leading very much with love with each other, just because we are in it together, and it really does feel so collective, and we love to share that energy and show that it's possible.
Well, it's felt. You can see it just even on your videos. I can't wait to personally get to go see you live. And since you mentioned the busking thing, I have a real heart for busking. I live in Nashville. I'm a performer and songwriter here, and the busking thing has become more prevalent. But in the quote unquote olden days, we would see buskers and we would immediately think homeless or something. But it's not. It's not that. It's really people just trying to find their space wherever. And so since you guys you say you didn't really rehearse, you busked. I'm curious your take on what that busking, what that street performing and playing taught you guys about, groove and pacing that a rehearsal room or even a venue show and reading a crowd, what that can't do, that busking really was able to do.
Absolutely. Definitely leaning into things that we wanted to play instead of felt like we had to play. That's one aspect I think that was really beneficial.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'd say that we really got to practice all of our chops, but especially our vocal chops. Cause Sash was really the only, trained singer in the group. And so now, all these years later, we feel very confident and happy to be singing together and all very good about it. But definitely I'd say that the vocal training was great. And then of course, just capturing, gathering a crowd, keeping the energy up and finding the pacing. I love that you brought up pacing because there's always a rhythm to any sort of performance in general, as you know. And I definitely think that it's a very conversational pace that we keep, even on stage, in bigger theaters and stuff. It's the same kind of we'll hear, we'll try and hear what you said out there in the audience, it'll be a real conversation. And that has remained very true to our whole thing.
I like Avery, Jem. I want to be friends with Avery.
Well,
I'm in.
There's also
I drank your Kool-Aid.
There's a longer conversation, by the way, between what it's like to kind of grow up in Bozeman, Montana, and then find yourself on the streets in a highly populated city environment with some people listening intently and other people trying to walk their way straight through the band. I mean, that's just must have been a whole kind of whiplash as well too. I mean, you've seen both versions of America, many more versions of America as well too. I mean, your travels have taken you pretty far. How did you end up where you ended up?
Yeah, great question. I grew up in Bozeman, like you said, and initially went to MSU for music technology. So I got into the recording and sound design stuff there, and I was studying composition as well, and really wanted to do film scoring and get into that kind of underscore type work. And just on a whim, heard about Berkeley. I had never heard about Berkeley until a year before I applied, and then ended up going for it just because it felt like it was the thing that was calling to me. And I'm thrilled I did, because I ended up getting in and meeting obviously this band and my friends here and a bunch of other friends. And my wife I met there. So, it was all around the best decision for me to go to Boston. And then from there, definitely a little bit of a whiplash in terms of just the experience of interacting with people, right? All the time, Montana, Bozeman's growing, but it's definitely, Montana's still that Montana vibe where it's slower paced and everyone's very friendly, but it does, you don't have to interact with each other very much. So the East Coast speed was definitely something to stomach right away, but then I fell in love with it, and now I've been in Brooklyn for 8 years now, so I've been out on the East Coast since 2012, and I really love it. I find myself very much at home here, and then I love coming back from the road too, because it's always a great time to be able to talk with people in the city about what's going on outside of the city. So it's nice.
Another reminder, guys, listen, he said he followed an instinct that said I found out about this place, applied, met his band, met his wife, found a career, follow the nudges is what I'm trying to say. And speaking of nudges, you get nudges, and I'd love for you to talk about your international travel, because y'all have done some cool things that probably could make or break a band, quite frankly, but these expanding trips and expanding your horizons. So I want to talk about your trips overseas and what y'all did, but also a quick question. It's, how do I pronounce it? Legacy Abdi. How do I pronounce that track on the album?
Yep. Legacy Abdi. Yep.
Oh, I did it right. Okay. When I was listening to that, by the way, driving home last night under the big full moon, I had the windows down and I was listening to this record, which is so good and a great way to consume it, by the way. That track, there's a part in it, and it's probably you playing fiddle that sounds like a turkey calling to me. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. So that is, yeah, totally. There might be some of that in my fiddle part for sure, but there's also, I'm emulating our guest on that track, Hades, who goes by Hadinko, who's playing a masinko, which is a one-stringed traditional Ethiopian instrument. And we learned that tune from him. And so that string sound that sounds very like overtone focused is him playing this incredible like melodies on a single string with just where his finger placement is and this bow speed. And he and I really got along really well, kind of in the mechanics of it, but musically as well. But we geeked out about it a little bit. And we got to meet him in Ethiopia, in Addis Ababa in 2023. We had the pleasure and honor of going over and doing some cultural exchange, some cultural diplomacy with the State Department and the U.S. State Department. And that was a great trip and jam-packed. We learned a lot. And again, we got to meet Hades and play with him every day. And he wrote this tune in honor of his late mentor, who's Lagasse Abdi, who's a great Masinko player himself. So it was really nice to bring it full circle. And then we just fell in love with this song. And in the beauty of technology, we were like, can you record in Ethiopia and send it over? and he gave us his blessing to record his song and then added his Masinko. And then that's one of my favorite tracks on the record.
Speaking of ambassadors, Jim, they're ambassadors right there.
There is a genuine ambassador. By the way, I'm a brag on my friend who we call her the Madam Ambassador because she was just named one of trucking's best ambassadors for the year, and so we've been kind of celebrating that. The universe.
Love a good ambassador. Music, and is a language. You guys are doing that.
It is the best way to cross lines. The universe is hungry, by the way, and it's been available since October. Is the new is also the title track from their 4-studio LP. We are so thrilled to have Damn Tall Buildings here this morning. I got to tell you, there's so many wonderful songs on here. I don't know what it was, but Turkish Airlines for me was just so much fun, and it was the first. I usually listen to albums from pillar to post, and I did with this one as well. But before that, I saw the title and went, I want to listen to what Turkish Airlines is about. And it was just a blast. I mean, like I said, it's been a long time, about a year or so since I've heard a band that has been like, how could you manage to be both profound and really kind of off the rails fun as well, too?
Yeah.
You know what I'm referring to, by the way? Because there's some really great kind of what I would call international, crossing boundaries, crossing borders, some profundity going on here, but it's never at the expense of giving the listener a great time. That's a difficult balance, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I really appreciate you saying that. That's something we love in general in our own sound and then strive to capture in our recording. So I'm thrilled that it came across and comes across. And yeah, I'd say that Max, as our primary songwriter, is fantastic. He's just a very clever dude when it comes to especially the lyrical side of things. Really, we have so much fun with the music, but he writes these very, very fun and often very funny but deep kind of things. And I think that this record in particular hit a really nice stride in being able to just play the songs, for lack of a better term. Like the songs were formed and there, and it feels great to play them. And all we had to do was capture them, which was really nice. And I attribute a lot of that energy to Max. But then also, like, all three of us don't really take ourselves too seriously. We are serious about a good time. We're serious about making good music, but not too serious about everything else. So
you can tell. Let's get together and light one up. Okay, so you've
you got a lot of enthusiasm on that one, Lindsay. Go on.
Oh yeah, I'm ready.
So you guys, there's a really cool. We just had the guest right before you. Avery was somebody who has a book on loneliness, actually. So we got into a whole, of course, community conversation. And the vast majority of our audience are over-the-road truck drivers. Obviously, they spend a lot of time alone, but have a lot of time to consume music. So I know they will love you guys. But with that being said, you've lived the third place idea in making music in public, as we've talked about, not just venues. And so, really building this community musically and in a place that could feel anonymous. You have really brought that together, and even so much so that this whole another layer, you've co-founded a community focused school. So I want to talk about that, the school and the teaching piece that also plays to the community, both in your music and the expansion of the teaching side of things.
Absolutely. So like you mentioned towards the top here, Max and Sash, Max Capistrand, Sasha Dubik, opened a school. First, they ran it in their home where they were just doing private lessons in their apartment, and then you can imagine a 2-bedroom apartment gets a little bit cramped after a while, having to run a business and live your life in it. So
and then your fans know where you live, so there's that
exactly,
too.
Yeah.
And you have a few. You have a few. I mean, that's
Yeah.
information that people would be like, "Oh, hey, my kid wants to take music. Where's your kid? I left them at home."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So now they have a full professional storefront, a commercial space, a block away in Crown Heights that has grown very quickly into a really nice pillar in the community here in Brooklyn. And like so many of their students, they do have adult students and a bunch of kid students, and they have now I think 3 teachers that they're able to employ. They have a really solid group over there, and it's awesome. I think I want to say it's like up to 160 students now.
Wow.
It's pretty hefty. It's a
Amazing.
good crew, and so many of them are from the area, and a lot of kids walk from school and stuff like that. So it's definitely been awesome, and I've been there as the de facto family member. I'm the one that's there to help with whatever I can, kind of a thing. And then we recorded the whole record in that space as well, because they were able to set up a recording rig in there. So that was really exciting, because that was the first time we've been able to record on our own in more of a studio space. And then being able to, they've put on, I think, 1 or 2 recitals, of course. It's been great. But then also Sasha has started a community choir, which is very awesome. I think it's in its 3rd season now, and they do great. They learn 3 songs and then go to Prospect Park and perform for the people. So it's
So
really
cool.
incredible. I am honored to be a part of it, adjunct to it, and very, very, very proud of both of them.
So here's a question. When do you guys actually start really getting out there and letting people hear this music on stage as this album begins to roll out? And where are you headed next? And I
have a bone to pick, because there's no Nashville or New Orleans on this tour schedule, Jimmy.
We are absolutely. We love you, but brother, we're really pissed off at you at the same time, man, because you could have picked, if you'd picked one of those 2 cities, the other one could have gone to visit the other one. Lindsay's over in Nashville. I'm here in New Orleans. Why would you skip us? I mean, we are both set for you guys. I mean, we were built for you guys.
I feel it. I feel you are. Oh man, I got to get on that. I'll make a phone call right after this and see what we can do.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Oh man, but before we make it out there, we're gonna be we're playing in New York, in Manhattan on Thursday.
That's tomorrow.
Which is exciting. That's tomorrow. Yeah, and then Friday we'll be playing at Groton Hill Music Center in Groton, Mass, which is about, I want to say an hour north of Boston, I think. And so kind of our hometown-ish shows, which would be nice. And then after that we'll be in Frankfort, Kentucky the next weekend, and Jasper, Indiana, I believe, the next day. And then we're finishing up the year in the Front Ranges of Colorado, Fort Collins and Boulder and Denver. And then after that, we'll take, of course, our holiday break, our little hang out with the families time, and then we're back at it in January. And I don't have the schedule off the top of my head, but it is all on our website for sure.
It is. You can all go over it and check them out. We're talking to Avery of Damn Tall Buildings. You can go to damntallbuildings.com. And speaking of your name, of course, when I saw it, my first thought was the John Hartford song, Going to Live in Tall Buildings. And then
That's
I'm like,
right.
where did this name come from? I have to know.
That you're absolutely right. We are all huge John Hartford fans, and the sentiment of that song in particular, that beautiful 2-verse ballad, is
so
amazing.
good.
Amazing. Yeah, I know. I could nerd out about that all day.
Same.
And so we took that and we kind of we're really running with the busking vibe of being well, if we don't have to go get a job, we won't. So damn those tall buildings. So that's where that came from, is that essence of you know what, I'm not not going to cut off my hair. I'll put on a suit if I have to, but it's going to be a nice one, you know?
Yeah, I have to tell you, and Jim, you'll appreciate this. We were out on tour and we were playing in New Orleans years ago, and we were staying at a hotel that had a pool on the roof. And so myself, my fiddle player, and my guitar player, we were up on the roof in the pool. And then, fiddle player and me were in the pool. Guitar player was sitting kind of with his feet in the pool with a guitar. And he started playing Tall Buildings, the John Hartford song, as we were on the roof looking like in a concrete jungle, looking around at buildings. And we were all both equally inspired and sad in the same moment. And that's what great music does. I think it can make you feel both lit up and also sad, but like in a good way. If that makes any sense. I feel like you guys really have the ability to do that as well in your music.
Thank you. Yeah, definitely feels that way. I think we're all very aware of just like the general nuance of life. You know, nothing really is black and white, even though it might feel extreme. So I think that I'm honored to hear you say that, because we definitely try and carry that energy in our music.
All right. So this is one of my favorite things to do. If I were to ask you to name your favorite 5 albums right now, and it can change 15 minutes from now, so you're not locked in. This isn't a final question. But if you're going to give me 5 albums that you can listen to from pillar to post that you just love, what are they?
Yep. Okay, just off the top of my head, because obviously there's too many to count. But I would say John Hartford's on my mind, so I'm going to put Mark Twain as one of them for sure.
Good.
I love that record. I've listened to that a lot. Let's see here. Another, you know, we listen to a lot of stuff, so I'd say that like another record coming to mind immediately is very, very different, but that's one that came out very recently by Aesop Rock, which is Black Hole Superette. I think that's a fantastic record. More in the hip hop realm. And let's see here. Maybe I'll swing back to the old time and stuff. And there's this live recording called Old Timey Concert. That's like Doc Watson and I'm blanking on who else, but it's a trio, and it's fantastic. That's a great record. I'm pretty sure that's everywhere that I've heard. I got 2 more. Let's see.
Like downloading everything you say, because I trust you with my life at this point.
Oh. Well, I better think hard for this one. Let's see here. This is funny. This is kind of a throwback to us riding around in the car a few years ago, and we had Cosmos Factory on constant rotation.
Oh, that's a great album. That is a great album.
That record. That's just like hands down. Yeah, like you said, pillar to post. It's fantastic. And then I'll throw one more.
The Universe is Hungry.
The Universe is Hungry. Yeah, definitely. I did listen to it recently after not listening to it. And
it holds up.
Like, it worked out.
Over a month later, it still holds up.
It's still
going strong. By the way, and Dave Nemo would know this as well, too. Doc Watson with Clint Howard and Fred Price is what you're thinking of. And there's a great, if I remember correctly, Wanted Man is on that album. It's really good stuff. It's really good stuff. Fantastic.
Yeah.
There you go. There it is. And this album is just terrific. Like I said, so much fun from beginning to end. Lindsay, would you care to take our guest out with your final question?
Well, like I said, I want to just be with you guys always and forever. So thank you for coming into our lives. And certainly would love to. We need to get them down to New Orleans, is what I think, by the way, because I see that really working. But I'll leave you with this. What is your favorite stage you've ever played on? And what is the dream stage that you cannot wait to play on at some point?
Okay, yeah. Favorite stage is tough, but because we've played a lot of great festivals and theaters and stuff all over the country. But I will say, I think we had the pleasure of going out to France a couple years ago, and it was a festival. It's called La Roche Bluegrass Festival, and it's held at the base of the Alps So like
Whoa.
you're on stage
You
looking
win.
out at the French Alps.
Yeah.
And
You
I
win.
think that I can't help but say that one.
Yeah.
But we really are so thrilled to get to play what we do because it's all varied and it's always a good time. So.
Dream stage. Where have you not played yet? In the
Dream
States. We'll
stage,
say in
Dream
the
stage
States.
would be in the States would be Red Rocks.
Yeah, I knew it.
Oh, there we
I
go.
knew it.
That's
There we-
everyone's, definitely our collective dream for sure.
Well, you fit there. Y'all will be there. I see 2020, late 2026 coming your way. So I can't wait to be there.
Thank you.
Can't wait to be there and see you. Avery, Damn Tall Buildings. You guys can head over to damntallbuildings.com and check out more. First of all, the website's so vibrant, all the colors, your tracks, your wind track suits make me real happy.
Yeah.
Everything about
Oh,
you
yeah.
guys are great. Thank you for joining us, and please come back, and we'll certainly we'll be in touch with you guys again. Tell your bandmates that you've got some real fans over here at Road Gang Radio.
Awesome. Will do. Thank you so much for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Avery. Best of days and continued success both on the road and over across from Prospect Park. Thank you guys so much.
Yeah.
Thanks for
Thank
joining.
you.
Hey, Lindsay, we'll be back on the other side of this.
We will. Light those phone lines up. We're ready to hear your voice and talk to you. What do you want to talk about? Give us a call at what number?
615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO.
Hey, we managed to squeeze all that in.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home.
As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. Let's seize the day with Phone Master Dre.
Get a life and come on down and seize the day with me, because this is Road Gang Radio. Like she said, from the House of Dagon. Hello, Jimmy. Hello, Lindsay.
Hey, girl, hey.
Just because my hair's long?
No, I'm just feeling it. I'm excited to check out, what is it, Aesop Rock? Is that what he said?
Aesop
Have
Rock.
fun with that.
Aesop,
Never heard of that. Can't wait. Just downloaded it.
Aesop Rock, a little black hole. What is it? Black hole. What was it? What was the whole
Not
title?
ASAP Rocky, ASAP Rock.
It's hang on, I just pulled it up. It's called the album that he talked Black Hole Superette.
Okay. I wrote down Superset, but good, it's Superette. Okay. I do have this really weird trucking story that I wanted to share with people, and it's actually, New York is the big news today all across the country, and I don't mean that politically. Listen to this. New York City truck idling law reporting system, how they report the trucks that are idling, may see changes as local officials are now vowing that the days of the six-figure bounty hunters are over. Listen to this. The top 5 earners profiting from the Big Apple Citizen Idling Complaint Program, which allows citizens to report idling trucks around the city, have all made more than $500,000 since 2019. 2019, reported the New York Post. Those who report commercial vehicles violating the idling law, banning them from idling for more than 3 minutes when they park on the side of the road, can earn anywhere from 25 to 50% of the fines collected from a legitimate offense. The fines for the CMV range from $350 to $2,000, and as much as 95% of the claims are actually proven legitimate. The days of the six-figure bounty hunters are over, Queen City Councilman James Gennaro, who chairs the Environmental Committee, said to the New York Post. We're not doing that anymore, he continued. The program has become an occupation. The program was not intended to be an occupation. I mean, in some ways, they're absolutely right. It's ridiculous that there are people who are now driving around the city looking for trucks that idle for more than 3 minutes, Lindsay, and then collecting part of the reward for getting the fine citation and the fine paid. But in another way, it's kind of the great spirit of America. Wait, there's money to be made? I'm going to go actually make money on this. That there are people driving around the city of New York, and the top, actually they did a breakdown. I went back and read the New York Post article. There's a breakdown. There are 5 people who, in 5 years, each one of them has made over $500,000 over the course of this time period from simply reporting idling trucks. And in many ways, it's defeating the purpose of what was really intended, which is, just keeping citizens aware and, the idea that, if in fact so much in New York is look the other way. It's like just kind of move on with your life. But in fact, it was encouraging people
to see something, say something.
Say something. But this is literally people driving around. And look, there are times when people idle a little bit longer than 3 minutes where it's perfectly fine to do that. And it's literally, there are people who are now driving around the city. And some of them actually were Uber drivers. Some of them actually are people who are doing Uber driving and cab driving, who are actually going around and supplementing their income by keeping a hawk eye out for anybody who might be idling there. And it just kind of amazes me that any chance an American has to make money, they will. Somebody will figure out a way to take opportunity to the point where somebody's actually making a living beyond just making a little bit of extra cash for the occasional spotting of somebody doing something really actually wrong. Because any truck
Do you
driver,
find this a positive thing or no? Because I think to your point of people will do anything to make a buck, it also distracts us from focusing on what we should be focusing on.
Well, here's the thing. I think it's extraordinary. It's amazing to me because, it goes back to the CDL conversation about non-domiciled CDLs, what the original intention was and how there was a gigantic loophole that allowed us to get into the trouble that we get into. I'm always just amazed at the number of people who will actually, and look, some of it is due to people just being greedy and wanting to make a ton of money, but sometimes it's people who are just looking for the thing that's going to make them a little money, but also give them something new. There is a satisfaction to some degree in coming up with something that becomes a revenue stream that nobody ever thought of as a revenue stream. I mean, by the way, I think it's a bad thing ultimately. I don't think it's a good thing. Like I said, it literally is. It's picking nits. By the way, that's me because my brother just can't.
Are you kidding me?
Let me tell you something. You know why?
It's not your brother's fault. You turn your ringer off while you're on the air, Jimmy Mack.
I do, but this is what's happening, though, is the fact that I swear to God, I have a bunch of people. I swear to God, I have a bunch of people in my life who have just made the decision that it doesn't matter if I'm on the air. They don't consider what I do work, so they just call.
Still not their fault. Turn your ringer off when you're on the air, Jimmy Mack.
615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO. Give us a call. Everybody's blow it up over there on the chat. We're moving, we're shaking, things are happening. What are you going to do with your day when you get off the air, Jim?
I am going to do a couple of things. As a matter of fact, I have a meeting later on. After We Should Write, I'll get to what We Should Write is going to be like in just a second here. I have a meeting a little bit later on to kind of figure out a promotional strategy with our friends from OOIDA. Because we're really setting something in place here. Something is really kind of developing here. We're going to have a news segment that's going to be a regular thing all across the week from Landline.
Landline Logline?
Yeah, Landline Logline. We're going to be doing that, which is really, really fun, talking about how we promote all that stuff. Before then, though, once this show is over with, my headsets go on, my iHeart goes on, and off to the park I walk to listen to We Should Write.
Right?
Right. And I'll be doing that as well. And I'm really interested in this upcoming episode, Lindsay, because it's the kind of thing. All right. And I was talking about this last night, and I was talking about somebody that we love, and the number of people who can't derive pleasure from incrementalism, which is No big flourish, no big, write the paper in one night kind of thing, pull the show together at the last minute. What we do, what you and I do, what all of us do over here, whether it's Phone Master Dre or Madison or Tara or Nick or any of us, is that we do things on a daily basis. That the only way things get better around here is not by doing big dramatic flourishes, but by incrementally doing the same thing over and over again each day and adding a little bit something different once something else is done. And, I'm just, kind of, going to be doing all that kind of incremental stuff here today. And it's been really kind of fun thinking about this episode coming up, that she engages in one of the great acts. You can't write that many letters in a night. It literally is. It's just crazy.
And it goes back, so people know what we're talking about. The writing the 580 letters is not even actually what the full story is about, which is interesting anyway. Amy Daughters is joining us today on We Should Write, and her book is called Dear Dana. That time I went crazy and wrote all 580 of my Facebook friends a handwritten letter. But how that happened, Jim, why that happened, it all stems back from the quick overstory of what the book talks about. It's a girl that she met at camp when she was young, and they had. Did you go to summer camp growing up, Jimmy?
I did. I went to Camp Maryhill. Yeah.
And how long were you there? Would you go to camp like
2
weeks?
2 weeks. Yeah.
I grew up going to T-Bar-M in New Braunfels, Texas, and it is one of the best things I've ever done. It's going away to camp. I kind of forgot about it until I read Amy's book, and I got very nostalgic about what that is really like, being in a cabin with kids away from home, forming these. She talks about it's like a microwave relationship where it's these kind of forced connections very quickly, and it's incredible if you're at a good camp, at the right camp. There's a girl named Dana that she met at camp, and they were like, Dana gave her some of the best life advice in her entire life, where she had low self-esteem. She had a somewhat abusive family life at home, Amy did, and Dana helped her through that in this one summer. And then they never saw each other again. And then they went about their ways, went on their life, this person that changed her life, and then they moved apart, never saw each other again. And, 27 years later, another friend of hers encouraged Amy to get on Facebook. She didn't want to do it. She had never done MySpace or any of that. Gets on Facebook, starts seeing who she connect with. And she had thought about this girl for all that 27 years, that girl that changed her life, and she never saw her talk to again. Finds her on Facebook 27 years later and starts sort of obsessing, but in a good way, over her and like watching what's going on, and then sees that this woman's son is battling terminal cancer is over at St. Jude's in Memphis. And she starts just continuing to read the post, keeping up with it. She's like, she always thought, who am I to message her? So I would just pray when I could, but actually pray, not thoughts and prayers kind of pray. Right. And one day the post, she said, I could tell the post was getting serious, and I messaged her and didn't expect a response. And a couple days later, she did respond. Anyway, she did a little bit of stalking, found an address, and started sending her letters just every week. She would write this woman a handwritten letter. Didn't expect a response. Wrote him, found an address where the woman's husband worked. Anyway, the son ends up passing away, and they form this connection later. She eventually writes her back and said, I know I never responded, but I hope you know that your letters were one of the things that got me through and continues to get me through. And they have this profound relationship. And Amy one day says, wow, if that could have changed my life that much, what would happen if I wrote a letter to every single one of my Facebook friends and just saw what happened? And what came of it is this crazy book, all these new connections by Amy Wright. It took her a year to write them all, every single one a handwritten letter. That's the backstory. We will obviously unpack that on the show today. But it is even on Amy's website, she has a place where you can send her, she has an address, you can actually send her a handwritten letter. And I just think, Jim, in the days where AI and social media and connection has gotten better but worse, the only thing we have is a man-to-man conversation or a phone conversation that you're such a proponent of, and or a handwritten letter. And I can't wait to see where this conversation takes us and what it inspires people to do.
So excited. And I'm going to tell you right now, Lindsay, and it just drives me crazy. Look, and by the way, I need to be better about responding to emails. I've been trying. I need to be better about responding to certain kind of what I call bureaucratic systems of delivery. I totally get it. The number of times, and anybody that knows me literally knows this. I set this up at the beginning. I do tend to get on, and I do tend to go, and all you have to do is like, I ain't got time for it. Bye. there is no substitute for giving somebody a call. There is no substitute for reaching out to somebody and writing them a letter. My mom has like gorgeous penmanship, not like, oh, that's really nice penmanship. Like, oh my God, even now at this late hour of her life, she continues to have gorgeous penmanship. And when she writes a letter, she picked up the job of her mother, my grandmother. And when people graduate, when people have weddings, when people have things in their life that are important, when nice things happen to nice people, my mom is writing a letter. It's funny because she was named Alumni of the Year of her high school, Lindsay, and does a lot of good works and a lot of volunteer stuff. But I ultimately think it's because of the way she stays connected to people. And the act of writing those letters, that act of connection. It's so funny that everything feels of a piece. We had a collaborative ensemble band. Before that, we had a great discussion of loneliness and how to combat it. And now we're talking about somebody who says, you know what, hold my beer. You know, I mean, I'm going to basically reach out and see if I can break through this very, very loud and noisy age with the simple act of writing people letters and seeing what kind of impact that can make. It's going to be a great conversation.
I can't wait. And she's, by the way, really funny, really a hoot, like just a body. I love the word body. She's body, not B-O-D-Y.
Let me ask a question, because our last guest, and Dre, you got somebody I didn't know. Did you have your hand up?
You got a phone call.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll get to the phone call here in a second. I'd like to ask a question of everybody out there in the chat, and we can ask this tomorrow when the gang shows up again tomorrow morning for Road Gang Radio. What would you guys think about Dave Nemo actually being more of a presence video-wise and just offering his wisdom on a regular basis? Just kind of reaching out and talking to folks on his own platform and his own profile. I'm just curious, would you guys like to see more of Dave Nemo? Kind of, you know, telling tales of the old days and lies about the beginnings of trucking radio, but also commenting on the music that he's listening to nowadays, seeing him play on the stage. I know I'd like to see more of Lindsay, that's for sure. You know, I'd like to see a little bit more of that as well. We're so busy, it's so hard to kind of capture those moments. Just kind of, you know, oh, by the way, thank you very much. Appreciate you. I will not tell you what just happened. It didn't just happen. She mimed it happening, but you get the idea. Things are happening all over the place here on Road Gang Radio. Just kind of curious if you guys want to drop in the chat and say anything, or maybe give us a call and let us know. 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO. Tell us what you want more of. We're here for you. That's the beauty of having your own platform. What do you want? We'll do it. For the most part, we'll do it.
Yeah, for the most part.
For the most part. If you call that number, Dre will pick up and he'll say, hey, what's going on? And then he will put you through to us and we will say, good morning. Who are we talking to, Dre?
Oh, what do you want from us, Bruce Almighty? I mean, hey, man.
Almighty.
Bruce Almighty.
What car am I? Am I the winner?
You're the winner. You know what you win?
Chicken dinner.
All the love in our heart. All the love in our heart.
Life.
Your life,
yeah. Too nice. Hey, a couple of things. Hey, where did you say that wreck was this morning, Jimmy? The 23-year-old?
Oh, it happened. It happened exactly. It happened exactly where you think it was. And by the way, Marshall was talking about this as well, guys. If you weren't part of the early conversation of what was going on early this morning on Monday at Wolf Creek Pass, the Colorado State Patrol reported that the 23-year-old truck driver from New York was over at Wolf Creek Pass on Monday morning, and suspected brake failure was the cause of it. But he obviously raced past an exit opportunity and kept on going, and his brakes were smoky when he went over the side. It was at Wolf Creek Pass.
I had just been recently over that way on the 2-week vacation, and I mean, yeah, that's a heavy-duty pass. And it actually had snowed when we came back. There was snow up there, and there was actually a truck that had a fishtail. He didn't flip over, but he was kind of like stuck. So I said, man, that sounded familiar. You know, just being up there 2 weeks ago, but enjoying some nice vacation time. And then you talk about isolation. This was a hard one for me when we were in Colorado because, you know, we took the little road trek van, parked by the stream. And my wife was happy. She says, I don't want to leave this spot. So while you're there, it's like, you're bored, aren't you? I'm like, no, I'm okay. Because for me, I'm always so used to being up and out and whatever. She's an introvert. She stays home. She doesn't have to get out. So it was kind of tough to stay in one spot for like 8 days beautiful trees, beautiful scenery, everything. Got to feed the bluebird, got to feed the chipmunks. So, and take great walks.
Isn't that crazy that you said, it just hit me when you were talking that you said it was kind of hard to stay in that place for 8 days. I feel that what you're saying. It's kind of hard to stay in such a place of beauty and contentment and peace. Isn't that crazy? Because I'd be the same way. I'd be like, this is amazing. Okay, where are we going next? Because we're so programmed to like what's happening next. So I feel you when you say it was kind of hard to sit in that beauty and that peace. Like, did you have to force yourself to be like, I am able to be here. This is beautiful. Enjoy it, damn it. Did you have that moment?
Yes.
Yeah.
I wish I could have fished, but it was too cold to fish. And there's icicles hanging off the limbs that are over the stream. So it's like, that's a little cold.
Yeah.
But on a side note, we did meet these people that were actually from, not Netherlands. I'm thinking of the big windmills.
Holland.
Where's that at? Holland. They were from Holland. And they had one of these big, huge vehicles that they were doing like a 17-week vacation or whatever. And they went there and they talked to say, hey, are you going to do a plunge with us? Which they didn't do, but I might have done it where you plunge yourself in the cold water. Man.
Oh, those are great. By the way, I've done that. By the way, I did a Christmas Eve cold plunge in Seattle. Actually, not Seattle, but on the Pacific Coast, over in the Puget Sound. And let me tell you something, man. It is a blast and a half, and I've done it enough. I will probably never do a cold plunge like that ever again, man, because it is bracing, and I'm too old for that shyster anymore. Can't do it anymore, man. Would you ever do it?
But I did. No, I didn't. I need to, just to put it on my bucket list, I guess.
Yeah.
But I did enjoy the interview you just had. It seems that, when I'm listening to y'all, I always get an assignment. People I've never heard on the radio or books, you never thought about listening to. You gave me some good assignments today. I appreciate that.
Ooh, so what are you going to do? What are your marching orders personally? Because everybody, I love that you put it like that, an assignment, but everybody can take something different that resonated with them. What are your own personal marching orders?
Well, I mean, for the music, I love music, and that seems to be a different type of music. I mean, I love all music, but so I want to see what that vibe is all about. And then the guy's book about loneliness and everything, I'm not lonely, but I said, we're talking about my wife. She, staying home so much.
Yeah.
Being an introvert.
Yeah.
That's great, by the way.
Great point.
That is a great point because sometimes, man, and the book is very actually, Lindsay. I actually got it on Audible yesterday, but because you can't. I can read a book in a night. You can't. There's no way you can Audible a book in a night. You'd be up to the crack of doom. But I'll tell you this right now.
Unless you listen to it on.
Yeah, but that's a really good insight, though. Maybe you're not a person who is afflicted with loneliness, but maybe you have somebody in your life who is. And this book could be a really helpful way of kind of understanding where they're at and how to kind of help them make connection. Because the other thing is, too, remember, being lonely or suffering from loneliness doesn't mean the person isn't loved, doesn't mean the person doesn't think they're loved. It's just something that they wrestle with. And there are ways to kind of get through that, especially if we know what the remedy is or we know what the secret is to kind of being a good listener and being a good friend and being a good partner. It's a really good point. Well said. Well said. Good for you.
And for me, sometimes when I go home, it's like, okay, let's go out. And she's like, okay. I'm trying not to make her mad, sometimes it's like, I just want to get out with you. I've already been out there, but all week or whatever, but I want to get out there with you to go eat dinner or go to a movie.
Well, great. But again, your point that Jim pointed out was a great point. And it comes back to we're only as great as the company we keep. And you want your partner, you want them to be happy. You want them to feel. I know when my husband is feeling down, I feel if he's depressed, you've got two choices. You either crawl into the pit with him, or you're the person that rises up and they rise up to meet you. And so, and I don't crawl into the pit. I don't mean that as a negative to any of our partners or anyone who's down. We all have our moments when we're down. And so you want to have that partner that lifts you up. So I love the idea of you listening to this book, Bruce Almighty, and figuring out how you can show up in the world. I mean, we can't change how other people are feeling, but we can carry ourselves differently so that hopefully, you know, they rise to the occasion to meet. So I love that. Listen to it. I think it'll, and the writer of it, Don, has such a great energy. You heard him. Like, what a great dude. He wasn't, you know, I thought maybe this is going to be like sort of a stuffy old man. Clearly not who he was.
Yeah,
at
like
all.
the epidemic of loneliness. Let me
Yeah.
break this down for you. It's like, oh, great, fine. I feel lonely listening to you. It was the exact opposite. I got to tell you, man, I was a little bit moved there for a minute when he was talking about the idea of listening to this book for his wife. The idea of, I love people who are like, why are you doing self-improvement? Well, because I love you. And it's important for me to be the best me I can be for you. And that's really kind of a groovy thing. That's amazing. You're a good dude, Bruce.
Exactly. All right, well, y'all keep having a great day. I'll keep listening.
Thank you. Please do. We need it. We love it. We got it. Jim?
Yes. Hi, how are you? I have a quick question. What is something... Oh, by the way, if you're ever in the pit, Lindsay, I'm jumping in. You want to know why?
Why?
I've been there before. I know the way out.
Thank you. Pull me out.
Here's the deal. What is something that you've done self-improvement wise? And I'm thinking of one myself. What is something you've done self-improvement wise that you did because you knew that it was important to do it for Seamus or for somebody else in your life that you care deeply about?
Started trying for Seamus. His brain gets really cluttered when the house or things are cluttered around him.
Mm-hmm.
And I am still not great at my clutter issues, but I've gotten much better because I noticed like doing the dishes before we go to bed. Don't leave them in the sink and have to see it in the morning. I think when you start your day seeing something cluttery. So I've tried to declutter our life, which has helped declutter our mental capacity, and it's helping. I have a long way to go. But even if being better at that, it's helping the tension in our home. And so that's a big one. And then also with our parenting, with Freya, we've had to really set ourselves up for success. So like laying her things out at night, doing her hair at night, little things that I can do at night makes the mornings better, which makes our whole day better, which makes our whole life better.
Therapy was it for me. That Claire just basically was very honest about the fact that while, of course, Claire was there for me and very supportive of anything I was going through, but I had drifted into that bad place of like where your significant other becomes your therapist or your unloading dock. Yeah, and both of us made the decision, you know what, we're going to go see somebody. And when you go see somebody, it means that you have the better version of yourself available for them. That makes a big difference.
Are you currently going to therapy?
I go to therapy once a month.
Once a month, gotcha.
Once a month. That's literally. I probably need more, but I don't have time.
Hey, baby steps.
But the fact
not
that
even baby steps, actually. That's big steps.
But the fact that
once a month is you can unload a lot in every month.
Yeah, and matter of fact, a lot of therapy is laughter because he has enough distance from it so that my ranting isn't just like, oh my God, the same thing over again, same story, different day. It becomes a matter of once a month. And you've heard me off the air, I can be much more irascible and kind of, what my language is like, a bit salty and kind of laying waste to everything in my sight. And so it makes it really fun. I often find myself laughing at myself about how ridiculous I am, and that makes a big difference as well.
I find myself laughing at you about how ridiculous you are all the time.
I hope more people do, by the way, because it would guarantee that more people would listen and we would continue to build this amazing community of folks. I'm going to remind them again, all the folks on the chat out there, really quickly, any sort of sharing a post over at Facebook, sharing a post on Instagram, sharing any of the posts that we put up there, and I would really encourage you to write some version of the following message. if you're not over here in the chat, if you're not listening to this show, you're missing something. And I really feel, being that I'm a kind of person that occasionally checks out what else is going on in the space, this isn't angry hour, nor is this just grievance hour, nor is it the same old thing on a different day. As Bruce Almighty pointed out, there's a lot of great new stuff to talk about, and we're still kind of covering the issues that you guys need to hear in order to stay safe and in one piece out there on the road. So please continue to do that, guys. A lot of you guys are already doing that. Marshall, Trucker Bosun, Bruce Almighty, many more of you guys. So thank you for that. What is your day like after We Should Write?
Oh, well, I'm obviously going to gear up as the other episode. Last week's episode with Teresa Bruno is about to air, and then the live episode will be from 12 to 1. And then I have to gear up. Well, show prep for tomorrow's show, of course. I am working on a project that I'm excited to tell you about, but I'm not going to tell you about yet. So I have a meeting on that, and then getting ready for a tech rehearsal for my daughter. She's in Jungle Book this weekend. So I got to go prepare her for, she's 6 and has a 2.5-hour tech rehearsal last night and tonight, which is kind of crazy to me for a 6-year-old. So I will be getting ready for that.
I'm the king of the swingers, oh, the jungle VIP. By the way, who sings that song? Anybody know? Going once, going twice? Phil Harris, by the way. Louis Prima is also in the original version of the Jungle Book. It's a wonderful little show. She's going to have a good time. It's going to be great. It's going to be great.
She's over it. She's complained every day. As my dad would say, money well spent. But you know what? We're doing it anyway. We're doing it anyway because 'tis the season to be jolly. Fa la 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 la. It's Road Gang Radio, and I'm so jolly because I get to do this for a living. Talk to you wonderful people. Talk to you, Dre and Jim, and all the Road Gangers out there. Tell one person today about this show. One person. And also, listen to We Should Write at 12 today. It'll change your life.
Right?
Right.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
It's one simple act. One simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Well, hey there, it's Lindsay Lawler, y'all, and welcome to We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. I'm your host, Lindsay Lawler. I'm a songwriter, a performer, and a longtime radio voice. I'm also a storyteller and a proud advocate for the incredible men and women of the trucking industry. And let me tell you, they've got stories. Okay, so We Should Write is where sarcasm meets soul. It's equal parts vulnerability and absurdity. We talk to songwriters, authors, and creatives of all kinds about how putting pen to paper help them heal, grow, and work their stuff out. Because let's be honest, writing is cheaper than therapy and way more, dare I say, honest. So take a breath. Now, let's get it out. Let's get into it because we should write, right? Right, We Should Write. Welcome back to episode 15 of We Should Write. My guest today is Teresa Bruno. And Teresa, we should write.
We should write, right?
Right.
Oh, yeah, baby, we should write.
We
We should. She believes that. One of the thousands of reasons why she's a perfect guest today. You just finished listening to, whether if you're joining us live, you just finished listening to Autumn McIntyre from last week. If you're joining us on the podcast as the replay, welcome. You can hear us live on iHeart, Facebook, YouTube, or wherever you stream. And then this will be available tomorrow if you're hearing it now. Wherever you stream your podcast, just search We Should Write. So welcome today. Okay. Okay. My next guest I met air quotes, several months ago actually, on Road Gang Radio. And we dove into her book, and we're specifically promoting the book that day. And I just knew there was so much more to this story. I felt like she and I had a connection, and I had 1,000 more questions that I wanted to ask that we didn't get to. And as we were touching on grief. But this isn't necessarily a promo specifically of that book. That will happen, of course, naturally. But we're going to take a much deeper dive from somebody who can speak to it because she has lived it. So today's episode is one of the most personal and profound conversations I believe that is going to happen as of yet on We Should Write. From the moment I met Teresa Bruno, I knew immediately there was something deeper in her story. And so we talked maybe 10 minutes, and I was like, oh yeah, this is my girl. This is my girl here. So I will have her give sort of the cliff notes, so to speak, of her story. That's for lack of a better term. But Teresa did lose her husband, and had a lot of her world shattered and fallen apart within a short amount of time, and not in chapters. In an instant, really. And yet here she is, still standing, still creating, still loving, still using her voice. And not because she moved on, but because she chose to move through. This isn't a conversation about grief as something to overcome or fix. This is about what it really looks like to carry it and to rebuild a life, not in spite of the loss, but with loss as a companion, I'll say, and still choose joy, purpose, creativity, and connection every day. So like I said, this might be the most vulnerable episode we've done yet. It will be raw, it will be real. Lay down on the couch. Welcome to We Should Write Therapy, because we're gonna go there. Teresa is a beautiful soul, and I got to hug her this morning. She's sitting here in my studio. She is such an inspiration, and I'm so honored that you're here today. So please make welcome to the show my new friend, soon to be yours, Teresa Bruno. Hi, friend.
Hey, Lindsay. Gosh, so excited to be here with you today. And, just listening to that intro takes me back, to the first stages of my losses. But I really treasure the words you're using to talk about grief. And because I think that's one of the things that we as a culture don't give any space to. We don't give ourselves time to grieve anything, really, but especially when you lose a partner, you've gone through betrayal, you lose yourself, you lose your identity. And you can lose your identity in success, in motherhood, in marriage, in divorce. But I love the words that you're using, Lindsay, to talk about it, because there is no getting over it. That just doesn't happen. I like to say that we kind of go through life when we've gone through some really huge pivot, like the loss of a partner. Mine was to suicide, and that I think makes it that much. It just kind of magnetizes everything around grief. But I like to say that we go through life kind of holding two cups, walking on a tightrope, and one cup that becomes static after you've had loss is grief. It's always over here balancing. But we learn to hold lots of other things in the other hand. And life can become really deeply beautiful again. So, yeah.
Well, you're proof of it. You just are light. You are the embodiment of light, even just walking in here. So I thank you for sharing that. I know that did not happen like day one after tragedy, but we're going to talk about how you got there. So, Teresa, I love to start the show with a deep breath. If you don't mind doing that together. I'm actually going to pull. Hey, Seamus, my husband just walked in. Will you pull her mic more over, fix that pop screen? Just as I like to do these little technical things on air so we can remind people that we are live. This is not AI. Teresa's actually here, a living, breathing human.
I'm here.
She's
here with my puppy dog in my lap, actually.
She's got her dog. Honey,
Honey,
who's 10 months old, sitting in her lap, and I've got my snoring French bulldog in here, and we're just having us a grand old time at party. All right, Teresa. So start the show with a deep breath. So, and wherever you're listening, if you're in your truck, if you're in your cubicle, if you're at home, wherever you are, please take a deep breath with me. The simplest things make the biggest changes in your life. I believe that. So on the count of 3, let's all breathe together, shall we? 1, 2, 3.
And for those of you out there listening, I wish you could hear this French bulldog breathing with us. It's priceless.
She's breathing with us. We appreciate that. Okay, so after that breath, Teresa, my favorite way my favorite question to kick off is, in this moment, as you're sitting here in that big old chair here with me in Franklin, Tennessee, in this moment, what are you grateful for?
Oh my gosh, so much. I don't think I could encapsulate it for the entire day, but I wake up grateful for the little bitty things. I wake up so grateful for health, for divine connection, for the little puppy that sleeps in my bed with me. I'm grateful for just really ordinary creature comforts. I'm very attached to nature, so I am always looking out in the morning and grateful for the day, whatever it is. Today's so rainy, and it was a 3-hour drive here, and somehow it was kind of mystical.
Yeah.
It was so pretty. I tell you, these days, and this is hard fought, but I'm grateful for laughter. I can laugh again and mean it. I'm grateful that I really believe I have purpose. And, I think we all have moments that we think are our last moments when we think life is just done and that nothing meaningful will happen beyond that. I certainly had that moment. And here I am 5 years later, and I feel more in my purpose than I've ever felt. So I'll just rank that as my number one place of gratefulness today.
Friend, you are far from done, and I know that you know that, but I can see that as a new person in your life. That is, even just when you got here earlier, so we got to have a cup of coffee and catch up, and just a few nuggets you said, I'm like, oh, I think this person's going to be in my life. This is, and those little things are reminders that we're on the right track. We're going to talk about signs today. I have some very pointed questions as it pertains to that.
Okay, bring them.
So we'll get there in a minute. So the other side of that gratitude coin, if you're taking out the journal to write, I know writing is important to you outside of just this book. It's been a part of your whole life. What in this moment is heavy on you?
I get up every morning and I write out what I call my 369s. I don't know if you've heard of the 369 method. Dr. Joe Dispenza talks a lot about it. So I write out my 369s. And I always frame it in a positive way. Heavy on my mind is let's just go vulnerable and deep fast. I'm ready to love again. Wow. I am finally ready, feeling I don't need. It's not out of need. It's not out of, I can't be by myself. It's not like that. But it's feeling for the first time since I lost my husband 5 years ago that I have something really important to give, that I have love to give. And so I just every morning write, I'm with the most divine partner for me. But I do have prayer and meditation around that, and always keeping myself aligned. I spend a lot of time praying, thinking, meditating about business, opportunities that come forward, places my podcast can go, my writing can go, my speaking can go, my coaching can go. And sometimes there are great and wonderful days with that, and sometimes there are rough days with it. It's just kind of how it rolls. So probably those two places are pretty big for me, outside of, peace in our world. Could we just start there?
Yeah, besides the obvious.
Yeah, the big old
elephant in the room.
Yeah.
Elephant in the world. Well, wow. Thank you for sharing. You're ready to love again. I asked you that before we went on the air.
Yeah.
Just because I have somebody in mind for you. I'm always playing match.
Okay, come on.
But that's it. it's obviously a delicate topic
Mhm.
and question. So thank you for going there. I think we'll talk about that more today too, and I think people will
Okay.
be curious to hear that. Okay, so before we go any further, I would love it if you would give us, again, like I said, for lack of a better term, the Cliff Notes, because I think that this interview isn't necessarily about this book or your work or even to promote you. We're doing all those things, of course, but this show is about the healing power of writing,
Mhm.
and we can't talk about how writing has been a real tool in your healing without knowing your backstory. So if you wouldn't mind giving us the kind of the journey Cliff Notes, I'm sure you have it down to a science at this point, as it pertains, as much or as little as you want to share, as it pertains to where we're going to go with the healing power of writing today.
I definitely will do that, and if it's okay with you, and if I'm taking up too much time, just wrap me up. But I want to start earlier, because I feel like as I've written my life and talked so much about all the healing and the survival and the tools, that I've gathered along the way, I want to start with childhood. I like to say that, my childhood was not, I was not in a happy home. I was in a very violent home, and we can just leave that there. But enough so that our listeners can say, okay, she started out a little rough, She started out maybe not feeling so loved, or maybe love did look like fear, or, and always looking for something that would, would help me kind of express, even as a child, even before I could write. How do you get that out of you? And fortunately, things happened in my life that were helpful, and I became a classical musician, and was very fortunate to go to one of the best schools in the world. And then there I was at 22 years old, and my hand fell apart practicing a Chopin ballade one day. And that tool, music, it wasn't that it was lost. It wasn't lost in my ears, but it was lost in the playing out of it. Wow. And so where I had always journaled, writing began in many ways to take the place of playing. So fast forward 20-something years, and I had built 2 very successful businesses. I am a serial entrepreneur. Please don't ask me to get in a t-shirt business, because I'll take you up on it. But I had a really successful marketing agency, regional marketing agency, and I had built sort of a Cinderella business, if you will, fine jewelry design company. And I think we were in our 12th year at this point, traveling all over the world, designing for celebrities. It was just like you couldn't imagine that could happen to you, even though I was working my tail off. It was just so cool. And I was creating beauty. The jewelry was so pretty. And just sort of out of the blue, I got a call from American Express that said, hey, when are you going to make a payment? I said, well, what are you talking about? I'm up to date on my payments. And they said, you owe us $250,000 today. And I said, how is that possible? I have a card I pay off every month. And they said, oh, no, you have 4 cards and 3 loans. And so that broke open this horrible fraud that was happening in my own company. And ultimately, after about 6 or 7 months of kind of tearing it all apart and trying to figure it out, and one of the things about fraud is, and a lot of people don't know this, you're still responsible for the money that was, fraudulently opened and credit cards and loans in your name. So I shuttered the company, which was so hard for me. Still had this beautiful, successful marketing company over there, but Lindsay, when I say I was just completely shrouded in shame. I was so, and I know
why shame? Because it was just because you had missed something, or what was the shame about?
Yeah, how was it that I didn't see what was going on underneath my nose? Why wasn't I present enough? Well, I was running 2 businesses, running around the world. That's kind of part of that.
A deeper underlying why there.
And it was sort of a Cinderella story. And, to get to the top of the food chain super fast, for Mrs. Obama to name me as one of her favorite American designers, to be designing for some of the people I watched on screen and were on the covers of magazines every month. It was really cool. And I was just so ashamed that I had somehow not been able to keep it all together. And so I was going through a really dark night because of that and dealing with all the financial around it. Had a marriage to my dearest, bestest, most wonderful friend who was also the coolest dad. And he too was going through something that turned out to be much bigger than I had any idea of. And
You had no idea.
I had no idea. I knew he was depressed. Lightly. I would have said lightly depressed. And so forgive me in saying that, because clearly it was so much more than lightly. He had just cordoned off that part of himself that was hurting so badly.
It reminds us, sorry to interrupt, but I just want to say, since you apologize for putting it lightly, because I know I've been victim of saying when someone's depressed, being like, well, who isn't? That's not the right response.
No,
you know what I
and
mean? Because we all handle things very differently. So I just want to reiterate that.
And definitely, I want to say to the listeners, our listeners here today, that any depression should be paid attention to.
Yes.
Any place where you're not feeling, like you want to take the next step forward in life, anytime you feel so down that you don't feel like you can get yourself back up again, please seek help. Anyway, it was 4 weeks into COVID, and everybody was isolating, and we were headed to our little lake house that Saturday morning to plant a sunflower garden, and that was kind of my dream, and he always put up with my crazy dreams. He always made space for my silliness, my creativity, all that stuff. And he had gotten up early that morning to go to the office, and he never came to pick me up, and that was just super unusual. We were one of those couples who was always in touch. We were texting, we were talking, we just weren't out of touch. Mm-hmm. And so 10 o'clock rolled around, and I sat down at the piano and tried to play for a few minutes and started texting him and calling him, and he never came. And so I ended up going to look for him and ended up at his office. His car was the only car parked there. It was a Saturday morning, and ultimately had to call the fire department to open the door to his office. And when I rounded the corner, I could see into his conference room, and he was lying on the floor. And my precious best friend, sunflower planting husband, had taken his life. And in that moment, my life, as I knew it, was completely over too.
The juxtaposition of waking up thinking you're going to plant a sunflower garden, and then instead experiencing what you walked in on, is probably one of the most jarring yin and yangs I could think of. And yet, here you are, still here today. Your book, He's Not Coming Back, Rewriting Life After Loss. I'm curious with sharing that, because you did take us a step further back. If you had written a book 10 or 15 years ago, what do you think that would have been called? Or a chapter in that would have been named?
10 or 15 years ago, my values were so different. Yeah. I was on that, proverbial wheel, the hamster wheel of striving for success, striving for perfection, thinking I kind of had it and thought I was brave and courageous and had the world by the tail. But in truth, I was so driven by my perfectionism, because deep inside I didn't feel like I was enough. And more and more and more was what I was going for, to be the perfect wife, the perfect parent, run the perfect business, to exercise enough, to be thin enough, to have the best house, to be the best school mom, all the things. That's where 15 years ago, that's where my life was. And my value system is really different today.
Devaluized, I don't know.
Yeah.
And then, there's more writing to come. So let's, which we will talk about. But if you were to write a book 10 years from now, what do you think that book would be called?
Oh gosh, Marissa Peer stole the title. The book that I wish had not, no, her book's amazing. I would like to write the book that says I Am Enough. I'll have to find a different title, because she just released that about a year ago. But and I Am Enough isn't like I am woman, hear me roar. That's not how that feels inside me. It's really working through the traumas, the wounds, all the things that have hurt so much, and flipping the script and going, okay, I'm still meant to be here. I still have purpose. James' suicide, even though we all ask questions about suicide, why? How could I not have seen it? How could I have helped? Finally, there are no answers to the whys, and you go, it wasn't mine. It wasn't my fault, and it's not mine to carry the guilt and the shame of it. It's mine to take care of my children and rebuild our family. And I always feel like James is smiling down on me from somewhere, and, urging me on to do what I think he would have wanted me to do. Yeah, I do think he's here. So, I am enough. I'm enough to be on this earth, to be happy, to be whole, to help others. I'm enough.
You are enough. You are enough. And I'm, you said you feel like, we just said we feel like he's here, and you do feel that, especially out in nature. We're sitting out here looking out into nature. But I want to talk about the writing process of this book. But right before that, though, if because it's about writing, did you, was James a writer or journaler that you know of?
Not at all.
Not at all. Okay.
Not even a little bit. And I had a daily habit of writing every day, and have since I think I was early 20s. I don't know if your listeners will think this is macabre. It was one of my greatest ways to heal. James died on a Saturday, and every Saturday morning for months, I got up and wrote him a very long letter. And let me tell you, they weren't necessarily love letters.
Sure.
I was angry.
Sure.
I was crying. But I was telling him everything. And then, of course, as I would write out the hard stuff, it would become like the conversations I had with him when he was alive. Like, this is what Jordan's doing today. This is what Andrew's involved in. Oh gosh, I really need your help with, how do I get this fixed on the house? Or this is what's happening at work. And it would become just this kind of natural conversation with him in spirit. I don't know when I stopped writing the Saturday letters. I've never gone back to read them, but they were such a powerful tool for me. I like to say this, I'm sure you probably think somewhere along this line too. Our minds just run a million miles a minute all the time. To still the mind, the only way, people who are expert meditators might feel they've got this under control, but to me, to still the mind, you must write. And that's where you really know where you stand on something, how you feel about something. I do a lot of coaching these days, and I always encourage my clients, okay, write it out. Write out your priorities. Write out what your fears are. I ask my clients consistently to write.
To still the mind, we must write.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
To still the mind, we must write.
By the way, the Saturday Letters would be a great name for a book by you, if you ever want to go revisit those. I'm just saying. I don't even need a percentage on it. Because I have nothing to do with it. So I want to play a piece of music here in a minute. And before we do, I want to talk about the process of writing this book, because I'm going to guess there were times when you had to walk away from the writing of it. It was too much or not. On the other side of the break, we're going to talk about kind of what was for you and what was not. What was for you and what was for public. But I first want to touch on, like, with the physical process of writing this book. Did you find yourself having to take days, weeks, months away? And also then, did you also find it as where you were being able to relive some of the wonderful moments? So therefore, equal parts, I need to leave it, and equal parts, I need to really, really be in this now for as long as possible.
I didn't take really much time off at all. And it's interesting because I've thought a lot about this. I was ending, I had a relationship that began about 2.5 years after James died. And I was ending that relationship as I was writing. So I was in the middle of, in my everyday life, there was a lot of yuck. Okay. Just to kind of wrap it up with that word. I decided I wanted to write the book. It was born from the podcast. I had been doing the podcast for about a year and some months when I thought, okay, the book's right there. It's right inside me. I got an editor before I wrote the first thing, just presented her with an outline. She took it, and I started writing at the end of August, and I was fully finished on New Year's Day. So about 5.5 months later, Yes, absolutely. I had a music house that I would go that just mine. Nobody else got to come in. And that's where I wrote. And it was looking out into nature, which was amazing. I would sob my eyes out to the point I didn't think I could show my face to anybody for dinner, for anything, after writing some of the things I wrote. So obviously it was cathartic. But the pain, or walking back through the pain, or whatever you want to call that, didn't deter me from writing. I just wrote.
In a moment, was there anything that you remember at a moment when you were sobbing, that pushed you through to say, I have to keep writing? Because I think that's when, I say in the intro, writing is cheaper than therapy. I'm not saying don't go to therapy. I'm just saying this in addition. Was it James in your head? Was it your family? Was it your own healing that said, keep writing, keep writing, keep writing, keep writing?
Yes, absolutely. And I just will say to our listeners too, I had a whole lot of therapy while I was writing.
Good. I'm glad. Please.
An amazing therapist, Sherry Ryland, Jupiter, Florida. She's incredible.
Shout out, Sherry.
I started the podcast just very, kind of in a quiet way in my life, not even putting my name on it for the longest time, to tell other people's survival stories, not really to tell my own. And what I learned so much from others about, we're all carrying so much pain. And I learned the value of telling the story and opening up space for someone to share their pain, and how I could hold a little bit of it, and that I could help lessen the power of the pain just by opening it up, into that safe space. And that was the thing that pushed me. I realized how much people needed to understand. I don't care if a psychologist thinks I'm right or wrong. It doesn't matter. Those were the tools that I came up with in my journey that helped me get through. So the hardest parts were writing the true linear story. I wanted it quickly to turn into something hopeful, something that had courage around it, while still being as translucent as possible. And so, I was propelled by, I hope people can be helped by the tools I've come up with to get through this.
Well, you're helping people just by being on the show today. This is We Should Write. We have to take a really quick break. I'm joined by Teresa Bruno, who her book, He's Not Coming Back, you can find over at teresabruno.net. You can listen to more of her Soul Talks podcast. She's got a lot of exciting things coming up, but they're all born from her sharing herself, her sharing her story, her healing herself. You can heal yourself. Actually, through healing others, you heal yourself. Through healing yourself, you heal others. So that's the name of the game. We're going to take a really quick break and be right back. teresabruno.net here.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. Welcome back to We Should Write with Lindsay Lawler, a show about the healing power of writing. Let's dive back in, shall we? Because we should write, right?
Hey, Teresa, we should write.
Yes, ma'am, we should write.
Right? There's too many buttons to press around here, and you're pushing my buttons, Phone Master Dre, in the best way. Welcome back to We Should Write. I'm joined with my guest is Teresa Bruno. You can head over to teresabruna.net to find out more about her, hear her story, and or you could just keep listening right here. So let's keep going on. Okay, so I asked you the other day to send me a piece of music that moved, and this shouldn't have been a shock to me knowing what your background is actually, but it's just not what people have sent me in the past, the same vibe. I said, what is a song, a piece of music that moves you, perhaps that you write to or takes you to a place? And so you sent back to me and said your favorite piece of music, perhaps of all time, is Rachmaninoff's Piano Concerto No. 2. I was like, okay, Miss Renaissance woman. We're going to play a piece of it, and then I'm going to tell you something, our listeners, something you probably already know, Teresa, but I'm going to tell our listeners on the other side of it an interesting fact, because here's the thing. I sent it to Phone Master Dre, and he responded back to me. He's like, why am I sitting in my chair bawling right now? I'm like, I think I have an idea of why. So let's play a piece of this beautiful, beautiful composition, and then we'll talk about the healing power of writing from a concerto standpoint. Hit it, Phone Master Dre. Beautiful, profound. I saw something on one of the clips that someone had posted on YouTube of this song, and it said, because again, when Dre responded to me and said, why am I crying? I said, well, perhaps it's because the fact that Rachmaninoff wrote this after 3 years of depression, where he couldn't compose a single note. From 1897 to 1900, he wrote nothing at all. But with the help of a physician, Nikolai Dahl, he returned to the piano, and what emerged was this beautiful piece we just heard. So think about that, over a century later, it is still healing people. It is healing Teresa. And that is the power of creation, of output with your creation. Whether it's for yourself or someone else, we don't know in that moment. And in reference to this piece, it's a piece that changed the world, because I believe we're better, we heal ourselves, therefore we're better for those around us, therefore they're better for them around you, trickle, trickle, trickle. So the fact that Rachmaninoff wrote this piece coming out of such a depression, and then had the wherewithal to put it out to the world, and now again over 100 years later it's moving you. What does, outside of your training and being a classical pianist, why that piece? What does it do to your soul, and how have you used it in the light and the dark?
Yeah. So many great questions. Are we drinking, and do we have all day?
Let's drink. I will pour a cup right now, girl.
Gosh, I grew up, wanting to be a concert pianist, and that did all fall apart in graduate school. And this particular piece was just always one of my favorites. And you were playing the Adagio movement, the slow movement. So if your listeners want to go back and grab that. And it starts even smaller. It starts really, really small, kind of like the way we just sort of talk to ourselves when we're talking our way out of, I don't know, pain, hurt, just getting up in the morning and facing another day. And then it gets, and then it just gets so much bigger and so much more beautiful. This song, I hardly remember not knowing this piece. So I've gone to it through my whole life. There are certain pieces like this that are just in that repertoire of my soul that they get me through. They speak to me in such a deeply spiritual way. So this is one of those. I mean, if you can imagine a little 9-year-old girl at the piano trying to pick out that melody, that was me. And then so many years later, getting to actually play that, not with a huge symphony, but getting to play it with a school symphony, just one of that kind of thing. But those pieces like that to me just open me wide open. And the thing that happens to me with music, and it can be any kind of music, but for me, classical music sort of is the number one. Talk about opening your heart and soul up so you can write. It just breaks you wide open. To me, the words just flow out. If I start with something like this, the writing's so easy.
It's actually making me think about how I write. I'm gonna try putting this piece on or something similar, because it's moving us in ways. There aren't words there, so that's not getting in the way. This is written to do something to your soul. And I'm gonna guess Rachmaninoff didn't sit down and say, I'm going, like, it maybe wasn't even his intention. It was just him, 3 years of depression, pouring out into a piece, and we feel that. I believe in energy, and there was that energy of his release going into that piece of art that still transfers to this day, and you can feel that.
Oh my gosh, it's one of the most soulful pieces ever. The thing that I love about this story that almost no one knows, and thank you for bringing it to light, because it's such a hopeful piece. It's so beautiful. It never really goes dark. It really doesn't use the minors at all. It's mostly always building in the majors, and it's this, these sweeping romantic, lyrical phrases. And I like to kind of ponder that and go, okay, 3 years in, that's about when I began to say, okay, there's a turn. There's a turn to courage. There's a turn to hope. And I think, did his pain become his beauty? It feels like it.
Yeah, to compose something that beautiful out of that, you're right, that shows that there's a turning point for everyone. And to be able to feel, I guess, that turning point for him, again, the word release keeps coming to mind, because he released through that piece of music. It's a great reminder to turn it back to We Should Write, the healing power of writing. I think you can release. I'm going to play a completely opposite song, but just because I think it has a great perspective shift. But can I ask you, if you don't mind, you said that James did not write. Do you think we can play the what ifs all day long, so I'm not asking that. Do you wish he would have been a writer? Do you think that would have changed anything?
I think having any outlet to express one's internal angst.
Yeah.
I think James kept everything inside, and he was such a polished man, kind of that whole thing of perfectionism we both did as a couple. I would give anything if he'd had a way to scream it out, play it out, write it out, But I will say, he wrote 2 of the most beautiful letters I've ever read in my life to our sons. Encouraging them, what he hoped for their futures, for their marriages.
Wow.
And he wrote, and I hope this isn't too hard to hear, he wrote to me every tiny little thing that needed to be done in the house. He wrote out his funeral. He wrote out the phone numbers of the priests for me to call. Wow. He wrote out the scriptures he wanted read. He wrote me probably an 8-page letter of how to go forward. So for a man who didn't write, that probably took a long time.
Wow.
Yeah.
I love you.
I love you too.
Thank you for sharing that. So hard left. I'm glad that you have that handwriting from him, and that your sons have that. Even if it was the final thing he did, to have something to show. I have not been in your scenario, and God willing, I never will. But to show that there was care there, even for somebody that was clearly lost and broken, that you didn't know, there was still so much love and care there, and your family wasn't forgotten. So that feels really important in the midst of the madness that you had, and of course the time. That feels like a really important piece that you have that.
Absolutely, he was thoughtful even in leaving us.
Yeah. Thank you, James, for that. Yeah. So yesterday we had on a woman who wrote the book called Jagged Little Pill, 30 years anniversary. And Alanis Morissette, I can't believe that record came out 30 years ago. But I was thinking about you while I was listening to the song Ironic yesterday, because I realized that record and Alanis's work was so pivotal. Her writing and her getting her angst out ended up changing a lot of women's life, a lot of humans' lives, but a lot of women's life to shift a narrative that was happening. And you've done a lot of, women's studies, the history of women's studies. So this is important and powerful as well. But I just want to play a clip of it because I think it will give a little lift around here, and it's fun and to scream in your car and sing it. I'm going to play a verse chorus on this, but the bridge of this song is, life is a funny way of love is a funny way. Basically thinking you've got everything going right and then something slaps you in the face, right?
Preach.
If anybody can preach, it's you on that. And I think this song, it's not really that she was talking about, it's more the irony, what she's talking about are synchronicities, are coincidences in life that either show us we're on the right path or the wrong path.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to talk about signs after we play a clip of this song. So I want to play a clip of her ironic violinist, A, because I love it, and B, because nobody better knows about a perspective shift than Teresa Bruno, where you can find it at teresabruno.net. Hit it, Phone Master Day. Let's get some angst out. Let's go.
Just play it safe.
Beautiful concerto you shared with us, but I love a good juxtaposition.
She would have made Rachmaninoff proud.
She would have, absolutely. I do want to say over in the chat, Ice Princess is saying this is her readings are done, and one of her coworkers brought her coffee, and she's sitting down to listen, which is awesome. Jimmy Mack says he's wrecked, but with love. And Tucker Boson over there says, what a powerful message, and thank you for sharing. So, yes,
Hello to you all, Ice Princess. Just my heart is with you today.
Oh, so kind. So, I say that, I play that song because I want to know, I would never by any means say, let's look at why this happened to you. Why did you have to go through that? I'm not, that is toxic, and that's not what I'm here to say. But now that you are on the somewhat of the other side of this and dreaming of the what lies ahead, what can you, is there anything looking back, or sitting here now, but looking back saying, okay, those were maybe signs that something was, we're going to talk about signs of writing the book, but before that, not signs about what's going to happen to James or with your business, but looking back, was there anything that you missed signs-wise that you were missing some presence in your life outside
100%.
of the, because I think there were probably little things there that you didn't see, which is why the two big whammies showed up. It was like your near-death experience, basically.
No, 100% looking back, and like to be really honest about this. And it's certainly not the way I ever want to live again, meaning running so fast after everything you think you're supposed to run after, that you're not present enough to see the signs. The signs I was feeling but not paying attention to was I knew I wasn't happy in the business because there was no time for anything but the business, and James held us together, held us up well, but I wasn't happy with the running. I wasn't even happy any longer creating the most beautiful jewelry, that I could create, because it was just all too much. And were there signs that this person who created the fraud, I used to say, I had no idea. Well, yeah, there were signs. I can look back and see. I didn't want to delve deep into those signs. I didn't want to go down the path. And I didn't feel like, I guess, I had time. With James, it was much more subtle. He hid anything about himself that wasn't positive or wasn't good for the family. He hid it so well, and yet I was seeing things where he seemed more down than usual or more removed, just removed. And I've said before, we had started therapy about a year before. We'd never been in therapy in our marriage, and we started therapy together, but nothing showed up there. And actually the therapist was the first person I called, and she came and sat with me in the hallway outside of his office for 5 hours, because they couldn't take his body for that long. That's how long it takes to go through all the things that happen in that kind of death. And she sat with me and she wept and she said, I never saw a sign. As a therapist, a seasoned therapist, you know, she's probably in her mid-70s at the time. She said, I never saw a sign that made me think he'd take his life, which, of course, gave me great comfort because I was in the position of going, what's wrong? But when I look back, there were definitely signs of him pulling away from life in that last year.
So as you started to, I would love for you to read a passage from something that you have now. And before we do so, I'm so curious if you were conscious during the writing, because again, you are a mom, two beautiful sons, two sons, right?
That's right.
Two amazing sons. And lots of family and friends and other people who knew James and that were attached to your work and everything else. Were you consciously aware during your writing, your pen to paper, of, okay, this part's just for me, okay, this part's for public consumption? Because let's be honest, I'll say the elephant in the room. I know there's somebody listening right now who's thinking, well, that's how, or, you know, why would you share this story, or, you know, capitalization, whatever. And that's just clearly, I can tell you, I know Teresa, I feel like very well now, this is all with good intent. It took a long time for you to be able to share it. And I also know people that are healing from it. So, but finding that line, I would assume it's a very, very thin line. What's for me, what's for my sons, and what's for public consumption. Were you aware of that in the time? Did you, some things you say,
yeah.
This isn't the book, this is a journal?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I talked to both my boys before I wrote anything, and I deliberately sidestepped. And kind of the phrase we came up with is, "I will not tell your story because it's your story to tell. I will only tell your story in as much as it braided into my story." So the boys aren't mentioned very much. There is one chapter where I kind of walk through some of the things we went through together, but it's about rebuilding family. It's about how we did that together and what they brought to me, and that we really all wanted to still have a sense of, James was the center of everything. You know, he created every holiday meal. He created all the fun, you know.
Oh my goodness.
He was always planning all the stuff. He was the center of us, and I worked all the time. And, you know, I'd round the corner at the end of the day, and he'd be there cooking, and I'd stand there in the kitchen with him, and we'd kind of debrief together, and there was always a glass of wine waiting. I mean,
He sounds like a dream.
he was
by
a
the
dream.
way.
I'm like, come on, guys, can anybody measure up, please? But anyway, I think we as a little threesome family just wanted to say we had the best dad, I had the best husband, and we want to honor him by going forward well. So yeah, there's so much that I, of course, didn't put in the book, and probably talk maybe more verbally about it than what is written. And I didn't want everybody to have to hear every gory detail. Just to, you know, it wasn't about that.
Right.
It really was about, okay, here's the context of what I've been through. Here are the survival tools that happened, that came forward, that I used. This is what I really want to give you. But I have to give you my story so my survival tools make sense.
Signs. Was he with you during the book?
Oh my gosh.
Did you hear him? Did you see him? Did you feel? I know the answer is yes, but do you have any specific example you could give to us that you knew he was there supporting this book?
You know, I talk to him all the time. And when something's going on with the boys, I'll say, you know, baby, I just need you to help. You know, just be with one of them right now. They need you so badly. And I'll see things happen that seem supernatural to me. You know, they're small, but the boys will make a turn or a curve or something will happen. I don't know why or when I decided that every time I talked to James, a butterfly landed, but it seemed that way. So I was writing the book in my little music house, and I would walk out the back door to walk around the property, and it just seemed like every single time that I felt like I was maybe not quite getting it right or needed an affirmation, there was a butterfly that was going to come by and get really close and circle a few times, you know. And I just felt like he was, and still is, so present in my world.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, butterflies do that. Every time I see a butterfly, I'm like, okay, who are you?
Who are you?
Who are you? Who's sending me a message today?
That's right.
This show is We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. So I'd be remiss if I didn't actually ask you to read a piece of your writing. I think I'm not sure which passage you've decided to go with. And If you even know, we'll see.
I don't.
You
So
don't.
I was thinking about this and then didn't really decide, but
While she's pulling that out, you can head over to teresabruno.net to find out more. She also is the host of the Soul Talks, of a beautiful podcast that is most likely about to turn into something even bigger, which you will hear more about
Fingers
soon.
crossed.
There's more output and books and creativity from Teresa definitely coming at you in the years ahead, which are many, many years ahead. What are you being led to read to our listeners today?
So in the epilogue of the book, I talk about a number of things, and the epilogue is entitled Love Remains. And so I just want to read this little passage. I think it's important to me. Friendship is one of the purest, most generous forms of love. It is love without obligation, without the weight of vows or legal ties. Just the simple, beautiful choice to walk alongside someone, no matter how broken, lost, or weary they might be. My friends have done this for me over and over again, and in their presence, I have relearned what it means to be healthy, even when my world feels like it's unraveling. My circle of friends, these remarkable, soul-nourishing people, have taught me that healing is not a solitary journey. Every time I have collapsed under the weight of loss, they have been there, lifting me up, reminding me of my resilience when I could not see it for myself. They've held space for my pain, but they've also reintroduced me to joy, laughter, and the simple, sacred act of being present in the now.
Wow.
I think friendship, having people to walk alongside you, regardless of what you're going through, is one of the most important things we can do for ourselves. I often say, isolation is a liar. Don't sit in isolation. It keeps you in shame. It keeps you in judgment. Find those people who can walk alongside you, like I talk about. And I do have this saying, and people are probably tired of hearing me say it, but sharing your pain lessens its power. Absolutely.
Don't give that pain power.
Share it.
It's just pain. We watched Mission Impossible the other night, which is really bad. But he said at one point they were about to go through some physical torture pain, and he looked at Tom Cruise. Which Tom Cruise? I mean, he's not real, so he can. He's an alien. But he looked at her and he said, "Remember, it's just pain," and that hit me so much. I'm just remembering it now while you're talking. It's just pain. Like it's just pain.
It's just
so
pain.
I love you're saying, don't give it power.
Don't give it power. Share that pain. Trickles away.
Don't give it power. Teresa, there's so many, I know there are several people listening right now who are in their own storm. And I don't, it's tough. We can't, I can talk about my own emotions and the stuff that I've gone through, but I could never speak to what you've been through. We can never speak to what anyone else has been through until we've walked in their shoes. But what you can speak overall to is how you get through it, and you're such a bright light example for people listening that you can get through it, even the worst thing you can get through. So I'm curious, in your opinion, what happens to a person's soul when they stay present and they're writing through heartbreak? And so what can you tell our listeners, not about surviving, but about writing through it, specifically writing through something?
I would say let yourself break open. Let yourself weep. Let the tears come, because they will when you're writing through your pain. I do think writing is, I don't understand exactly how it works inside our wiring, our emotional, physical, spiritual wiring, but there's something that happens when you write through the toughest times. It does create space, I think, for the light. So I would say don't be afraid of the tears that are going to come. You're going to weep when you write through your pain. But I do believe it lets in some light. You walk away a little differently each time. And so many beautiful healing words come out on the other side.
Release. Again, the word release comes out in mind. And there's also some humor in it. I've written about some hard things, or I've gone through some hard things, and I've started writing about them, and it's a couple songs ended up being turned out to be tongue-in-cheek. And that was also how I got through that, which is fun. You know, it doesn't always have to be heavy. And I think if you sit down with no intention outside of let's just see what comes out. Don't put any parameters or pressure on yourself. Just get up in the morning, and even if you write your grocery list, that's what The Artist's Way talks about, Julia Cameron talks about, and that just write. Write. Even if you clear other stuff so that the new version of you can come through, that's what it's all about as well. Teresa, we only have like a minute left. How the heck did that happen?
I don't know. We just got started.
I know. Our next one, we're going to do the nighttime version over a bottle of wine. And we'll see what we talk about then. Where's the best place for people to find you? And tell us quickly, if you will, because I want to do it. You heard it here first. What's coming up next for you?
Okay. Well, it's Teresa Bruno on Instagram, TikTok. The podcast is the Soul Talks podcast. You can get it on iHeart, Spotify. You can watch it on YouTube. It's filmed as a show. And speaking of that, we are in the process of working with this wonderful woman, Cassandra Cooper, in LA, and she is pitching the podcast as a TV show to streaming services, and we could not be more excited about that. So
that's amazing. You're sharing, you're doing, from me to you sitting on this side of the mic, let me just say to you, you are lit up by doing what you're doing. So it's showing that your passion has met your purpose on this earth. I am profoundly sorry for what you had to go through to get there, but I'm so happy that you arrived on the other side, with so much joy and so much to share for others. So you are changing the world by just living your truth. So thank you for that.
As are you. You are just an amazing human in this world. I'm glad to be sitting across from you. Thank you.
Likewise. Guys, this has been We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. It's executive produced by me and technically produced by Phone Master Dre over there. Join us next week when my guest will be, listen how cool this is, Teresa. Her name is Amy Daughters, and she's an author, but her latest book, she wrote handwritten letters to all 500 of her Facebook friends. What?
Wow.
And she said she found new versions of herself and relationships in it because of it. I can't wait to hear more about that. Teresa Bruno, go to teresabruno.net because, Teresa, we should write.
Right?
Right. You'll have the best day. Keep writing. Send me your letters. Love you guys. Be safe. Get home safe.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Well, hey there, it's Lindsay Lawler, y'all, and welcome to We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. I'm your host, Lindsay Lawler. I'm a songwriter, a performer, and a longtime radio voice. I'm also a storyteller and a proud advocate for the incredible men and women of the trucking industry. And let me tell you, they've got stories. Okay, so We Should Write is where sarcasm meets soul. It's equal parts vulnerability and absurdity. We talk to songwriters, authors, and creatives of all kinds about how putting pen to paper help them heal, grow, and work their stuff out. Because let's be honest, writing is cheaper than therapy and way more, dare I say, honest. So take a breath. Now, let's get it out. Let's get into it because we should write, right? Right, we should write. It's important. I am practicing what I preach. I haven't been writing in a long time and I've started writing again and it's flowing. So I'm telling you, it works when you work it. Welcome back to the show. I am so excited about this episode. It's like when you say, no, this is my favorite child. No, this is my favorite child. Guys, this is my favorite child today. I can already feel it. And Amy, even on the earlier radio show today, I was telling people that I guarantee this show is going to change their life. This specific episode is going to change someone's life. And I think that is you. You. Okay. So, hi, Amy.
Hi. Super excited to be here. Thank you for having me.
Oh my God, I'm so happy you're here. Okay, here's the deal, guys. This episode feels really special. It feels like a circle closing and a new one opening in a way, because my guest is someone whose story brings us right back to something we forget far too easily, I think, the profound power of the real human connection. And I'm genuinely so excited to welcome Amy Daughters. She's a keynote speaker, a former sports journalist, author of multiple books, including the one we're talking about today, which is Dear Dana. That time I went crazy and wrote all 580 of my Facebook friends a handwritten letter. It's a long title, but she's writing, so it's writing. She had to write it long. And Amy didn't set out to start a movement, guys, but it's what happened. She simply wrote one letter to a woman she hadn't seen since summer camp. And from that one note came purpose and reconnection and unexpected life-changing ripples. And her journey reminds us that purpose doesn't always arrive with fireworks. Sometimes it arrives quietly through these small inspired acts that end up changing everything, which is what we're going to talk about today. And selfishly, this book transported me straight back to summer camp, cabins, counselors, crushes, letters home, these in-between spaces of life. And it cracked open something sweet and nostalgic for me that I didn't even know was tucked in away and wanting to come out, by the way. So I'm excited about that. I've been counting down to this conversation. My guarantee for you listening, someone today, maybe you'll walk away changed because of this conversation. Please make welcome to We Should Write, my new friend, soon to be yours, Amy Daughters. Hi, friend.
Hi, Lindsay. And what a great intro. I mean, are you kidding me? I mean, I don't even know what to say now. It's great. So thank you so much for having me on. And what a kickoff to the conversation.
Well, we should write.
Right?
Right, good. You got that. You got the assignment.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Woo, that was it. I didn't think I could do it.
You did so good. Okay, Amy, I always start the show. We take a deep breath together. It's a moment for you and I to reset, and maybe even more importantly, for somebody out there listening to reset. We have a lot of over-the-road truck drivers that listen to this show who are making America happen out on the roads and maybe don't take enough time for their themselves. So whether you're in your truck, if you're at your desk, if you're in your car, wherever you are, just take a moment to breathe with me on the count of 3, and then we're going to dive in. So 1, 2, 3. I always back up so you don't hear the allergies and the seasonal stuff going on in me, but it feels good. All right, so Amy, after that breath, in this moment, right now, if you're going to take out your gratitude journal and write down, what in this moment, Amy Daughters, are you grateful for?
Well, I'm grateful for so much. I'm in this empty nest situation with my husband, and I thought, I work from home, so it was weird when they left. But I realized, wait a second, I like this person I'm married to, so this is working out pretty good. Like all those years, they don't tell you it's going to be great at the end if you still like each other, and so we're having great fun. And I'm also super grateful that this little topic of letter writing, people want to talk about it, and people like you see the value in it, and a book that is 2 or 3 years old that somebody still wants to talk to me about it. And I realize that's unusual. And I'm super grateful to be whether it was God or the universe who gave me this to talk about, I'm grateful that I have an opportunity like this today on such a great program to share this story.
Awesome. I love it. It's, it reminds us that writing's never going out of style, especially the handwritten letter. So Amy, a lack of a better term, will you give us, because this conversation is not even necessarily about promoting you or your work or what you have going on. It's about promoting connection. Obviously, as a byproduct, we will promote everything you have going on. And the conversation isn't even about the 580 letters you wrote. It's about the life that had to be lived in order to get to that project, which changed everything. So with that being said, I loved reading this book. I think everybody should. But can you give us the again, at lack of a better term, the Cliff's Note version that just gets us up to speed as to what we're going to dive deeper about today? The camp, how you met Dana, and how it got us to the 580 letters.
Right. And I think that's very well said because, I'm a small businesswoman. Of course, I want to sell books, but the bigger thing for me is the reason I want to be on your program is I want to talk about human connection and what happened to me because of this story. And that has very little to do with the book. It has how it transformed pivoted the entire trajectory of my life. So basically, Lindsay, I like to start the story off by saying I was minding my own business because I was. I was minding my own business and I was not planning to do anything magical or meaningful. I get on Facebook one day and I think, what happened to my friend Dana from Camp Olympia in Trinity, Texas in 1986? 35 years ago, we had zero communication between that moment on Facebook and 30 something years ago. And we were both loud and had big personalities. So I guess that's why she resonated with me. But we spent 6 weeks together. That was it. But her name would always pop up every once in a while. So I'm on Facebook. Voila. Her name comes up again. I type it in and there she is, Dana. And I was like, wait a second, this is great. So I friend request her because it doesn't really mean anything. I mean, I don't have to do anything. And she accepts, so I assume she borderline remembers me. And right away I figure out she has overachieved in the children department. This girl has 5 children. Like she has knocked it out of the park. And so 5 kids, 4 girls, 1 boy. He's the youngest. His name is Parker. And right away I scroll for a while and right away I realize that Parker has cancer. And it's serious enough that he's at St. Jude in Memphis, Tennessee. So I'm like, oh man, this kid's fighting for his life, And so as a human being, as a mom, just a person, I was like, of course that resonates with you as the worst case scenario. And I say nothing. She asked for prayers. That's kind of my thing. So I start praying, but I never hit like, I never comment on anything because I feel like that's disingenuous. Like she doesn't even really remember. I'm the loud girl from Tetherball, at summer.
Yeah. How am I going to the kid has cancer post so that I've never talked to you for 30 years? That would be strange.
Right. And why am I going to say supporting you? I mean, I can't say anything. I just am totally the background girl on this. So he goes back home somewhere in Louisiana. It goes into remission. And I'm like, man, I feel relief. This is great. Kind of goes on the back burner for me. And then later that same year, her posts start to change. Dana's posts start to change. And I'm like, something's wrong. And then she posts this long, honest post. And it's like, we're going back to Memphis. The cancer's back. And I'm like, man, this is just, awful. And so I start praying again. I sit down at my desk to write the next morning. We should write, right? And so I sit down to do just that. And then it was like a lightning bolt hit me in the head. I'm like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to start sending Dana and Parker supportive notes to the Ronald McDonald House in Memphis. And I hadn't written anyone a note in 25 years. So it's not like I was like, I write people letters. Here's what I'm going to do. This is a genius idea. No, it wasn't that. And I still had no direct contact with this woman. Like she doesn't even, I'm sure she remembers maybe accepting my friendship request, but I was so committed to this idea. I think it was God. You can call it the universe. You can call it whatever. But I was like, I'm going to do it. So it was December. So I had Christmas card stuff. I had stamps. Unusual. So I start putting her in my writing schedule, and I write her every Sunday and mail it on Monday. And of course, I don't hear anything back from her. I mean, she's helping her kid fight cancer. But I write for like 10 to 12 weeks. And the whole time I'm doing it, I'm like, you're crazy. This is nuts, And so then one Sunday morning, 10 to 14 weeks later, I get up and she posts that And there's no words for any of this and has nothing to do with me. But Parker passes away from cancer at only 15 years old. It's just total devastation. I clearly has nothing to do with me, but I feel like I kind of felt called to the letter and writing things. So what should I do? I send a condolence card and I'm like, you're not going to just leave her hanging, right? I mean, think about that. You've supported her, say you were supporting her. So I can't stop writing. But I'm like, I don't know where she lives and I can't message her and say, what's your address? And so I'm like, okay. So I'm crazy. So I'll stalk her husband's attorneys. He's an attorney, so I'll get his address because that makes a lot of sense, And so I just start sending these weekly letters there because that made a lot of sense, or it didn't. And I thought it was crazy the whole time I was doing it. So I continue to write her. 4 or 5 months of writing. And I'd be lying if I didn't say I didn't think you should stop because you're crazy. I go out to my mailbox on my birthday, and there's a 10-page handwritten letter from this woman. And in it, she talks about her grief. On my birthday. And she talks about her grief. She talks about her life. And at the end, she says, you know what? I wasn't planning on writing any of that, but I feel better for saying all that. And so this kicks off, Lindsay, 2 years of me and this stranger writing each other weekly in the U.S. mail, and our thoughts cross, and we don't feel like we have to respond to any specific thing because there's no immediate response. I don't even know if she's reading. She doesn't even know if I'm reading what she wrote. But we end up trusting each other. We said stuff like, I've never told anybody this before. I know I can tell you, stranger, at the other end of a letter. Like, who even does that? That's nutso, But we shared on this letter that was so intimate that we wound up caring about each other. And it made me look at everything differently. And really one of the most magical parts was I knew she believed in some kind of God or some version of God because she had asked for the prayers, but I didn't know how she voted. I didn't know what she believed in specifically. I didn't know her socioeconomic level. I didn't know her stance on any issue. I just knew that I cared about her almost like a sister because of all this sharing in the handwritten letter. So about 6 to 8 months into writing back and forth with her, I was like, you know what? If all this good can happen from random girl from Louisiana that I stalked, what else is in this list of people? What about the other hundreds of people that I'm supposed to know on this list of Facebook friends? So I'm like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get some stationery and I'm going to put everybody's names in a little box and I'm going to get a journal. I'm going to try to write all these people a handwritten letter. And so and I was thinking I'll go letter 25 and I'll probably peace out because that's ridiculous. 600 letters, that's dumb. But then when I got to letter 25, I was like, you know what? This is probably the most important thing I'm ever going to do in my life. So it took me 18 months and it blew up my heart, my life, my perspective. It took me 18 months and I wrote 580 handwritten letters. And now I'm officially the girl who can't shut up about handwritten letters and notes.
Well, if anybody can attest to why it's important, it's you. And I love this. Always happens, Amy. It wasn't your intention to do something, and your intentions were good. I believe intention is everything. Your intentions were, I'm being called to do this, and I don't know why, but I have a profound longing, yearning connection to this, and I'm just going to do it. You weren't like, I hope I become an author and speak on this and change the world. But you have done that. And this is why I think this conversation on 2 levels, Amy, is very important. A, because I think we listen to these inspiring podcasts and you hear people that have done these big, profound things and you're like, oh, that's amazing. That's inspiring. Well, I wouldn't do all that. That's a lot of work. I couldn't do that. And that's not what this is. This was you. It was one letter that led to another. It wasn't in the beginning like, oh my God, I'm going to take on this huge project. It was like, I just need to connect to this person. So that's point number 1 here, that we can change the world by just doing one small thing. We can change our own world, both inside and out, by doing the small things. It's not the big, profound things. It's the small things. The other reason this conversation is really important is because this is all clearly divinely led in my humble opinion, because you just followed the breadcrumbs and it was like, this feels good. It's, I think we making decisions or based on something that feels good or bad, love over fear, and desperation, panic over this just feels good, I want to do it. And you just followed the nudges and here we are sitting today. So those are 2 points that I think are attainable for anybody listening, for anybody in the entire world, and that's why it's important. Okay, we have to talk about camp here because this is where it all began. And I love the notion that you share on your website that you would much rather go back in time than to see the future. This hit me. I agree. I didn't realize it until I read it that I agree. But I time traveled back to camp after reading your book or while reading your book. And just, I mean, the cabins, the crushes, the late night bunks, the writing letters home to my parents, and then the summers when I came home writing to the friends that I had met. And so if you can paint, I don't know, anyone listening, whether you went to camp, if you didn't go to camp, I'd love for Amy to paint a picture. We both went to camp in Texas. What camp did you go to? Oh, Olympia, right. You're Olympia. I went to T-Bar M. Paint a picture of what that is, because you talk about in the book how it's like this relationship microwave, and it forces connection real fast and furious, and then it's gone, and then it's taken away from you. It's a very strange, jarring sort of bipolar thing, but it's also epic. Kind of explain your camp experience, and because it's what brought us here today.
Right. And I think it's like a bubble of, it's like this bubble of society, where you're enclosed in this, this other world for several weeks. But like you said from the book, a relational microwave, because you're forced to live with people in close proximity for, 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 1 week, 6 weeks, whatever the term is, but it forces you to depend on people because you're removed from the whole other world that you were doing before this, and I think this is probably even more powerful now than it was in the 70s and 80s. But for me, I was somebody who struggled, like so many people, struggled with self-confidence, struggled with where I fit in. But at camp, I almost felt celebrated. Since I was just dipping in and dipping out, it's almost like they see the best parts of you and celebrate that because they don't have to put up with you for more than 3 or 6 weeks, But I always felt so celebrated and so myself, and those connections always seemed so deep because they were forged so quickly in this common experience. And a really bad comparison, they talk about people who go through, wars together, they're in the trenches together. But I think being a camp counselor is kind of like that, not in a bad way, like where you experience bad things, but it's this otherworldly experience that you only experience with your camp friends. And it makes those camp friends, something different because you experience this that no one else, other camp people did, but you experienced it together. And that sticks with you for the rest of your life. And, a great example of that, when I wrote the 580 letters, I kept track of how I knew the person because a lot of people, I had assumed I met them somewhere else, but the camp people I was rock solid on. And that was the highest percentage of people. Like that was the biggest group for me to write letters. So it was like 40% of the list were people I met at Camp Olympia.
Wow. Well, and the other thing about camp, and I like talking about this because people that didn't go to camp may not send their kids to camp. But if you're hearing this and you didn't go to camp, as long as you find one that you trust, I believe in it wholeheartedly. It is one of the biggest foundations of my whole life. I, again, didn't remember it wholeheartedly until reading your book. But I'm going to play a song here in a minute that will sort of explain my camp experience. But it's also, to your point of being in the trenches, like you're removed, especially as a teenager or sometimes even younger, you're removed from your everyday life experience. You have people checking on you, counselors, but they're not your parents. You can kind of do whatever you want within the confines of this place. And it's a time to safely explore who you want to be and who you want to connect with, I feel like.
Oh, 100%. I grew up going to the same elementary school, junior high school, and high school. And Camp Olympia gave me an opportunity to redefine myself. I mean, I wasn't that girl who everyone knew with the bowl cut from second grade. I was the girl at camp.
Hot.
Yeah, so hot. I mean, the jealousy factor, I've had to deal with it my whole life. And it's really, worked me over. But no, and I think that what you said is you re-explore who you are in the confines of a totally different place where you're outside of even your family, and that's scary to parents. I sent both my kids to camp, the same camp. And it is a chance for you to find yourself in a way you can't do in your regular life.
So I have to play this song, and the camp I went to, it was a Christian sports camp, which seems very specific, but and it was in New Braunfels, Texas. And first of all, there's a completely random side note that just popped in my head. The type of people you meet. There was this one girl, Amy, in my I don't remember her name, but now I want to try to find her. She would, and this is when we're like 10, 12 years old. Every night before she went to bed, she'd put on a full face of makeup and do her hair. This is in the bunk at camp. And we asked her one day, we're like, why do you do that? She goes, well, in case I die in my sleep, I want to look good. This was like a 12-year-old.
Wow.
Wow, I need to know what that person is doing with their life today. I need
Right.
to know the psyche behind that. I will never
100%.
forget her. Crazy, right?
Yeah.
But anyway, Dre will play me a clip of this song. It's a Michael W. Smith song. It's a spiritual song. But they would play it at the last day of camp every year.
Oh, I know the song.
You know what I'm gonna play, don't you?
Yeah. Do you want me to say it, or I'm gonna just let that song play?
What's your guess?
Friends are friends forever.
Yes. Yes.
Camp people unite.
Why did they do? It was gut wrenching.
Oh, cry like a little baby by the tetherball poles. I mean, wrap yourself up in the punch machine and bawl.
Yes, and it's quite a silly song, quite, but silly. Yet, if it made us cry that much, it's such a basic. Friends are friends forever. If the Lord's the Lord of them, it's a very basic concept, and yet I remember it. 30 years later, sitting here. 30 plus years sitting here, remember what it did to my soul, because they'd play the first piano note, we'd cry, hug, sob. It sounded like this, and then we'll go deeper. Dre, hit me with a little tear jerker sappiness.
So many floods of memories. But why did I think when he said, the last more than a lifetime? I think about the girl with the makeup now, and I wasn't even at that camp or with that girl, but she was hanging on to that verse. She was like, the lifetime's not going to stop, and she put her makeup on. She was going. It was
crazy.
Going home. Yeah,
going home. Well, okay, let's talk about letter writing, because obviously. Specifically as it pertains to camp. Because obviously we didn't have social media back then, but it was so important. It was so profound. Did you write letters to people like after, when you got back, friends that you'd made there, or letters back home?
Oh, absolutely. And, my mom would write me. I still have a lot of letters. And I think that's a common thread. People who wrote letters, they save a lot of the letters. But, the Camp Olympia yearbook in the back, and this is almost unbelievable now in the world of let's all protect ourselves. There was a part where they listed all the counselors and the pictures with their addresses where you could write them.
Wow. Can't do that today.
Different world.
So here's what I want to talk about as it pertains to, because you're also a writer by trade. You're a freelance writer. You're an author. You were a freelance writer that became an author. There's you kind of write in three different ways, which we'll talk about later. It's personally, professionally, and then also for this project that you did. But let's back up. Talk a little bit about, this is just kind of hitting me right now, the idea of when we wrote letters at that age, say in our teenage years, back to parents or to friends or whatever, and then also how we would handle it now today. There's something that happens where we kind of choose, whether it's consciously or not, what we want to include in these letters. And I wonder, do you remember, recall anything about what you would put in a letter? It's like, what am I going to tell my parents? Only the good stuff, also the bad? Is it a mix of it too? How do I want to present myself when I get to choose whatever goes in this letter? Because that was the only form of communication you would have back home or to the friends later. So what do you think now, sitting as a professional writer and a personal writer, what does it say to you about what we choose to how we choose to expose ourselves or put us out there? Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah. And that's a great question, because I have talked to so many people about this topic and I've never been asked that question. And it's fascinating. I would say as a camper, I was so enamored with Camp Olympia and it was so much a part of my identity. I'm assuming those letters would have been super positive because they would have been plugs for please send me back and pay the money,
Sure.
And it would have been a reflection on the absolute joy I had at being there. I've read some of the letters, and I did say that I missed my brother and my sister, and I think that's a reflection on not a perfect home life, but a home life where I felt drawn to be back. I think that the question of what information you choose to include in a letter and what you don't is super interesting. It makes me think of social media, what we choose to share and don't share.
Right.
But the difference is the letter's in an envelope, and presumably only your mother or the addressee is going to read the letter. So what do you choose to say? And I think that's motivated a lot of the same ways. What do you want people to take away from the experience you're having? And also what is the context of your relationship? How open can you be with that other person? So I think it speaks to how what that relationship means to you personally is how you're going to share in the letter, in this private letter.
Yeah, it sets the scene. Because you said that too. You were sending all these letters to Dana, hoping, I hope you're the only one who sees it. I don't know. Who
Right.
knows?
No. Right. Right. And I would think the tone of those letters that we wrote in college and high school or camp would be a reflection not only on our experience, where we're at, our emotional state that we're in at the time, but also it would be a reflection on the relationship with this recipient and how much we trusted them. You know, and I could see a deep letter coming to someone, like, let's say we were friends. I would have told you different stuff than I would have told my mother or my father.
Right. Isn't that interesting? And then you kind of got to play the game of who knows what, which is a crazy thing. And, it's also just the honesty level, which we'll have to take a quick break in a minute. We'll come back. But the honesty level, you say in the book that it was, being honest is better than being cliche. And the idea of like just saying, yeah, this sucks what you're going through. I'm here, as opposed to the toxic positivity of like, everything happens for a reason, or I fall victim to that and I'm trying to get better.
Right.
But that had to have landed big with you throughout these.
Oh yeah, and that's something that Dana taught me. I mean, frankly, is that I don't think I understood that as profoundly as I did. And I think for me, it was also knowing when she started to share in the letters, I realized I didn't have the words. I mean, in the light of her loss, and I think God gave me not a perspective, but He gave me such a heart for that family that I was like, I know I can't say anything, but it sucks. I can't say anything, there's no words for that, but you can show up over and over again. And that's the bigger lesson. And that was totally spirit driven. I agree with what you said. My humble opinion, it was the same. It was driven by God, not by me. But that was it. I could just show up over and over again with this crazy quest. And that was going to mean more than I could have ever imagined to them.
And if you whoever's listening today, learn nothing else or take away nothing else from Amy, I know that you have a lot of takeaways, I'm sure, today. But that is the one thing. Just show up. Just keep showing up. Not obnoxiously, just a, hey, I'm here vibe. That's what that's why so many people don't reach out, because they don't know what to say. In a time of tragedy, there's nothing anyone can say that will help. So who cares? Throw that out the window. Get rid of that. I'm here is right. The probably biggest takeaway.
Right, you can just sit next to him, because the truth is, like you just said, there are no words. There are no words. There is nothing that's going to make it better, but the presence of another human being, and mine was in a form of a letter, so it wasn't even physical at all, And I thought the whole time I'm shooting these letters off, thinking it's doing no good. You're nutso. But when she started writing me back, and she would say stuff like, "You have no idea what the letters mean. We wait for the letters every week." I was just blown away by that, because I was assuming that I was crazy and I was sending these letters because I felt like I had to, and they had deep meaning for those people. And I had not the right words, I didn't have anything, but it just meant something, that somebody was going to show up over and over again.
And she said to you, you're making a difference. Amy, you're making a difference. Keep going. That's all you need to know. You are making a difference, Amy. We're talking with Amy Daughters. We're going to take a quick break and come right back. And if you're listening right now, if you're still listening, if we still have you, you're making a difference. By listening, by showing up for yourself and for others, you're making a difference, period. This is We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. Hey, Amy, we should write.
Yeah, right?
Right. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. This is the quickest break you've ever heard, I promise. Take us away, Dre.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes? while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families. Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Welcome back to We Should Write with Lindsay Lawler, a show about the healing power of writing. Let's dive back in, shall we? Because we should write, right?
Right. Hey, Amy, we should write.
Right.
We have an echo going on, Dre. Right?
We do.
Just like to tell
That's
everybody
right.
about the technical stuff. It keeps us real around here. This is
That's right.
real. This is raw, man. This ain't no AI podcast.
So raw.
Raw. So rhyme.
So raw. I will tell you, I just got a text from a camp friend who said, "Friends are friends forever. I am all up in my feels."
Oh my gosh, I love it. What's that person's name?
Patty Lanning, a shout out to my BFF from Tetherball, Pat the Cat. Yep.
Patty and friends. Oh my gosh. It's still as bad as it is. It's so good. I mean, it's good. It's not bad. It's like, it's heartfelt. It's endearing. I need to get Michael W. Smith on the show just to tell him how much
Oh
he
my gosh.
changed my life.
Him and Amy
my
Grant. You could do we could have a cry fest.
Oh my God. I'm going to. They live down the street in Franklin. I'm going to make that happen. Okay. So speaking of Michael W. Smith and Amy Grant, I want to talk about prayer. I think this is an important place to go now. Because, you write in your book that if you had a spiritual gift, perhaps it might be prayer. And I am very, very careful to not say I'm praying for you if I'm not actually praying for you. Thoughts and prayers, there's nothing worse than that. I actually won't tell somebody I prayed for them until I've actually already done it. And I think that's real important because I think the minute we say it, we're not going to do it or we've already done it. It's one of the two. And so anyway, I want to ask you if you think this, it's almost like prayer here is sort of the same thing as you sending those letters off to Dana, not knowing if she was listening. Because that's kind of prayer. We're just talking. I say prayer is talking and meditation is listening. So prayer is just speaking it out, hoping God is listening. He is. He, she, we, they, whatever, universe, whatever you call it, hoping there's a higher force listening and then waiting to see what happens. That's kind of also what the letters were. So with that in mind, knowing that this show is about a healing power of writing, knowing that Dana herself sat down and just wrote 10 pages, she didn't have any intention about what she was going to write. She just sat down and it flowed out because you had given her a safe space. With all that said, do you think that prayer is sort of a kind of silent journaling in a way? Can it be, if journaling is powerful to get some stuff out, to clear space so that we can receive some clarity, could prayer be seen as a form of silent journaling?
Oh, I think that's absolutely true. But, on one level, it's that, we're giving those things to God and realizing that, or recognizing that, God is the one running the show. But absolutely, it's like writing a letter because Dana and I talk about this all the time, that it's, letter writing is a catharsis, and she always says, "Dear Dana," she calls me Dear Diary. I call her Dear Dana because we shared on such a level that it's a catharsis. And I think prayer is very similar because you're basically just, saying, verbalizing, whether internally or out loud, what's in your heart, what's on your heart. And it gives you a different perspective on it when you get it out of your system. And that's the exact same thing as what journaling does.
I love it because that's I want people, this show isn't about convincing people to become professional writers. It's if that happens as a byproduct, great, but it's about convincing people or encouraging people, rather, not convincing, encouraging people just to sit down and write anything. Have no care or cause for what comes out. Just see what comes out, because I firmly believe you'll find a version of yourself. You'll find a nugget in there that will lead to the next thing, that will lead to the next thing. And that's what this project did. It led to these 580 letters, but most importantly, the letters to Dana. So I have to know, and then I'm going to have you read a passage from anything in a minute, because I want to hear what you've chosen to inspire her. But I have to know, what was the moment after, let's fast forward the relationship, you and Dana start connecting, you write these 580 letters, and now you've got 581 people, including Dana, that you have to say, can I put you in a book and show this for everybody? did you have to tell all these 580 people you were going to do that?
Well, that's a great question. And when, we got the book pretty much in shape, the manuscript in shape, and I got a publisher, and they were like, what you have to do is, whether you use the person's name or not in those 52 letters that I kind of, highlight these short chapters, they said every one of those people has to sign a release to say, your words are going to be in my book. So that was
even if you don't use their name, the real name.
Right.
Either way.
Right. Either way. And they said it's just better that way. That way we, don't know. And I obviously came up with a letter of communication or an email or however, and then they each had to sign. And it was really an easier task than I thought it was going to be. I had a couple people ask legitimate questions and ask for a chapter. That was fine, but that's how that was handled. And the cool thing about that, though, Lindsay, is that those people were so excited they were going to be in the book, first of all. And then it was another connecting point to this human being, this individual human being who I'd made this connection with in this non-intrusive, letters don't ask for anything back, but I'd made this connection. So making the reconnection was really sweet because those people, the 52 that are in the book, I feel a close connection to them. But then funny story is, so I had to get Dana to sign off too.
Yeah,
Dana,
sure.
Dana being the Dana that I now know and love with the big personality, she wanted to be the last one to go. So she waited, and the publisher kept saying, we're going to have to get Dana's signature. I'm like, I know, but she wants to be last, and she wants to have a photo taken of herself while she does it, because that's Dana. And so we waited till I had everyone else done, and then we were at the Peabody Hotel in Memphis, Tennessee for the St. Jude Marathon weekend, and that's where we had reunited. We were back there, and her and I sat in the same area where we had physically reunited, and she signed the release, which was brave too, because that's a highly personal story for Jim and Dana Rivera, obviously. And they were all in on the book, which is, incredible. And that made things not easier for me because I had a hard time about writing about her loss of Parker. But that support, made the whole thing possible, basically.
Well, this book changed their life in certain ways. I would assume just from the positive attention. I mean that in a good way, the positive attention. I have to mention, because we have people commenting over in the chat, and Gina is over here on the chat and says that she says, I love sending happy mail. No one ever expects anything good in the mail. It's true. No one expects anything good in the mail anymore. She said, it brings me such joy knowing the glee my friends get when they see something encouraging waiting for them in the box. That is so true. It's very rare I get anything, but I have one friend, my friend Kristen. Every once in a while, I'll just get a card that she finds a funny card that made her think of me and just writes, I'm thinking of you, hope everything's going well, whatever. And it really does shift my day. So is this something you continue to do and send letters to people to this day?
Yeah, and I thought I would get to letter 580, and I was exhausted by letter 580, and I'd be like, peace out, bye Facebook, bye letters. But you know what, you can't, it is such a way to spread hope, and it's almost like adrenaline for me. I still write someone a note, and I think it's really important to keep the word letter in the conversation, but also make a designation that it does not have to be a letter to make this kind of powerful impact on another human being's heart work. It can be a note. It can be 2 sentences. You don't have to be a writer. The only thing you need to participate in this little human, this little tool we all have in our human toolkits, you don't have to be a writer. All you have to do is have 73 cents and a human heart. That's it. That's all you need. I
didn't know how much a stamp was, by the way. There's a really funny bit. Nate Bargatze, my favorite comedian, he does a bit on stamps, and he's like, nobody knows how much. The only people that know how much stamps are old people, like really old people, and they are so adamant about it. He's like, they'll be like, did you hear the price of stamps went up? And you think that it went up $40, and he's like, it went up 12 cents, and you're like, what is that? Is that a big deal? I don't even know. I don't know how much stamps are. It's a good conversation to bring up, though. So, okay, we're going to have you read a passage from something here in a second. But so professional writing versus personal writing versus handwritten letters. 3 very different things. That's a one-on-one connection. That's a something for you, or that's a something for the masses, etc. You've been a freelance writer. You've written publicly. You've written intimately. How do you maintain those 3 layers? And did the professional side push the personal, or did the personal push the professional, vice versa?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think they both pushed each other, and I think that I really feel like the letter writing enhanced the other side, like the mass amount of letters that I wrote, because I found another writing voice unintentionally. That's not why I was doing it, but I found another voice that, and I like to say that my writing style on all three approaches is humor mixed with hope, and I think that's such and I'm not speaking to my own effectiveness, but I found that to be so effective in the letters. And I think that now shines through more in my professional work. And it also gave me a lot of confidence because the letters had such impact. And that was really a lot about it being a letter and the impact, like you talked about, finding something in your mailbox that was meant just for you. But I think I found a lot of confidence in my own voice through writing the letters, which that's something I would have never expected in a million years.
Wow. So did you see, when you look at those letters, do you see a progression of how you changed?
Oh yeah, and you can totally see, because I saved a copy. I since I'd written Dana so much to that point, I couldn't remember what I'd said to her. So I intentionally made a copy of every letter that I wrote in the Facebook project, not because I was going to write a book on it, because I felt like if they communicated back with me, which they did, I had like a 75% reply rate, I wasn't going to remember what I said. And so I kept them all for that reason. But when I read back through them, when I read back through them to write the book, you see this progression of this person who figures out the absolute off-the-chain power that this has, and the healing power, and the power and the gratitude it gave me by looking at each of these people as an individual person. So letter one kind of is awkward and like when you're first writing and it kicks around a little bit. And by letter 580, it's like I'm a reflective being who is full of emotion. It's like Our Friends Forever just came on, and I'm in the background, like with a Disney princess wand, dancing around in the writing, because that's what it became. And I really found the best version of myself. The best version of the writing part of myself was in these letters. That's why it was so transformative for me.
But wait, how did you not write the same thing over and over to each person?
Great question.
You didn't know these people well.
And here's, as a means to an end, the first paragraph was always the same. I'm crazy. I'm nuts. Here's my friend Dana and Parker. I'm writing you a letter. This is awkward, and I know it. But then I was like, I have 2 pages. What am I going to do? So I go look at their profile for 6 minutes, and let's say you and I went to Camp T-Bar-M together in New Braunfels. I'd be like, I go look at your page. I was like, oh my God, I kind of knew what you were doing, but Lindsay, you're killing it. I'm so proud of you. Like, you are absolutely, this radio show, the things you're doing, you are unbelievably inspiring. I'm so proud to be your friend. And then flip the page over. I still got stuff to say. And I'd be like, Lindsay, I didn't know that your mom, and I'm just making stuff up. Your mom was battling cancer. I'm praying for you. I support you, so I get the chance of that. And then at the end, it was the best part, because it was always like, so Lindsay, what was she like at camp? Oh, she was the girl at tetherball when Neil broke up with me at the dance. She talked me down. I was like, Lindsay, I never got to say thank you for that. So I thank you for that. And so even if it was not a close connection, just by doing those steps, and I speak about this in my speaking, and rehumanizing Lindsay and adding personal value back to her, it was easy to write you a meaningful letter.
Wow, this is amazing. Also, my dad just texted me and said stamps are 78 cents. See, old people know how much stamps are.
And they went up. Don't tell my husband.
You went up. Thank you, Dad. That's amazing. Amy, this is why this is so profound. All any of us want in this world, whether you admit it or not, is to feel seen. And that's what you did. Out of the blue, you made people feel seen that may or may not have remembered you, vice versa. All of a sudden, they're feeling so seen. That is huge.
And they saw, seen, valued, appreciated, and they felt like they were picked out individually, even though I was clear about I was writing everyone. They felt individually special because we do not individually connect that way anymore in an intentional way that took some kind of sacrifice. And I'm not blowing smoke up my own butt here. This happened as a means to an end. I uncovered this without meaning to. This power we all have to make another person feel that way. And it is absolutely, and that's why the floodgates opened of goodness when people wrote me back, because it made them feel seen, what you just said.
And how guilty if you don't write back, by the way. You'd be like, oh, she did that great thing for me. Shoot, I probably got to write it. I got to write her back. 75% rate is pretty good. Okay, I'd love for you to read something. What I asked you prior to the show, so I'm not sure if this is from the book or somewhere else, but tell us what you're going to read and why. More importantly, why you chose this.
Well, I think this fits in good because I especially like what you said at the beginning of the conversation. But this is from the book Dear Dana. And it kind of talks about, and it doesn't talk about letter writing. It talks about how we all have these urges to do something. We have these little voices inside our head. And, and taking the step to boldly step out and just believe our own crap for just like 55 seconds. And then what can happen? And that's what this quote is about. And the key is to not stop listening to that little voice in our heads, to continue to press on boldly in those ways that feel completely right, regardless of any lack of feedback. Maybe changing the world is all about not expecting to, but never, ever giving up on trying to.
God, this is it. This is the message. With no, I didn't set. And I'm talking to myself, by the way, because especially being, in entertainment or any industry where we're like, I do want to make a difference, but I want to do it for myself and others, but I need it to be big and bold like tomorrow. I would like, it comes back to the why bother thing. It's like, why would I even do something unless it's going to make a massive impact? Well, no, you've already shot yourself in the foot. Don't give somebody a gift because you want a thank you note. It's that kind of thing as well. And so the fact that it was the little thing, again, that passage is beautiful and goes back to the beginning of the show. This is how you make a difference in the world. Not specifically what Amy did, but by just looking around. How can I it's really cheesy. How can I lift someone else up? Because it really does lift yourself up. It reminds me of the Friends episode when it says I don't know, are you a Friends watcher?
Yes.
Of course you are. Where it's like, Phoebe's trying to find an act that doesn't make you feel good. And it's like, there's no good deed goes I don't know, I forget the quote, but anyway. And so she's like, I finally found a good deed. I let a bee sting me and I was not happy about it. And like, by the way, that bee died afterward. And so they're just trying to find, what can I do? She's like, what can I do to feel good, to make somebody else feel good? It's already, the intention is wrong if you're trying to do it for any specific reason. So anyway, I went all over the map on that, but I love this book so much. The messages that I'm getting over here are so great. People feel it as well, so I love it. And I want to play a clip of a song. I ask you to send me a song. I just picked a lyric from it. So if it's not a lyric that inspires you, you can let me know. But this song, I hadn't heard of this band or this song, so thank you for turning me on to it. Why does this song? Music is obviously powerful. Back to writing. Why does this song do something for your soul? And like, when would for you be the opportune time that you would visually want to be a part of this song or put it on?
Yeah, well, I think I could listen to this song every day because I think it talks about what the essence of being a human being is. Like, it all comes down to this message. And it reminds me that we, the way we approach each other, the way we interact with each other, that it matters more profoundly than most anything else that we do, and that's really the difference maker, and whether our avenue is note writing or whatever it is we do, it all comes down to this is what it all comes down to. And it gives me such hope though, that, by practicing that we don't only make a difference to our own culture, but the culture of our own lives, very inspiring.
I love it. All right. This is, Alternate Routes, and the song picked by Sweet Amy. It's called what's it called again?
Nothing More.
Nothing More by Alternate Routes. Well, I think you're a hero in this story, Amy. I know you wouldn't say that about yourself, but I also believe you feel it, and that's not a brag. That's you know you made a difference in Dana's life and she in yours. You feel that, I assume, right?
Oh, yeah. And I tell people all the time that, it's really easy to look at the story and say, oh, look what Amy did for Dana. But what God gave me in Dana is the best friend I've ever had. So everything that me and my family might have done for Dana and her family has been returned 100-fold. So,
and it all is because the reconnection because of social media. So we only have a couple minutes left, but I do want to talk about social media here, and how it gets a bad rap in a lot of ways and gets a good rap in other ways. And so I want to talk about how we can use it to our benefit, but maybe pivot it a little more to from a writing perspective. And so, social media has changed, and you've talked about this. Social media has changed our daily routine. And I never thought about it that way. I thought about it, consuming our lives and changing the way we show up or pretend to show up, facing forward, of course, and that it takes up too much time in our life and scrolling and the energy suck. I thought, of course, all those things, but I hadn't thought about it, how it changes our daily routine, how we start our days, how we end our days, and how we shape our calendar, or how perhaps the things on our calendar don't happen because of social media. So all that being said, if you can use, we used to write on people's, it was called the wall. It was literally the writing on the wall. And we would say a lot of things that you would just post there for everybody. What if you could, all that you wanted to say, put it in a letter, and it's not for everybody. It's for that one-on-one connection. Leave us with your thoughts on, let's talk about social media as a positive, to use it for, just to reiterate, use it for the connection piece, and then move offline to enhance that relationship and that connection.
Right. And that's a great question, observation. I wouldn't be talking to you right now if it wasn't for social media. I wouldn't be having this conversation with you. Dana wouldn't be my best friend if it wasn't for Facebook. So I tell people that all the time. Is social media dangerous? Absolutely. But is it the worst thing ever? No, it's not. It is a great jump off point for real relationship, because it gives us a connecting point with people that we otherwise wouldn't have. It gives us a chance to see our friends from summer camp C in quotation marks, but it gives us a chance to take that and do something more with it. Now, whether that's letter writing or note writing, or whether it's something else, I think that the key is to not look at it as the be all end all, but a point that you can jump off and do something else with.
So with all these letters, you wrote Dana, and then you wrote 580 more people, several, a good chunk of which are highlighted in the book. Outside of Dana, what's the one relationship that shocked you the most, or that you were like, I can't, that person, you see that somebody was like Dana, who clearly needed an outlet, that all of a sudden she had a 10-page letter she didn't know she needed to write. What's the other biggest connection where you see it was the biggest life change or a shift for either or both of you?
Yeah, I think, and this happened with several different people, but, and this is so obvious, but it is profoundly, it just reminds us that, and the lesson I got over and over again is, wait a second, these people are living lives as real and messy and tragic and triumphant as my own life. But there were several people I wrote who straight up looked like they were living on a yacht and drinking champagne. And I was like, what have I done wrong over here? Because comparison is the most dangerous part of social media. But in each of those cases, it was almost like God was like, okay, I'm going to use this person this person is going to write you a letter that is going to move you. Like words like, I was looking for a friend to reach out for me. I have been desperate. I was just diagnosed with this. I lost my mother. I was looking for someone to really be my friend. I was running out of gas until I got your letter. And it was like, wait a second. These people's lives is just as messed up and awesome as mine is, only I'm not taking the time, we're not taking the time to see them like that. And I was throwing out lifelines, and I wasn't even knowing it. I wasn't knowing it. And that's what we can do for each other. And we don't have to do it 600 times. I believe God gave me that story because it's a jump off point. It gets me in the front door, but we can do that with 5 people and make a difference. Just be deliberate about reaching out to people that we care about and giving them, not asking them even if they're okay, but give them an open window in which to share out of.
It's awesome. All right, Amy. So if somebody, as we wrap up here, people are listening, probably going, "This story's great. This is all great. I'm inspired. Great." And then they're going to turn it off and go about their day and not do anything about it, because it's also like, "That's great. I still don't know what to do." What advice can you give? Speaking of jumping off points, for somebody listening now that maybe doesn't know where to start in their own connection, what is the simplest, easiest way, in your opinion, that people can lean into what we're talking about today?
Right. And specifically about note writing, and I'll again say note writing, I would say, and it's going to make you feel vulnerable if you actually do that. That's the part that I wrote a note today to somebody who'd lost their father, a camp friend, believe it or not. And I've done this so many times, and I get how it works. And I still sit down and be like, oh my God, he's going to think I'm crazy. So you're going to have to jump over that hurdle. But think of someone who you've had on your heart that you thought of. Someone, and usually when I speak about note writing, people think about something, write 2 sentences to that person and mail it. That's it. That's all you have to do. And just commit you're going to do it by the end of the week and see what happens. Not just for the other person, but what happens to you. That's as simple as it gets. It's that easy. Go to Target and get the smallest card you can and just write 2 sentences, love your name, and then see what happens.
I love that. And I love that on your website, amydaughters.com, you even have a physical address where people can send you a handwritten letter as well if they want. Start with Amy. If you don't know, if she just said that and no one came to mind, send Amy Daughters a letter. You can go to amydaughters.com. If you have no one to write Amy, because I guarantee she will write you back.
I will 100% write you back, and you will have no idea the joy I will feel when I get your letter in my mailbox. And I mean that so sincerely.
I love it. amydaughters.com, the book Dear Dana. That time I went crazy and wrote 580 of my Facebook friends a handwritten letter. You can get it wherever you buy your books. You can find it on her website. Of course, it's over at Amazon. Yes, it is available on Audible to listen to as well. If you're driving down the road and want to find a way to get down the road a little faster, you can listen to it as well. Amy, this has been such a joy and such a pleasure. You've inspired me, and I know so many other people, including my dog barking in the background. She's writing a note right now. You just changed my dog's life. She's connecting with the rescue where we got her. Amy, thank you for being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
It was a pleasure. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Hey, we should write.
Right?
Right. This has been We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. My guest is Amy Daughters. Head on to amydaughters.com. The show is executive produced by me, technically produced by Phone Master Dre, and brought to you by the good people of RadioNemo. Stay tuned next week. My guest will be John Wolf, that Texas country artist. We're going to talk to a man. I'm going to pull his feelings out, y'all. We should write.
Right?
Y'all be safe.